Just setting up the live to YouTube.
You hear us?
Honorable Minister is logged on, so I'm just setting it up.
Unmikli or no? Mr. Uday? Mr. Uday?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? Just a few minutes, the minister would be joining us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask the GPI team to check if YouTube is, if YouTube is telecasting properly?
YouTube is fine with it.
Hello, Minister. Hope you're well.
Yes, Excellency. Yeah, we okay? We are with you.
Brilliant.
My staff is well. How are you doing?
You're fine, Minister. Thank you very much, and thank you so much for kind of agreeing to be part of this. That's great.
Well, it's an honor, and we are very privileged to do that.
Wonderful. Great. So we are now live. It's 11:30 London time, and we are now live on Zoom and YouTube, and this event is being recorded to be posted on social media. Good morning, everyone from London. Greetings to you all across the 54 nations of the Commonwealth. I can see people logging on from across these 54 nations, watching us through Zoom, YouTube, and every other channels. I am Uday Nagaraju, founder and director of AI Policy Labs, co-founder and executive president of Global Policy Insights, and the project director of Commonwealth Project at Global Policy Insights. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the conference, The Commonwealth, Advancing Towards the Future with Emerging Technologies in AI by AI Policy Labs, Global Policy Insights in partnership with the Ramphal Institute. The event initially was planned for a day, but has been extended to 2 days with the huge and unexpected response that we have received, particularly with the AI element and the mixture of AI and Commonwealth element. We also have associate partners, UN Women, Association of Indian Universities, and Swiss Cognitive, who are supporting us with this event. AIDC is covering all the costs involved for this event. A very special welcome to Honorable Nand Kumar Buddha, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade, Mauritius, for being part of this curtain raiser, the AI Conclave. It's an honor that the Honorable Minister has chosen to be part of the AI Conclave, and it only kind of shows Mauritius's work in AI and also the Minister's personal interest on AI. We are in interesting times. We have some interesting trends over the last few years. there has been fading of liberal principles and globalization has been losing its appeal over the last few years. Now, this coincides with the unprecedented scale and the pace of the fourth industrial revolution, which includes artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, which can significantly change the way we live, we work, and we communicate. Whilst these trends might not be related to themselves, they are bound to have a combined effect on the future. The opportunities of young people are also impacted by these global social and economic changes. This decade started with the most complicated issue of our times, the COVID-19. One of the most affected groups by the pandemic is the young people. Now, this is the group that is our future, and their empowerment is key for any nation's development. Now, with the pandemic, there are some serious concerns on the education and employment opportunities of these young people. Recent reports by international organizations also show that there is a high impact of mental health of young people with the pandemic. It is in this context that AI Policy Labs took some of the findings from the larger GPI's Commonwealth project to conceptualize this event, which is an intersection of the work that we do on AI through AI Policy Labs and also the information that we got on the Commonwealth project. GPI's Commonwealth project, which I also head as the director, looks at assessing and reinvigorating the Commonwealth networks dealing with the challenges of the 21st century. 60% of the population of Commonwealth are below the age of 30, and their empowerment is paramount. Numerous academic conversations with key stakeholders across the Commonwealth and the research pointed out the significant role technology can play in addressing the challenges towards achieving sustainable development goals. For instance, digital education could be cost-effective to scale and can significantly benefit small states, but issues of infrastructure need to be addressed first. We will be discussing more of GPI's Commonwealth project in the Leaders Summit tomorrow, but I'll briefly touch upon the background of AI Policy Labs and then hand over to our keynote speaker, the Honorable Minister. AI Policy Labs was globally launched 2 months ago with a motto of AI for public goods and social good. Artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, like I mentioned, are completely changing the way we live, work, and communicate. There are some exceptional benefits of AI. For instance, automated cars could significantly reduce the number of accidents. This is just one example. AI innovations are in health, education, and many other areas. But there's another element to AI as well. We have to look at ethics, privacy, security, and many other aspects of AI as well. So AI Policy Labs looks at all of these and also looks at the governance of AI on the national strategies and an international cooperation, how there could be a framework for AI in addressing these issues, and also mainly for the public goods and for social good. That is the foundation of our AI Policy Labs, which is an initiative of GPI and AIDC. So AI Policy Labs has been looking at some of the issues of Commonwealth, and that is where, in the context of COVID, we thought we should be looking specifically from an AI and emerging technologies perspective, how the young people could be helped. That is the foundation of this event today and tomorrow. So today's event is the AI Conclave, and tomorrow's session will be referred to as the Leaders Summit. We have keynote speakers across these sessions, just to accommodate for the time zones. And we have panel discussions, we have Q&A sessions with different, and each panel is very, very crucial in bringing about this discussion. So now I invite the Honorable Minister of Mauritius for Foreign Affairs to kindly give his keynote address on the innovation topic that he has kindly chosen to speak on. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you so much for handing over to me, Mr. Uday Nagaraju, founder and director of AI Policy Labs, co-founder and executive president, Global Policy Insights. Distinguished participants and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. A lovely afternoon from Mauritius. We are very honored to be part of this excellent initiative. First of all, I would like to thank Global Policy Insights for organizing this e-conference entitled The Commonwealth Advancing Towards the Future, with emerging technologies and artificial intelligence in association with the Ramphal Institute. We commend the Global Policy Insights and the Institute, which have always played a constructive role in framing policy on important topical issues. And during the global COVID-19 pandemic, discussions on this topic cannot be more timely as we strive to stay connected and operate our economies in a totally remote and digitalized form. The role of technology, innovation, and artificial intelligence has transitioned from being traditionally a key factor to globalization. It is in fact now a critical tool for countries to fight the pandemic and its economic consequences. Distinguished participants, the world has not witnessed before a health threat of this magnitude. As the international community strives to find a sustainable solution to solve this pandemic, and clinical trials are being conducted to develop a vaccine, the world continues to live in a state of anxiety and uncertainty as the virus continues to spread, deeply affecting our people and economies. Embracing technology and innovation in our day-to-day lives has thus become a necessity for our survival. The youth, which represents more than 60% of the Commonwealth population, has also not been spared. They are in fact the drivers, as you mentioned earlier, sir, as the drivers in the field of innovation and AI. And allow me here to acknowledge the presence of two young leaders, Mr. Koban and Mr. Prakash, who have distinguished themselves in the field of AI and ICT. Distinguished participants, let me say a few words about Mauritius. Mauritius considers emerging technologies, data, connectivity, and AI as the stepping stones to an intelligent information society. In fact, in 2018, the government launched its Digital 2030 strategy plan, which includes the establishment of an artificial intelligence council with the objective of transforming our country into an oasis of technology for our citizens and businesses. Our vision is to see Mauritius driven by data technology in the future. And to support this vision, we are proposing to set up a new data technology park based on knowledge and skills. This park will lay the foundation for a data-driven economy and create the right ecosystem to accelerate the innovation process from idea to creation and action. Mauritius also considers youth as an asset for the country. We need to include them in our information technology system from an early age. We therefore strongly believe that e-learning technologies are fundamental in improving access to the delivery of education. And to this end, the government of Mauritius has decided to invest massively in wireless local area network across schools in Cricket and Rodrigues. The training of educators has also not been overlooked, and a national e-learning platform will be developed to connect educators of secondary schools with their students. And additionally, financing incentives are being provided to households, including the most vulnerable ones, for acquisition of IT equipment for educational purposes. As we move towards a knowledge-based and innovation-driven economy, Mauritius needs to expand capacity and have a greater diversity of courses, especially in the fields of new technologies and innovation. Thus, the government of Mauritius is therefore delivering a comprehensive package of incentives to encourage the top 500 institutions worldwide to set up branch campuses locally in Mauritius. These institutions will benefit from tax holiday for the first 8 years of operation and an exemption of tax on IT and IT-related material and equipment for the purpose of online education. Moreover, with our financial services sector accounting for more than 5% of our economy, as you know, we have a financial services center servicing India, the Commonwealth, and Africa. The central bank will introduce digital currency to further enhance the competitiveness of this sector. In fact, the Bank of Mauritius will also come up with new frameworks for digital banking, private banking, and wealth management by banks. It is indeed very encouraging that all our efforts have been duly recognized by the Global Innovation Index Report 2020. In fact, Mauritius has significantly improved its ranking from 82 to 52 and is ranked first in sub-Saharan Africa. This marks the most notable rank change this year. Distinguished participants, over the last few months, however, Mauritius has had a role to roll out a national plan of economic recovery. We have to address the economic effects of the pandemic, but also to adapt to the new norm, as we are all striving to do. The government has taken several decisions to digitalize work processes in key sectors. For example, food security is a huge concern, and we know it is important to go back to basics and to encourage people to cultivate crops. The government of Mauritius has decided to set up a centralized digital land bank of state and private agricultural land for distribution so that we can achieve food security. Distinguished participants, in the health sector, Mauritius will be implementing what we call a National Laboratory Information Management System, LIMS, and we are doing it with the World Health Organization for the effective and fast processing of medical cases. Distinguished participants, COVID-19 has hit our economies hard, and the global pandemic has been a huge roadblock to our sustainable development. Luckily, Mauritius is COVID-free for the last 4 months. The virus arrived late and we had a very early lockdown, and we are benefiting from this. But we believe that the role of the Commonwealth in assisting its member states, especially small and vulnerable states like Mauritius, in capacity building in the sphere of technology, innovation, and AI is more than ever urgent today. At this critical juncture in history, we believe it is important that the Commonwealth creates intra-cooperation mechanisms and synergies between member states. We can thus harness the full potential of technology, innovation, and artificial intelligence and share our experiences and resources. So we look forward for the Commonwealth Secretariat to develop a Commonwealth 2030 Vision and Action Plan focused on smart Commonwealth. And this could provide further guidance to member countries through appropriate digital products and incentives. Therefore, we believe this Vision and Action Plan will promote the development of smart solutions for key national sectors, investment in affordable digital infrastructure, as well as digital skills and capabilities, particularly for women, young people, and vulnerable groups. We look forward to this Vision and Action Plan. And we firmly believe that the development, use, and governance of ICT should be well regulated in order to avoid any form of cybercrime. Distinguished participants, to conclude, we reiterate our support to the Commonwealth in the implementation of the Commonwealth Cyber Declaration 2018, which will go a long way in building trust in digital systems through the development, adoption, and implementation of cybercrime laws, because security is of paramount importance. You'll agree with me. We call on the Commonwealth to give special attention to the needs of small and vulnerable states and for them to derive value from digital connectivity. And I totally agree with you that the youth should be given the importance that they need because they're the future leaders of tomorrow. I wish participants fruitful discussions. We were very happy to be with you from Mauritius, and we look forward to receiving the outcome of this virtual conference. As you rightly said, it was meant to be a day, but it has gathered momentum. It is going to be a 2-day event. The tribute goes to you, and we thank you for all the efforts to putting up this conference, and Mauritius will look forward to receiving the outcome so that we can work together. So thank you for your attention and a very good afternoon from Mauritius.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nand Kumar Bodha, Minister for Foreign Affairs. If anyone heard your speech, people would not believe that you're a foreign minister. They would think you're the technology minister in terms of the excellent knowledge and the grasp you have on the subject. I particularly like Honorable Minister in terms of the initiative that Mauritius is taking, the data technology park, the data-driven economy that you have mentioned about. That has caught our interest. And from my own experience in the city that I come from, the technology parks have significantly changed the employment opportunities for young people, not just the tech-savvy young people, but also also the associated sectors of the entire development across cities and the states associated. The centralized digital bank is also a brilliant initiative of Mauritius, and appreciate your support for a Commonwealth Secretariat's initiative on a smart Commonwealth, and that is something that we would also be trying to encourage through these summits for a combined framework across the Commonwealth, and the regulation on ICT as well, Minister, as you very aptly said, that is the need of the hour. And wars nowadays have shifted to cyber wars, and this is something that we have to look in the future. In the future, international peace could refer to digital peace as well, peace in the digital world, where IR could bring in a new element. Maybe it's not an exaggeration to say that in the very near future, IR could be looking at the digital aspect very much as it looks at the on-ground aspect as well. So, very Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your message. And we now have we also have a young scholar, a young mathematician with us, the Honorable Minister, and for all the attendees, I'd like to introduce this young mathematician. He's Banu Prakash Neelakanta. He's the super fast. He's a 20-year-old from Delhi, and he's originally from Hyderabad in India, but is now in Delhi. He's also the founder and head of Exploring Infinites, an edtech startup, which looks at various different educational professional institutions. And he's the fastest human calculator in the world now, and at the age of 20, he has achieved it. There used to be a very renowned person who was the fastest human calculator, Shakuntala Devi, Honorable Shakuntala Devi, and Banu has just kind of crossed her and has become the world's fastest human calculator. I'm proud to realize that Banu comes from my own home city of Hyderabad, and coincidentally, it's just a coincidence. And great, so Banu, welcome on board. And do you want to speak for a few minutes and explain and pass your message?
Sure. So thanks a lot, Uday, and extremely good mentions by Honorable Nandkumar Bodha. I mean, really good mentions there. As Uday sir mentioned and talked about, I hold a few world records for being the fastest human calculator in the world. And with that tag, I've been working on eradicating math phobia, not only in India, but also the Southeast Asian countries around, in making, because as you know, in developing nations in the Commonwealth, which is majorly the Indian subcontinent, Indians, out of every 4 children out there, 3 of them are math phobic. And for dropouts in school, the number 2 reason in India right now, apart from just basic financial capabilities, the second most popular reason for kids to drop out of school is the phobia of mathematics. So that's a point which my organization, and in fact, in this event itself, we have Kavita Kalvakuntla joining sometime later tomorrow. Conversations with these people and the government of India at large, Exploring Infinities is driving what we call Vision Math. Vision Math is a global movement which I have called out after I won the Olympic gold, into talking to people about how mathematics and mathematics education until now has been defined by its technology and scientific implications, but not as a way in which child understands the world around them. And this is something which we've been pushing And as you mentioned right now, in the Commonwealth countries, the biggest problem in the times of lockdown, in the times of the corona pandemic, the penetration into the rural hinterlands of the country where there is no access to internet has been a major hurdle for an organization like us to sort of go ahead and say mathematical learning has to go on, and for which we have taken TV broadcasts by coming with governments together, getting a global movement going on, which talks about how math can be fun, how math can be interesting. Because today we are at the AI Policy Lab Conclave. Here we're talking about artificial intelligence and how it can aid pedagogical structures. And in that sense, I would say that with my experience by talking and having taught over 1 million kids in the country and around in Indonesia, in Nepal, in Bangladesh, we have done our programs. We see that mathematics and taking phobia out of people, because mathematics phobia is prevalent, comes with a lot of social challenges. And the reason why here I am in front of global citizens and people who drive change across Commonwealth is to talk about how mathematics education and the way we go around and eradicate math phobia is not just a pedagogical problem, but a social problem, because several things which come in between the child and the student before they excel in it are dependent on the sort of experiences they've had, the cultures they come from, the financial state strata they come from, the languages they speak, and hence artificial intelligence and having a very well-structured, data-driven pedagogical digital learning structures have let us in India here reach out to audiences by understanding where they come from, understanding and categorizing what sort of methodology would work for them, understanding through data on what sort of education would work, because mathematical education has to take multiple forms across an entire nation to actually make and create what I call numeracy rich country. We talk about literacy a lot, but here I am, and what I bring to the table here today is the emphasis which I call out for every single member nation of the Commonwealth and the people who are listening to this right now, to emphasize and think about the numeracy skill, because this numeracy skill and the comfort with mathematics, not only calculations, but things beyond, be it data scientists, be it artificial intelligence experts, be it the citizens and the scientists of tomorrow, to bring about a change. The change has to manifest from the policy itself. The policy and one standard claim which we are sort of pushing ahead is to redefine the objectives of math education in schools and structurally change the way in which we reach out to different audiences in our country and eradicate math phobia one step at a time. And this is of utmost importance. And me, being the fastest human calculator, believe that I have the responsibility to move this ahead. And Vision Math is the global movement. In fact, by the end of this conference, we would want to do this Vision Mathematics program, which is a 3-phase structure. 1, create and inspire people into taking up math. 2, teach them. 3, finally, is to understand how mathematical education policy can be changed and how the objectives can be defined. So I would expect by the end of the conference, we can sort of come up with saying that Vision Math is a program which every single country can take up, and hopefully we'll have a fruitful conversation there. On to you then.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Banu, and quite impressed with the achievements that you have already at the age of 20. There's another reason why we have Banu here in the inaugural. Of course, his qualifications as a young person, as a world's fastest human calculator, but also when we are talking about a youth conference, I did want to ensure that there is someone representing youth there, rather than all the, of course, honorable ministers, and then I am not so young either. So I just really wanted a young person to be part of the panel representing the younger generation in the inaugural as well. Thank you very much, Banu, and your achievement, I'm sure, will be inspirational to young people across the Commonwealth who are watching us now, and being part of the discussion along with honorable ministers and Shoko. is going to give that message across. And the phobia on mathematics across the world, as seen as something very, very difficult, should be addressed. And I hope some of the initiatives that you're making would help in that area. Across the different panels, we have young people like you who would be speaking on a different area of subject where they are global experts and global achievers at a young age. Of course, I wish I was an achiever at the age of 20 with the scale that you achieved. Thank you, Banu. We also now have the Honorable Minister from Malta, Honorable Carmelo Abela, and also Shoko Noda, the UNDP India representative here with us. So now I request Honorable Carmelo Abela, Minister from Malta, to I'll just give a brief introduction of the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister is Malta's Minister within the Office of Prime Minister, looking at sustainable development, implementation of electoral manifesto and social dialogue. So sustainable development very much fits in with our discussion today. Young people's empowerment is a key element of SDG sustainable development, and Honorable Minister's message would be quite key to our young people across the Commonwealth. I can see the participants flow is increasing across the Commonwealth on Zoom, and there's on YouTube and Facebook and other channels as well. So I can see all that's growing up, which is very good news. So Honorable Minister, I think you missed our some initial information that we gave. So this initiative is part of AI Policy Labs, where we are looking at AI for public goods and social good. And which has taken the research that we have done at the Commonwealth Project, which looks at young people as a key drivers of change and key drivers of development. And that is where we're looking that some of our research has found out that technology could be used to help small states and to address certain elements of sustainable development goals, like infrastructure issues could be fixed. So that is that kind of forms the basis of this entire conference. So I now invite Honorable Minister from Malta to kindly give his keynote address.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am very happy to be able to address you on such a forward-looking topic. The recent months have been an eye-opening when it comes to the use of technology and AI as a result of the pandemic. Indeed, even this meeting is being held online, and meetings such as this one remind us how technology can bring us closer together even when we are sitting miles apart. Undoubtedly, emerging technologies and AI will continue generating a future that up till a few years ago was hard to imagine. For the 54 countries who, like us, are members of the Commonwealth, this should come as an opportunity, as you said, right, so Mr. Chairperson, during your introduction. An opportunity which gives us the chance to make sure that the 2.4 billion people living within our countries, meaning a third of the global population, work closer together in a world which grows more globalized by the day. When coupled with the fact that 60% of the Commonwealth citizens are aged 29 years or less, this should enhearten us in our request to make sure that we assist amongst us who need assistance, as well as eliminating inequality. And what better way to do this than by advancing towards the future with emerging technologies and AI. It is also worth mentioning that my country, Malta, did just start working on this subject in recent months. Over the past years, and I will give a brief overview of what we have been doing and we plan to continue doing in the future, Malta has embarked on an ambitious project to spearhead and lead discussions and implementation of several new and emerging technologies. The government introduced Malta's national AI strategy to set out a vision at long term which aims to transform Malta into a leading economy in the field of AI by 2030. The policies I have outlined in this strategy are meant to be undertaken in the period of 2019 to 2022, and their implementation will be monitored and evaluated at regular basis. There were several AI projects that emanated from such a strategy and are attributed to different sectors such as health, education, transport, and tourism, among others. The government of Malta has also embarked on drafting the Digital Malta Strategy for years 2021-2024, as the current strategy expires this year. The new strategy will include a holistic and overarching vision and serve as a backbone of the country's roadmap in the digital economy sector. Meanwhile, more effort is being directed towards the further digitalization of the country's and government's operations. The government of Malta has also set up a digital economy think tank, which will be discussing and delving into several topics that fall under the digital economy field and propose new ways on how to best consolidate such sector and also address any limitations emanating from this industry. Such meetings will include discussions on access to finance, consolidating key sectors, addressing talent and skills shortages, initiatives, and assisting startups, among others. These are some of the challenges that we as a country of our size definitely will have to speak about and try to find as much as possible solutions. Following consultations at think tank level with all key stakeholders, including Malta's social partners, which means the union representatives and also employers associations within the Malta Council for Economic and Social Dialogue. Discussions are then elevated with the steering committee, which was recently set up and is composed of a collection of CEOs of government agencies to ensure that such relevant entities are aware of ongoing discussions and partake in the decision-making process. As a country, we also recognize the full potential that emerging technologies have to offer, especially in the space of distributed ledger technology, DLTs, and the IoT, the Internet of Things. And several projects have been highlighted in this regard. Apart from the digital economy strategy, there are several other strategies which have either been finalized or are in drafting process. This goes on to show our commitment towards further consolidating and strengthening the digital economy in Malta. That is not to say that there will be or will not be any challenges moving forward. Of course, we know that we'll have to face a few of them. Challenges in the adoption of emerging technologies and AI will be encountered, and as a result, will need effective and fast policy interventions. Such policy interventions need to be designed to ensure that society is prepared for the developments that will be taking place. Education will play a critical role, and lifelong learning and training will be crucial to all in order to fully benefit from the new technological advancements. The importance of upskilling and reskilling of the workforce to be able to sustain the digital economy and the various technologies mentioned earlier needs to be a continuous process in order to make sure that we are keeping up with the challenges that present themselves. Significant investment is required in the educational structure to ensure that the right skills are available. This could also give rise to Commonwealth-driven programs to ensure that individuals are equipped with the right skills as governments across the globe, including within the Commonwealth states, also need to ensure that citizens are empowered to benefit from these technological advancements. We also need to ensure that all technologies developed and adopted operate in a fair and unbiased fashion and are trustworthy. In essence, this means that emerging technologies and AI should and must result in ethical solutions, as ethics should be at the core when it comes to the application of emerging technologies and AI solutions. Meanwhile, we need to continue encouraging cooperation between different governments to ensure a coherent policy framework that facilitates the developing and the development of emerging technologies and AI. This will facilitate not only the development and application of emerging technologies and AI solutions, but will also ensure that society at large is also protected. Ultimately, we should strive to ensure that emerging technologies and AI enable us to improve and sustain an enhanced standard of living and quality of life, even if this means introducing new rights and concepts which some might feel are too radical. This is because just as technology has the potential to improve our lives, it also has the potential to be used to exploit people. When it comes to the use of technology in general, we must recognize that there is a need for the right to disconnect, for example, whereby workers are allowed to stop receiving work-related communication in their time of leisure, be it if they work remotely or if they work from their normal place of work. Finally, when it comes to artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, seeing that machines might be taking jobs which were previously occupied by people, we must come up with solutions that protect these people and make sure that they are not left behind. For example, the introduction of a universal basic income has been dubbed as a potential solution to such a problem. Is this the right solution? Perhaps and perhaps not. And that is why such a concept must continue being studied. What is sure, however, is the fact that is critical that solutions developed are accessible to all countries so that everyone can benefit from them. This is the direction in which we are moving in right now, and it is also the direction in which I'd like to see all countries to move in. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Camillo Abela, Minister from Malta, for your excellent message, for your excellent keynote message. Particularly, it's music to our ears to hear that Malta has a great national AI strategy looking at 2030 and focusing on health, education, and other areas. Also about the digital economy think tank that you have launched. That is also a need of the hour at this point of time. And I particularly echo your comments on the cooperation between governments that you have spoken about with AI and in general about emerging technologies. One aspect is the development that you have mentioned, which would talk about the innovations found in one nation can be we need not reinvent the wheel again. Where one nation's innovations could be immediately utilized by other nations if such a cooperation exists. But also the other angle, the social element that you have brought to it in terms of the society overall with such a framework, there are many areas where technology could be used for exploitations as well, and that would be very beneficial in terms of having an international cooperation. Also about the upskilling and reskilling which you have mentioned. I think with AI, with a lot of the manual jobs being replaced by automation, there is definitely a need for perhaps skilling and reskilling from time to time, particularly for young people who would form the future. So thank you once again, Minister, for a great message.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I now move on to another young leader who we have today. One young leader who's based out of the UK in London, and he's Mete Coben, founder and chief executive of My Life, My Say. Mete has many achievements under his belt. Some of them are in politics, some of them are in youth empowerment. But one particular thing that strikes out is he brought together an all-party parliamentary group, similar to caucuses in some countries, which looks at doing a better Brexit for young people, which looks at particularly for young people and how Brexit could be used for benefiting young people, bringing together parliamentarians from across the parties. Then he also contributed to the increase of young people's voting in 2017 elections in the UK. That is a remarkable achievement that Mete has under his belt at a very young age. He also received an MBE recently for his exceptional work. So I would like to now bring on Mete to talk about empowerment of youth and leadership in the age of AI.
No, thank you so much, very much for your very, very kind introduction, and it's an honor to be here with you all today. Sorry, I had some connections earlier trying to connect through to the Zoom link, but it's great that you've convened such an important event here today. Just to introduce myself just a little further, as you know, as already mentioned, I run a charity here in the UK, which is specifically focused on empowering young people to participate in democracy, and it's a non-partisan charity. So irrespective of your political views, what's most important is that we engage young people in the process. And you know, we live in an age now where we see with what's happening with COVID-19, we've seen, you know, like in the case of the UK, what's happening with Brexit, you know, just the security issues that we have around the world. And you know, it's never been so important that we engage young people in our decision-making processes. And you know, when you look at the inequalities that the coronavirus pandemic has exposed and amplified during COVID, you know, this is undoubtedly going to impact, you know, future generations for a long time. And you know, you already see the huge actual intergenerational divide. Actually, you know, this is something that we've kind of maybe woken up to slightly earlier in the UK, but we know it's very sort of prevalent in other parts of the Western world and other parts of the world. So yeah, look, I mean, what I really wanted to really focus on in this session, and I've had a chance to listen to some of the other panelists too, is this idea about how we make sure that young people are at the heart and at the core of actually designing programs and making sure that they're at the heart of the decision-making process. Because ultimately, if we want to live in a much more sort of, I guess, more inclusive society, because what do we mean by inclusion? You know, who do we design programs from? I'm from an area called Hackney in London. If you ever visit, please make sure you do visit Hackney. Hackney is one of the most deprived boroughs in the UK. It's one of the most diverse boroughs in the UK, if not Europe. And when I first moved to London, when we first moved to London from Cyprus, Hackney was actually, you know, had the highest rates of crime in the country, had one of the highest rates of poverty in the country. And you know, I won't bore you with the sort of what's happened over the last 20 years, but you know, it's gone through huge, rapid economic growth where, you know, the demographics have changed hugely and vastly. And the question when we're looking at our economy in Hackney is how do we make sure that the economy in Hackney is inclusive for everyone? And in my capacity as a councillor here in Hackney, it's really important that we get the definition right of inclusion. And that's where it leads me to, you know, why young people are so important, particularly when we're looking at the context of AI, because, you know, when we look at, you know, how our sort of interaction will change as human beings, how we already seen how social media has impacted our day-to-day life, it's so important that, you know, we have those voices heard. And, you know, for me, our approach has to be, when we're thinking about how do we engage with these communities, it has to be, you know, rather than creating a space where we expect people to come to, it's about how do we identify where, you know, young people go to in their day-to-day social and digitalize and think about how we could connect with them in those spaces. So I give you an example. One of the work that I do with My Life, My Say is we run something called Democracy Cafes, and we work in partnership with Starbucks. And through that partnership, through the Democracy Cafes, the concept is to reinvigorate the 17th century concept of discussing politics over coffee. And it works very well because, you know, you don't feel like as a young person that you have to wear a suit, for example. You don't feel like you're intimidated by the settings that you're surrounded by. And, you know, you feel much more comfortable to talk about politics over Frappuccino. And we've done over 100 of these over the last 2.5 to 3 years, more than 14 across Europe, and we've actually extended into the United States as well. Some other examples is that we worked with, you know, as I mentioned, the 2017 elections, we worked with both Tinder and Uber, huge tech giant companies, because they have a huge geographic and social reach. And what we were able to do is if you were on Tinder and you're swiping left or right, you had a notification if you're age 18 to 24 to say, would you like to register to vote? And the same thing on Uber, when you ordered a taxi, within the first 3 minutes of ordering your taxi, you had a notification to say the same thing. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we have to try to identify where young people go to and think about how we can connect with them in those spaces, because the real danger is when we're trying to engage young people's views is that we end up sort of going to those who are already engaged in the process. And what we have to do is make sure that we're actually reaching out to those people who ordinarily wouldn't sort of enter these spaces. And I think in the context of the SDGs is extremely important when we're talking about how we alleviate poverty, when we're talking about this whole, you know, one of the things that has been biggest mind strikes that I've had over the last sort of couple of months is they're seeing the digital divide, even in places like the UK where, you know, there are just people where everyone is now moving online, but there are so many young people that we work with which doesn't have that access. So I think there's lots and lots of work that could be done to do. And obviously, you know, I'm here both to sort of from my personal capacity and obviously with My Life, My Say, and I'd love to sort of continue this conversation, but I also know that my time is limited in how much I can speak, and I don't want to take too much time off the other speakers as well. But I think, you know, I think what's really important in everything we're doing, and which has struck me so far, what I'm heard is the level of importance that people are placing on young people's voices. And I think, you know, huge congratulations to you and your team, Idai, for convening this conference, because I think it does exactly that, you know, giving young people who ordinarily wouldn't have the opportunity to speak and to really speak to decision makers and let them have their voices heard. So thank you so much, and I hope you all have a great rest of your conference.
Brilliant, Mete. Thank you very much. As always, you know, you represent young people here in the UK, and kind of, you know, the work that you have done. So you're being modest in terms of what you have done, but it is a significant, remarkable achievement. Increasing the participation of young people in democracy is a huge thing that what you've achieved. And, you know, inclusivity, what you're talking about, that's pretty much, you know, inclusivity of and diversity is pretty much important when we look at the aspect of young people and the society at large. And also on a lighter note, Mete is also a councillor in Hackney. So he has also done a job of promoting his council and local area here. He's invited everyone to visit Hackney here. So he's also done that job well here as a councillor as well. So a good one there. I mean, when you look towards going to the parliament from Hackney, I think you kind of made your, you know, you're kind of representing Hackney very well there on a lighter note, Mete. Yeah, but once again, thank you very much, Mete. Thank you. I know we have changed your time at the last minute, but thank you, and you've kindly joined us. That's great. Excellent. We now have we also have Shoko Noda from UNDP India. Shoko is the UNDP representative in India, doing all the good work that UNDP does in such a big country like India. I myself was involved in facilitating, in kind of discussions with facilitating UNDP with some governments there, and I know some exceptional work that UNDP is doing under your leadership. So I would now request Shoko to give you a talk, please.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear, and I hope I'm not going to face that power cut but I just had that 20 minutes ago. But anyways, very good afternoon to all of you, distinguished guests and colleagues, and also all the participants. Now I see 270 plus. It's exciting to see. Very happy to be here as a part of this conference. Although I cannot see all the participants, still feel that energy coming from from the screen. And really would like to thank the organizer, Global Policy Insights, AI Policy Labs, and Ramphal Institute for hosting this event at the time when the whole world is going through such uncertainties. It's really reassuring to see so many people and institutions come together to co-create the way forward. Very encouraging. So when I think of Commonwealth, youth, technology, I must say without bias, the first thing that comes to my mind is India. And I'm not saying that it's not because I'm based in India, but I hope many of you agree. Because here there are enormous scale and magnitude of both opportunities and challenges. And I have worked in the UN for the past 22 years, worked in 8-9 different countries, never seen so many opportunities kind of growing in a country. And of course, that is because we have 1.38 billion people. So India constitutes half of the population of Commonwealth nations, if I may say. And the country is also, India is also home to the largest number of youths in the world, topping the list with 356 million people, young people living here and being very active. India's $2.7 trillion economy last year is the second most nations, almost close to the UK. In technology, India has also produced the finest technology leaders in the world, and the country's ranks, rising very fast on the digital technology front. And you feel it when we are here in India. From global development perspective, the combined efforts to meet the SDGs largely depends on India's progress. I always say that if India is successful, the whole world is successful. In terms of SDG, I do believe that it's very important to have success in this country. In recent past, India has lifted 271 million out of poverty. That is between 2005 and 2016. But of course, this current pandemic could reverse this hard-earned progress. So lockdown and other restrictions have brought economic activities almost to a standstill, particularly in the formal sector. Around 471 million people, that is more than 80% of India's labor force, and have been affected the most due to the economic setbacks in the last few months. So ironically, 2020 was conceived to usher in the decade of action for SDGs. So if we have to make up for the lost time and the lost opportunities, we have to join our forces and our ideas to make the 2030 agenda a reality and shared vision. This is where you and all of us here and all the young people can step up. The two defining forces for the coming decade are very clear now: technology and innovation, and second, youth engagement for global actions. UNDP is working with millions of young people across 170 countries and territories because we recognize the importance of your young people's role in co-creating solutions and finding new ways of interpreting the fast-changing, ever-evolving realities around us. Matt, you just mentioned about Democracy Cafe. Before India, I was in Maldives, and we also had a democracy cafe for some time. And I myself been there. I know what it is like to have that kind of discussion informally, informally, and to talk about different things from climate change to democracy to all the challenges or plastic waste, all the challenges that we have. And I have seen myself the power of youth. So youth have been central to whatever UNDP does globally, from livelihood, climate action, community resilience, disaster management, innovations. And as the UN is actually, well, okay, then it comes to a bit strange, but UN is turning to 75 this year. This sounds a bit old when we talk about youth, but we are working more closely with young people to remain young, in finding solutions, engaging in global debates, looking for greener and better alternatives. But if we really want to leverage the youth dividend, we have to really invest in you, listen to you, work with you. Most importantly, we have to be ready to change our world in the ways that we are yet to probably imagine and re-engineer. Today, as we speak, the meaning of youth engagement is evolving faster than we can imagine, with everything and everyone connected through technology. Internet has connected the youth with the world and with each other across borders and boundaries. With the recent development in information and communication technology, the possibility is limitless. As we imagine our new normal, we wish to co-create a better world with the young people and your new and innovative ways. UNDP is working together here in India with the government, private sector, and civil society to foster youth-led innovation across diverse fields. In the context of AI, artificial intelligence, UNDP sees great opportunities in AI for good to fast-track both social as well as the environmental developments. I would like to just quickly share the 3 initiatives that we are very proud of. Accelerator Lab. UNDP has built a global network of 90 accelerator labs to help our development partners to do development differently by introducing new methods and services and backed by evidence and practice, and staffed by relatively young, energetic colleagues. And in India, our accelerator lab is working towards harnessing the power of frontier technology of AI for introducing scalable innovations in India. For instance, we are using geospatial technology, AI, and mobile technology to target hotspots of air pollution from space. Every year, more than 140 million Indians are exposed to severe air pollution when AQI cross 300 during winter, which has serious health implications. And you see in October, November, international media reports bad air pollutions. The brick manufacturing sector in India alone contributes to 8% of the air pollution. So our team, in partnership with Nottingham University, is developing a GeoAI platform to help environment regulators take actions on non-compliant brick manufacturing units. Please visit our website to see more. For inclusive growth, we are also expanding the scope of our AI innovations to support the rural women entrepreneurs and provide them with personalized credit instruments and market intelligence to increase their income and capacities. We also have Youth Collab. That is another initiative to bring all the youth together and enabling, creating enabling ecosystem for young people to lead innovation and social entrepreneurship. For health front, in the health sector, one of our digital innovations is Electronic Vaccine Intelligence Network, EVEN, a mobile app that helps streamline vaccine supply chain in India. It has been rolled out across 30 states and union territories and have helped India save approximately 90 million doses of vaccines. So again, visit our website. This is a very innovative way to ensure the supply chain of vaccines, and hopefully this can be also applied to COVID vaccines once they come. So personally, I'm tremendously inspired by the pace at which the Indian youth have been innovating during the ongoing crisis. So many solutions have come from young people: low-cost ventilators, PPE kits, testing kits, medical software, etc. And the list is really long and still growing as we speak. So as I said earlier, the young people, you, are the great resources for all of us, for the world. Importantly, we have to work together with you all and ensure that you get a fair chance, or you are in the driver's seat to grow, innovate, and co-create, lead creation of solutions for very complex development challenges that we have not had before. We need more innovations, solutions, new technologies like AI as we move forward. We need to provide more conducive environment for young and for youth, and open up more avenues for youth-led innovations. AI is opening up new possibilities that did not exist even 5 years back. Predictive intelligence, pattern detection, and personalized solutions that have enormous potential to accelerate our progress towards SDGs. So I really would like to urge all the young people and tech institutions present here today to have multidisciplinary approach and adopt a very inclusive lens. UNDP will be happy to collaborate, work with you all to foster AI cooperation and across Commonwealth nations and create solutions that will benefit all and will ensure that we leave no one behind. So once again, big thanks to this opportunity and wish you all the best. I think you're muted.
I'm muted, yeah. So thank you, Shoko. Thank you very much for your excellent message. I mean, as usual, UNDP's excellent work in India and beyond does, inspire all of us in terms of the work you do. I particularly like the technology and innovation that you have mentioned. I just want to add another angle, usually the development, technology, and innovation, so that all those three kind of fit in very well together. And happy to see your pride in terms of the work that not only UNDP India, but the entire country, India is doing in terms of technology and the youth as well. Like you said, there are technology leaders from India. It's happy that a Commonwealth nation, India, I mean, it's my home country, but India is doing so well in terms of technology leadership, with CEO of Microsoft, CEO of Google, and organizations like that. Particularly CEO of Microsoft comes from my own hometown, so it kind of makes me a bit more of pride as well. So it's great to hear. So I just wanted to ask you as well, though we don't have a Q&A, but in terms of the exciting work that you're doing. So does UNDP implement much of AI work? Do they use AI in your own work, in your own developmental work? Are you using AI at all?
So we are starting to look into that. It's okay.
Okay.
I think it's echoing. We are starting to look into that possibilities and see where, as I mentioned, where we can use that technology. Also, not only AI but also blockchain technologies. For that, it's not us who can do. UNDP plays a kind of connector or integrator roles. That we would like to partner with those who have real expertise or technology to offer, and we can provide a platform where those the expertise can be and the needs can be connected, So we're also looking into both the supply and demand sides, and then we want to have kind of matching of that. So, but definitely we'll have more and more coming.
Brilliant. Okay, excellent. Excellent. And yeah, so there's one question. I mean, though we don't have a Q&A, I was just wondering, is UNDP using AI in social entrepreneurship? I mean, the question is for Ghana, but I think that's not relevant because you are in India. You won't be able to answer on behalf of Ghana. But in India, let us say, is the UNDP using AI in social entrepreneurship at all? You are on mute, Shoko. Are you able to unmute yourself, or do you want me to do it? I'll do it. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yes. So we are trying to see how we can use the AI to support the rural women's entrepreneurship and provide them with, as I said, personalized credit instruments and market intelligence to increase their income and capacities. As I said, we have this now accelerator lab that is with 3 colleagues to bring more innovations to our work. And it just started very late last year or early this year. So we'll have more to share with you, but at the same time, you can visit our website and then check and then follow our progress.
Brilliant. Brilliant, Shoko. Thank you very much. And that was a brilliant session. We had some excellent speakers, both the Foreign Minister of Mauritius. We had the Minister within Office of Prime Minister from Malta, Shoko Noda from UNDP India, talking about technology. We had Mete Coburn from My Life, My Say, and Bhanu Prakash, the fastest human calculator. So that was a brilliant session. That brings this particular session to an end of the AI Conclave for the inaugural. And I would now like to bring on the next panel. And in the next, that's going to start in the next 5 minutes. But by the time we transform and we bring them on as panelists, it will be it's going to take next few minutes anyway. So thank you, Shoko. Thank you all for a brilliant panel, for a brilliant inaugural for the AI Conclave, the curtain raiser. I would want to bring on Councillor Telly Tawal, Councillor Telly Tawal, and Jonathan Madel Kanga, can the host promote all the panelists, please, and bring them on because we need to start this panel in the next 4 minutes.
Hello, everybody. All right, everyone hear me?
Everyone's here?
Right. So who else are we expecting, Jonathan?
Let me quickly check.
Well, I can see Victoria. So So the next panel we have, just for the attendees, before my colleague Jonathan, the Vice President of Americas, and Councillor Teli Tawal, the moderators of this session, before they start. This session is with the exceptional achievers, young exceptional achievers who I particularly look up to. They are United Nations young leaders, Victoria, Ezequiel, Madele. They are people who we should look up to. They are in their 20s and have achieved quite a lot for this for the world. Actually, we have to say for the world. They are the Young Leaders cohort of 2018 of the United Nations Secretary General's Young Leaders cohort, who have made significant, phenomenal influence in their area of work. I think we're just waiting for Madele. So, yeah, I think Madele's here as well. Right, Madele's here. Madele, your screen is tilted. I think we can see you.
Hi, good morning. Let me just turn that off. One second.
We're also waiting for Faranasi Ratu as well. Madele, brilliant. We can see Madele now. Faranasi, if you're able to start your video, I think we can start now. I think, I'm not sure if there's an issue. Yeah, there she is.
Oh, there she is.
There she is, brilliant. Okay, now the clock has just struck 12:45. We're on the right spot now, 12:45 London time. So I'd hand over the control to my colleague Jonathan Cummings and Comrade Councillor Teli Tawal from My Life, My Say to take over. Thank you.
All right. So thank you very much, Uday, for that riveting introduction. And, we're glad to have started at the correct time. Congratulations for the amazing work that you all in GPI and the AI Policy Labs in association with the Ramphal Institute have put into creating this event. It's really come together. And I'm really looking forward to the amazing things that will come out of this event at the close of the Commonwealth session. So Your Excellencies, distinguished panel guests, it's really my pleasure to be here. My name is Jonathan Cummins. I am originally from Kingston, Jamaica, so I'm a part of the Commonwealth, and I'm residing in New York City right now, so it's a little early for me, so please bear with me. So as a Vice President of the Americas for Global Policy Insights, and it's honestly a pleasure to be here. I really do appreciate it. So we have panelists here who are comprised of exceptional young leaders. And the title of this panel is A Conversation with the UN Young Leaders, the Future of SDG Implementation. And so a little bit about the Young Leaders Initiative, and then I'll turn over to my co-moderator. So the Young Leadership Initiative is powered by the Office of the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Youth and is a part of the Global Youth Partnership for Sustainable Development Goals, which was launched in 2015 and housed in the Envoy's office. From agriculture to technology to fashion and microfinance, the young leaders of the SDGs fall into the age category of 19 to 30 years old, come from many different backgrounds and represent every region in the world. The young leaders for the SDGs are recognized for their leadership and contribution to a more sustainable world. The young leaders advocate for goals in ways most accessible and relatable to young people across different contexts. They promote innovative ways of engaging their audience and peers in the advocacy and realization of the goals, and they contribute to a brain trust of young leaders supporting the UN and partners for key moments and initiatives related to these goals. So, as you can imagine, we have an impressive lineup of speakers here with us today, and I'm looking forward to what they have to say. So now, I turn over to my co-moderator, Telly Lowell, and we'll continue the program from there. So over to you.
Thank you, Jonathan, for the introduction, and I can only echo your comments that this is a very important conversation, and it's great to be with so many young leaders who are doing exceptional things within their field. It's very interesting, the conversations that we have been happening, and it's great that we'll be continuing them today, and I'm glad to be a co-moderator alongside yourself, Jonathan, and I'm very interested to hear from our panelists to see what they're doing within their respective countries. So with that being said, I think it's a great time for us to kick off and kind of have an introduction from all of the panelists. I'm going to start with Victoria. If you could just give us a bit about yourself, what you do, and how you are implementing the Sustainable Development Goals within your respective field or country.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Victoria Alonso Perez. I am from Uruguay. I am the founder of Chip Safer. That is a platform where we can track livestock remotely and autonomously, so the farmer can know at all time where the animals are. My main field of expertise is mostly on the life on land, because that's what I do. And one of the things that we want to do with Chip Safer is to be able to ensure, for example, that the animals were not being raised in protected areas, such as the Amazon rainforest. There is a lot of farmers that are extremely sustainable, that are doing everything right, but unfortunately, because of bad publicity, because some farmers are not doing the things right, they are all put kind of on the same bag, as we say in Spanish. So one of the things that we want to do with Chip Safer is that prove that some farmers are doing the right things, so that then when you eat a piece of beef in the United States or in Europe or wherever you are, you can see the whole traceability of the beef and understand that it came from a sustainable practice.
Thank you. That's very interesting. It's good to understand the work that you're doing in terms of the best practice within your country. Madiel, should we go to you next? Feel free for anybody to go after.
Sure, thanks for the introduction. So my name is Madiel Kanga. I am from Cameroon, and I primarily represent SDGs 4 and 8. And my primary, I'm the founder of Jumpstart Group, and the Jumpstart Group seeks to harness Africa's demographic dividend by empowering African young people with employment opportunities and entrepreneurship. So our main organization is Jumpstart Academy Africa, and through that we've been providing young people across Africa with the skills needed for the future of work. So IT skills, entrepreneurship skills, soft skills that will be needed in the future of work, which we already are in, as automation and robotics become increasingly predominant. So that's the main thing of what we do. And our goal is to use entrepreneurship, skills, AI, technology, and ensure that African young people are prepared and equipped to compete on the global on the global scale and can empower themselves and their communities.
Adele, thank you for that. And it's very important to understand how technology is also playing a part in teaching young people how to have obviously those entrepreneurial skill sets as well to obviously better enhance their work set. So thank you, that was important. I'm going to go over to Ezekiel.
Hello guys, how are you? It's a pleasure to be here and be part of this amazing event. It's awesome to see again Fernice, Madel, Victoria. I miss you girls. It's been a time that we didn't see in person, but it's really nice to see you here together. And just a short introduction, I'm a Brazilian. I am an entrepreneur since I am 16 years old. Now I am 32, so it's a bit time working on these challenges. And with SDGs, I'm working with SDG 6, that is the water and sanitation. In 2010, I had an idea that developed a product to save water in toilets and urinals. This idea, this project was started with a name, it's called PP, because it's a solution that can reduce the water consumption in toilets and urinals. Every time that you go to pee in the toilet, instead of using water, you can just use PP, and instead like 6 to 10 liters of water, you just need 1 ml of the solution. And you can have your toilet cleaned with a very good perfume, with a very good sanitation as well. So you don't need to use water anymore to just throw away your urine. So that is the point of our solution. And since 2015, we are selling the solution here in Brazil. And we have some clients in other countries like Mexico, South Africa, and others. And it's a very, very interesting thing that we are doing here. And I hope to have a good conversation with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezekiel. It was good that you highlighted the interconnections and working with different countries to make sure that what's happening within your country, you're seeing that global development happening there. So that's important. I will introduce our final panelist to speak about what they're doing within their country. Fran, I don't know, are you there? Yes, you are. Fran Rossi, if you could please provide us some insight into your background and what you do.
So Mbula Vinaka, everyone. Mbula in Fiji is hello, as well as to speak live. So my name is Farini Seseratu, and I know everybody gets my name wrong, so please you can just shorten it to Farah. So I am the president for Youth Against Corruption, and also one of the co-founders for Youth Against Corruption. I guess the reason we started this with a group of young leaders was because in 2012 they had done a research in the Pacific region as well as the Asia region, and what they had found was that young people, what they had found in their research was that young people, 70% of young people would practice corruption in order to get ahead in life. And for us in the Pacific, that was like a big no-no. And so we wanted to form this group to advocate on good governance, build stronger institutions, and basically raise young people to be people of integrity. And so because we believe in a good Pacific, we believe in a better world. And so that was just one of the things that we wanted to do to contribute to not only Fiji, but also the Pacific and the world. And I think we have been, we have reached sort of like, yeah, the whole Pacific. And the world is out. So that was one of the main things that one of the main reasons we had formed Youth Against Corruption, for good governance, stronger institutions, and leadership, transformational leadership, yeah. And so a lot of people had said the reason they wanted to practice corruption was because they saw our leaders, because they saw in their own countries how leaders had gotten ahead because of somebody they know, nepotism and whatnot. And so they said like, yeah, no, if they could get ahead like that, maybe we should too. And there was a research done on that. I think it was by TI. And so young people just said, no, I don't think we wanted to do that. And so that was why Youth Against Corruption was formed.
Thank you, Farah. That's really insightful. And I think in each country, we can all kind of very much relate to what you definitely said in terms of the exploitations or the corruptions that are seen, especially when in regard to young people and how they're being used within the systems. I think that leads us on to our first question. I hope Jonathan's happy with me asking the panelists the first questions.
That's fine. Go for it.
Wonderful. So obviously you're all doing amazing, exceptional things at such a young age. So for me, I'm very interested, and I'm sure those that are going to be watching this now or later on are probably interested to know, how can young leaders challenge global inequalities for a sustainable future for all? I think maybe leading on to your own personal experiences, how you've decided to come up with these things that you're involved in, or the projects, or how you founded your different organizations, what motivated you, and how can other young people probably pave the way in the same way? Anyone can go first. Victoria's taking the mic off, so I'll go to Victoria.
Yes, I think Ese. Sorry, you can go after. Yes, in my case, the way that I started was when I was a teenager. There was a foot and mouth disease outbreak in my country, in Uruguay, that really affected the economy. I mean, we couldn't export beef anymore. We couldn't. A lot of animals had to be killed. So that generated a lot of problems in the economy because Uruguay, our main source of export is livestock products. So I started thinking, if there would be a way to monitor the livestock remotely. But I am passionate about space. I love space exploration. So that is one of the things that stayed in my head as a teenager. But then I became an electronics engineer. I was working with aerospace, particularly with small satellites. And I realized I could use space technology to track the animals. And that's how ChipSafer got started. So one thing that I generally recommend to young people that want to have an impact or want to do something is, first, look for the problem. We people that we live in developing countries, there is a lot of things to solve. And that brings a lot of opportunities for young people or young social entrepreneurs to really go see a problem that they have in their community or in their region and find a way to solve it. You can solve it using technology or science or maybe something else. Just find the right solution. But I think that could be a really great way to start, and we definitely need more social entrepreneurs.
Nice, really nice. From my side, for example, I could tell from my own experience, to work with SDGs or impact, for example, you need to have much more than just a business, in my point of view, you need to start with a passion for something. Like Victoria, exactly the same. I love this space, and how can we use this for something good, So when you join your passions with your abilities, you can provide something very good. And the point is, more than making money or just making some good business, the point is we can feel every day that we're doing something that is good for the planet, for people, and this is much more valuable for us than just having a good business in hand. So the point is, if you start with a passion, this can become a project, and after it can become a company or a very interesting other thing, like Faro, for example, that is not just a company, but it's a purpose that moves a lot of young people in Fiji, for example. So that's why, from my point of view, before I had the idea of PP, I didn't know nothing about water scarcity or sustainable goals, etc. Nothing about that. And when I discovered the size of the problem, how big it is, and say, hey, how can we live with this problem? Like, okay, it's everything well. No, it's not okay, And I decided to study a lot about water scarcity and to see a lot of people that don't have access to clean water. And I say, I can do something. And I can make money with this as well. So the point is how to join the both parts to have a sustainable business and to make profits on this, and make these profits come back to the sustainable world, for example. So this is the matters, and we can join our passion and organize this passion in a project, in some tasks to do, you know, and this can become a very interesting company or a business, and you can support a lot of people. So in my case, it's really, really nice to see when I'm selling my product, I don't feel that I am just selling a product, you know. I feel that I am helping someone to save water for their grandchildren, etc., for example. So that is the point from my side, for example. I can join my passion, things that I like to do, and with my abilities to provide a better future, for example. And you don't need to start globally. You can start in your community. You start always in a small way, and this becomes bigger with the time.
Thank you for that. I think me and Jonathan have so much to say from both what Victoria and Ezekiel said, especially on the passion. And then I think understanding when you have a passion for an issue, really understanding what the issue is, and then how can you solve that problem. I think Jonathan's going to chime in with some comments and reflections you both said.
Absolutely. Thank you. To echo what Ezekiel said, you know, join your passion with your abilities. So basically, you know, follow in your bliss, follow your heart, and with that, make a difference. Because, you know, could you only imagine if you do what feels right and if you follow your heart and you find a way to make a positive impact and hopefully make a profit? I mean, that's amazing, right? That's just excellent. And for what Victoria said, you know, with people wanting to make a difference, you know, you have to sometimes look at a problem and find a way to solve it, because there's so many different problems globally, and especially in developing countries, there are a lot of problems that young people themselves can solve and can help, but we sometimes don't. We might feel intimidated or taken aback by the problem. And actually, to Victoria's point, that goes into one of the questions that I have here, and it's a two-part question. And so the question is, could you guys discuss some ways in which young people can get involved with the implementation of the SDGs in their communities, so localizing the Sustainable Development Goals? And the second part of the question, or second question rather, is why should young people care about the United Nations system? So anyone feel free to chime in.
I don't let Farah participate.
Farah, I'll probably go to Farah, because I know, Farah, in your introduction, you spoke about how young people were noticing what was happening, and kind of were saying, no, that shouldn't be happening. So I think that probably, is it kind of a community coming together? Is kind of that civil society, everyone coming together and seeing, you know, this isn't right, but what can we do?
Hi, Tele. Yeah, so basically, in Fiji, now we've got like a lot of young people that are just creating awareness on everything. So I guess back to your question when you said, like, you know, how can young leaders challenge global inequalities for a sustainable future for all? I think for me, it's a simple matter, really, and for the Pacific Islanders, it is a simple matter. When you see inequality, whether it's in an act or a law, or even when civic societies are doing it, or when government is doing, call it out. Raise awareness to it, make sure that people know about it and the implications of what that policy or that or that inequality, the concerns of that that it has on the country and its people. And so I feel like young people are already at the forefront advocating for SDGs. So how can they so the question was, how can young people challenge global inequalities and a sustainable future for all? Just keep doing what you're doing, keep involving young people. For Fiji, you know, we're not really tech savvy and whatnot, but we have Facebook, social media. Social media plays a big role. So when there's a call out to raise awareness on certain issues, or for people to just come together, people want to come because they want to see a difference. Young people come, young people planting mangroves, planting trees. They're not getting paid for it, but people just believe that just believe in sustainability. So that's for Fiji and the Pacific. You know, we just like people. They're just focused. We're resilient people, and so they do it in artistic form. They do it by being creative. They do it by being innovative. And so when it comes to people like just saying, oh, let's go plant some mangroves in the seashore, one side of the island, everybody will go. And people don't expect to get paid for it or anything. People just go because they want to, they're passionate about it. And so I agree with Ezekiel that, it needs to, that passion is one of the things that people need. I'm sorry, Telly, what was your question again?
No, Barra is perfect. And we will be actually talking on the innovation and the technology side of it. But no, that was perfect. I think that to me really articulated well kind of how young people are coming together and using different forms to tackle such issues and obviously implementing some of the CDG goals. Madel, I'm going to come over to you. We've actually had a Q&A coming in regards to Ghana. I know obviously your work is focused primarily in Africa. So I'm going to link it into what the question, Jonathan, so if you could lead on that, but also any social enterprise models that can be used to build capacities of the youth. So is there any models or any best practices that young people can potentially use to set up their own? And also looking at any social enterprises which are using technology in Ghana maybe or elsewhere that you're aware of?
Okay. So I think that's a two-part question. The first is about, so I think in regards to modules and how to set up, what I found helpful, because I'm a lawyer by profession, so when I wanted to start my social enterprise, I had no clue what I was doing. And it's very useful to have a blueprint or at least have some sort of guidance. For me, what worked was joining an incubator program that was specifically tailored for social entrepreneurship. It was so niche that was very helpful for me, because usually you find incubators for traditional businesses, but this was just specifically for social entrepreneurship. So that was very helpful. I believe what a lot of young people can benefit from is doing a business model canvas and treating it as a business, because ultimately to be able to fund your passion and do good, you need to generate revenue. You need to have you need to operate it as a business, but operate it as a business where the bottom line is not profit, the bottom line is people and planet. So that's kind of how I see it. So the business model canvas is a perfect way for young people who want to do good, but also want to have a business to start with and treat it as a business. And there's so many resources out there, which I could share personally, or like websites that have resources, opportunity desk, incubators that are very useful for young people that they can and there's also free content out there as well, and even on some UN websites. I know there's an innovation website that the UN does where you can submit a project, and in submitting the project, they actually kind of take you through certain kind of questions and to kind of get your idea out. So there are a lot of tools that young people can use to help them when they're setting up, and also learning from others. I think that's one of the best ways to learn, is to learn from others and to learn by doing. So sometimes just getting started and just learning as you go along. In terms of how IT is being implemented, so off the top of my head, I can share using my own venture. So part of Jumpstart Group is Jumpstart Innovative Solutions, which is our recent company. And what we're trying to do is to help young Africans leverage the digital economy. So what we do is we find IT work here in the US, and we outsource it to Africans, to young Africans who are like good in tech, software development, and they kind of perform that work, because that work has traditionally been outsourced to other countries, and African young people are not kind of getting a share in this huge global outsourcing market. So that's just a way where you can use something. It's very simple, but it's you can. And IT doesn't mean, sometimes I feel when people talk about IT, AI, they feel it has to be so complicated. It has to be so, something just far-fetched. It can be something very simple, but you do it and you apply it in a new way.
Madel, I'm so happy that you touched on that. The one thing that really resonated was treating it like a business, not for profit, but for people and the planet. And definitely the fact that you said there is a lot of resources out there. It's about knowing that you don't know everything, researching and understanding what model fits best for your country or what issue you're trying to tackle or the CDG you're trying to implement. So on that aspect of talking about technology, especially within developing countries, I'm going to open this to everybody. How are you using emerging technologies or AI offer in implementing different CDGs? And what advice would you give to any young person who is listening and wants to do the same? It's kind of a two-part question once again. We do love that during this conversation, don't we? I'll go over to Victoria.
We are using different technologies. As I said, the idea started with using space technology, which is from one industry that you would never think about the other, which is from space to farming. We use a lot of IoT. IoT is, there is a lot going on in that sector right now, with a lot of devices being used for smart cities, but also for agriculture, to monitor crops or to monitor, the livestock in our case. Also, there is a lot that can be done with satellite imagery to see to provide better insights to the farmers using the images. Also, there is a lot of technologies that are emerging. Like, for example, also the blockchain is, it's something that we are trying to see how to use in order to ensure the traceability of the whole food chain. But there is a lot of exponential technologies that can be used. I think that I would go to what Madel said before too. It doesn't need to be like the most complicated technology. Make sure that it's the right technology. One thing that happens a lot is that entrepreneurs become in love with their technology. It's something that they have, and then they want to implement it in something. And so there is a lot of I've seen a lot of entrepreneurs that go to the market with a solution that is overly complicated, just because they have the technology, and so that makes it more expensive. It makes it more not user friendly. Whereas maybe something as simple as an app, or maybe as something that it doesn't even need technology, maybe something that is mechanic, something manual, could really solve the problem. So you need to. I come back to my idea from before, which is first look at the problem, then see what is the best technology or the best solution to solve that problem.
Thank you, Victoria. That was important. First, look at the problem, then the best technology that could help to solve that problem, instead of coming to the market with something that could be potentially complex. I'm going to go to Ezekiel with some comments.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I totally agree with Victoria. I believe that you need to get in love with the problem, not with your solution. No? This is the start of everything. And I really think that there is two important things to take care. One is the timing of your business and your solution and the problem, etc. Because could be a very, very important problem, but it's not the right timing to launch your solution, and you don't get the success, etc. You are or too early for the market. Things like this, for example, you need to take care to explore exactly the right time, to put on the market your solution. This is a very important thing. And the second one, I really believe that we need to use technology to accelerate, the impact. If we want to achieve the goals until 2030, of course, we need to use technology, because it's the only way to explore quickly all the options that we have to save water, to save the climate, etc. So the point is, if we don't use technology, we are still using just our hands to do something, and this takes too much time to make things happen. So I really, really love like a Tesla car, for example. People don't buy because it's more sustainable, because uses electricity to work. They buy because it's very fancy, it's really nice. You want to drive one, for example, because it's a beautiful car, etc. Very interesting design. That's why you buy this. But on the other hand, you are more eco-friendly because you don't use, petrol or something like this to move. So the point is how to use technologies that we have, to implement new solutions that can provide a better use for our natural resources, or even to provide a better life for people, etc. So that's why I really believe that we need to use technology. For example, in my case, we use chemical technologies, we use natural extracts, we use a lot of different things, trying to provide better solutions for the market. But beside this, we are facing some personal problems because, you know, when you have a huge problem, it's nobody's problem. You know, for example, okay, we don't have water in the world, but I have in my house, so it's not my problem, you know? This is the hardest thing to work on impact, because if you are working with people that is suffering for something, easy. But when you are working with something that is too big, maybe people doesn't care too much, you know, because they don't suffer about that in that moment. So the point is how to use technology to make people start to be more sustainable and help us to achieve the SDGs. Instead, they want to become more sustainable, you know. That's why I believe that the technology could help us to make people agree and use smarter solutions with this.
Thank you. Farah, do you have anything to add? And Madel as well after.
No, I think I agree with both my colleagues, Victoria and Ezekiel, particularly in the Pacific. You know, even when I was trying to just connect, I couldn't connect. There was, you know, the network was just not good. And so, but we've been doing e-advocacy with women in leadership and whatnot through Zoom, and we only got to know Zoom because of the Corona pandemic. And so sometimes people are forced to, you know, learn more about technology and whatnot. And in the Pacific, I mean, in Fiji and the Pacific, when you, I guess when you just like Google it, you know, it's seas of blue and seas of green. And so if we want to bring, you know, things like agriculture, then technology obviously is a major factor in, you know, mass producing, but also sustainability. So for me, like, you know, protecting the ocean, protecting the environment, that's important for me. But also, if we're going to use technology, then I want it to be technology that not only harnesses like good stuff, but keeps the new minerals and nutrients in the soil for a sustainable future and for our future generations. We want to leave them with things that are good, you know, things that belong in the soil, things that belong in the sea, living organisms. We don't want to leave bad stuff to our future kids, our future grandchildren. And so for me, technology is important, yes, but to an extent where it does not destroy everything and every living organisms. So I feel like maybe policies and maybe some legislations should be implemented in different countries just so that businesses don't overdo it, I guess.
Thank you for that, Farah. And it's important that it has to be in line with legislation indeed. Madel, I'm going to go to you just again, any remarks you have for that question. And again, just drilling down if there is any specific projects where you have used technology or AI in that sense, that would be useful. Then we'll go over back to you, Day, for closing remarks of our panel.
Okay. So I think I believe technology is very important. I see one of the questions coming from one of the participants, Urvashi Prasad, and he works in rural Uttar Pradesh, and he has a youth group, and he's asking how technology and AI can help in education. So actually, that's one of that kind of jumped out to me because I work in education, and with COVID, we've been really forced to include technology. I mean, we've been thinking about, you know, technology because we worked in schools, in secondary schools before the pandemic, and then COVID hit, and suddenly all schools are closed, and then now we see kind of how technology is so important and how it can kind of promote education, which, you know, is a fundamental right. So what we've done is moved online, moved virtual, and again, like Ezekiel said, you have to pay attention, and I think Victoria as well, you have to pay attention to the context, you know. So we tried deploying several solutions, and we had to be aware of the context. The context in our case is, you know, very limited internet connection. Some kids don't even have a computer. So if we're looking for a solution that would provide online learning, we have to make sure it's compatible on mobile phones. We have to make sure it has some kind of offline capabilities so that a student can download and watch later, or have some. So that's the reality of what when you talk implementing technology, you have to make sure the technology is relevant to whatever context you find yourself. So in education, we've been doing remote classes. Using an online platform that enables students to have it on their mobile phones. And also sometimes you don't even have to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes you can use WhatsApp. There's WhatsApp, has provided I think a really good platform where there are ways you can. So sometimes you can innovate, and sometimes you may just kind of just try and see what's working and how you can leverage it and make it better for you. And there's other I think the two other sectors where I believe, especially in the African context, there's so much potential for innovation when it comes to technology. Number one is agriculture. There's so much potential. You can take it from drip irrigation. There's so much that young people can do. There's so many solutions that you can build and make agriculture more sustainable and more productive. And also when it comes to power, we have a massive power problem, and we have sun. So that's like there's like the solar energy. There's so many things that young people. So think about the problems in your community. Think about the problems you face on a daily basis. And I'm like, okay, what are the opportunities or resources, whether it be natural or IT, artificial, that I can use to kind of improve the situation for myself and my communities and make money while I do that.
Thank you, Madel. And I think you touched on something that was important, was this is a global conversation, the importance of internationalism. And I think that's what is heightened very much, the connections we're having online with people and understanding how we can promote best practices that way. So I know there's a lot of questions that have come through from the Q&A, but please reach out to our wonderful panelists to understand further how they're implementing the CDGs in their own countries and how they're doing that through technology or just international connections and conversations like this. So yes, thank you everyone for participating. We're going to go over to Uday to give us some final words.
Well, that's a brilliant panel, but I think the final words are first have to come from Jonathan and you, who've been running this brilliant panel. I don't want to steal your show and give the closing remarks, so I'll leave it to Jonathan and you to give the closing remarks. My only thing would be to just thank everyone and transfer to the next one. So I'd leave that with you and Jonathan.
Jonathan, I feel like I'm taking the mic. So Jonathan, see you.
Hey, I have no problem with women taking the forefront and leading it. I'll promote that. It's excellent.
And we promote that, don't we, Jonathan, at the GPI?
Absolutely, we do. Yes. So, I really appreciated what everyone has said on the panel, and I've internalized a lot of what you said. So, with young people trying to address issues, it's true. A lot of young people are actually at the forefront of movements and innovation and don't even realize it. Sometimes we feel like we're young and we should we should take our time and wait. But realistically, a lot of us are already at the forefront of various movements and don't even realize it. And when it comes to solving problems, we need to look at current problems in our communities and find a way to solve it. And timing is key. Timing is everything, right? And trying to find ways to incorporate technologies is also going to be beneficial, especially with future generations and how advanced technology will be in the future. And finally, one of the most interesting takeaways I got from this panel is doing things in a business context, in a business model, making a canvas. And I think that's very, very an interesting insight, because a lot of young people, truthfully, when we think about making change or doing things to make change, we like to volunteer time, and there's nothing wrong with volunteering your time. But if you can try to find a way to make your passion, your bliss, utilize your abilities and make a profit, that's excellent, right? And also that's a way to generate jobs, which will definitely help your community and help young people in general. So thank you. I've learned a lot from this panel, and I really, really appreciate all of your insights. Thank you very much.
Thank
Brilliant.
you.
That's great. Thank you all. Thank you all the UN young leaders. Inspiration for youth across, not only youth. I mean, for people who have just crossed our youth as well, like me. So for us as well, you are inspirational for people across the globe. So thank you, and we'll slowly transform to the next one. Hi, Ivana.
Hi, how are you? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Gosh, I mean, this is really good today. I mean, I'm really impressed. It's really, really good. I've been following my YouTube for a bit. It's really good. And so many people following. It's really, really nice.
Yeah, and on YouTube as well, we have people watching on YouTube, not only on Zoom. So there's people on YouTube.
Yes. I was. Hello, hi, Justin. Hi.
Hi all, how are you?
Good.
It's been a fascinating evening watching all the talks. It's been really incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, your tweets were quite supportive, Justin.
Justin, are you in New Zealand now?
Yes, it's 12:30 on Saturday morning.
Sunny or not sunny?
No, it's midnight.
It's midnight, right? It's 12:30.
Midnight, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. We're just waiting for one more participant, Mr. Nedimo, and we still have 3 minutes to go.
Nelisha, you okay?
Yes, hi, how are you?
So what I'll do is I'll just have a quick chat with him about sort of saying we're all at the end of the month.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
I'll send you emails to put you in touch with him. And then I'll also copy in a lady called Cecilia, who's
Brilliant. We've got all the panelists. We're just 2 minutes away. So, so welcome to all the panelists. I'll hand it over to our Ivana, to our lovely Ivana, who can take over, and she's her work is inspirational to all of us. And quite honored to have her on our board as an advisory board member. So I'll leave it to Ivana to take it from here.
Brilliant, thank you. So really good to meet you all. So we go live in about 2 minutes. So as it's really exciting. So I'll hand over to you and do a brief intro, and then I'll hand over to you for 5-7 minutes each. And shall we start from, who wants to start? Bitanj, would you like to start, or is that okay?
I don't mind starting.
Yeah, or I don't, yeah. Great, fabulous. And then there's initial remarks, and then we'll open up to questions.
Hello.
Is there, can I just check I'm pronouncing your name right? So Nelisha Pillay? Dr. Bitanj Nemo?
Yes.
And Justin Flitter?
Yes.
And now you try mine. Brilliant, okay. So how do I know when we're ready to go live?
You're actually live. This is the conference is continuously going live.
So, all right, perfect.
Yeah, so you can just start whenever you are. 1:30 is the time. You have 1 minute, but then you can.
Oh, brilliant! So people. Fabulous. So, well, there was something. Great. So I am absolutely delighted to be chairing this panel and joined some amazing speaker on one of the topics that I actually find more fascinating about how we govern and innovation, but also how we create a common framework for artificial intelligence that is constrained by human values, and also at the same time that is really fosters innovation, but really for the common good and for the advancement of our societal values. So just briefly to introduce myself, my name is Ivana Bartoletti. I'm proud member of GPI and sit on the advisory board. In my day job, I am technical advisor on a technical director on privacy, especially in relation to machine learning and artificial intelligence at Deloitte. And I've just published a book looking at artificial intelligence and the politics and geopolitics around data data, called An Artificial Revolution in Power Politics and AI. So I'm going to start handing over to a fantastic panelist, and the key question really for me on all this is how do we make sure that when it comes to artificial intelligence, to technology, how do we make sure that we have solid strategy from a government perspective, in partnership with industries? How do we make sure that we are innovating in the right way, that there are the right resources, the right partnership in place? But also, how do we make sure that we have a common framework for artificial intelligence? So what we've seen over the last few years when it comes to technology, we've really seen some amazing things happening, some true breakthroughs all across the world that we've seen them happening. But at the same time, we've also seen rather disconcerting things happening. I am speaking to you from the UK, when only recently we've seen some scandal around the A-levels results, exams, and that was really troubling for a lot of people, because it really showed how historic data, when injected into artificial intelligence, can then perpetuate inequalities that we have in society. So in order to really harness the value of data, in order to really harness the value of technology, we really need to understand that technology is a social, technical, but also political artifact. And these technological tools, they do not exist in isolation. And they really required a solid approach coming from governments, from industries, but also common solid frameworks to govern the future moving forward. So I'm really looking forward to having a conversation with you all on this. And I'm going to start with Dr. Bitanjan Demo, who is the chairman on the Blockchain and Artificial Intelligence Task Force in Kenya. Bitanj, over to you.
Thank you. There is some noise behind. I don't know whether they will continue to talk or. Okay. Thank you for inviting me to this webinar to discuss about what we are doing with respect to the emerging technologies that will drive what we call Industry 4.0. It is important to understand why we get new revolutions. We started with the first, second, third, and now we are getting into the fourth. And in each case, we have seen a lot of improvement with respect to productivity. If you recall, the first industrial revolution, we saw improved agricultural productivity. The second, when we began to see mass production, that people were able to afford things like vehicles. And we have seen what technology has done, especially ICTs, in the third industrial revolution. And you should ask yourself, what is the difference between the ICTs and what we call the Industry 4.0? There is a whole world of difference between the two. And what we have seen, the applications that we have seen, and the debates around it, from geopolitics to local organizations that are opposed to emerging tech, there is much to gain from the new tech than the problems that they would cause. This is not to say there is no problem with the implementation of artificial intelligence. Let me start with the positives that we have seen in this part of the world. First, the Kenya government decided to develop a roadmap, and basically everybody in the policy sector to understand the implications of this emerging tech. It is not that we have a choice, or anybody has a choice, because the train has left the station. So we just have to figure out how to fit in and develop capacity. And that's how we would be able to manage this new tech. In terms of artificial intelligence, the applications that we have seen that are very helpful to people is, for example, what we call adaptive learning. We have some applications in this space, which is equalizing. If you look at the education from the time of the first industrial revolution, It was that we put people together, and that way we can afford to educate everybody. The factory model, you are 6 years old, you should go to early childhood education and they continue and finish. But research has begun to show that that was very discriminating in the sense that people don't learn at the same speed. And that's what AI is beginning to show, that some may take longer. I teach entrepreneurship at the university. And at some point, we were almost concluding with a new theory that you must always be almost foolish to succeed as an entrepreneur. That isn't true. It's because people become successful entrepreneurs because they have had time to think through at their own pace. And think about it in general education, that all of us as human beings, we are like a farm of roses. Some would bloom early, some in the middle, some would bloom very late, but you would get the same thing, a flower. And that's what we want to see with human beings, that let those who have problems like autism, those who have problems like dyslexia, those who have problems like ADHD, so that they take their own speed and to get the education and be part or contribute to economic development of their country. This is what the AI is going to bring with respect to the positive aspects. Of course, there are negative aspects to it, and that's why we begin to talk about how are we going to regulate this. And the path we have chosen towards regulating artificial intelligence is not to regulate what we don't know. So what we're looking at is that if we can have legal sandboxes that the regulators and the innovators can work together so that we understand better before we close that chapter and get out of the innovation. Innovation precedes regulation, and that's a way we look at it, because we have done that before with the mobile money. The other positive side, which is already working here, is the credit score. You realize for many years the banks required collateral. Because now we are able to do data analytics and understanding the behavioral patterns of human beings, you can provide credit leveraging on data that artificial intelligence helps to make the predictions. And there are so many other solutions that are going to come because you can see from several from several organizations, everybody is trying to get into this space. Let me explain. I didn't want to go into the technical aspects of it, but it's actually an evolution. If you look at government, what used to happen, or generally, if you look at the entire auditing systems, I think you said you are from Deloitte. What used to happen is that you come to the company and say, give me your records, we do the analysis, we check whether there is any problem. So that is, you go with the question, what happened here? And that question should not be at the moment, because we have the capability of doing predictive analytics, meaning we moved from there, what happens, to what will happen, and how will it happen, and then you stop it from happening. So what you are going to see more and more is that the problems we have today, like corruption, for example, which is rampant in developing countries, will actually disappear, because you can predict the same way. A few years ago, it was very difficult for us to know that there's going to be a hurricane. People used to die. A lot of people used to die. But today, because of advancement in terms of data analytics, we are able to know that the hurricane is going to pass through here, you move out of here. This is what God has given us, the capacity to predict and take mitigation before it happens. And if you think from weather, which is what we can understand and see, we can also bring in several aspects. For example, in the agriculture sector, I see so many startups which are helping farmers with respect to prediction of the rainfall patterns. Even though the weather is changing, they are almost precise. You can begin to understand what would happen. And people are asking the right questions, which we wanted to ask before in order to improve productivity, meaning that you need to ask, how do I maximize output from this piece of land? And then we can tell you that for you to plant here, the soil alkalinity has to be this much, this fertilizer is required, and if you do this, you would get this. And that is important to poorer countries, because then people can now begin to produce, can now predict what benefits would come from their efforts. And this is very important because in most developing countries, younger people are not taking up agriculture because they've seen how their parents have suffered. And because now you can tell them, instead of sitting idle, you can earn $10,000 at the end if you did A, B, C, D. And if that happens, you would find you are attracting them back into farming. So I can go on and on. I would stop
Thank you.
there. I can hear from New Zealand about milk and other things.
Thank you. I mean, and Dr. Bitanjo, I think your remarks were absolutely spot on. In particular, I was really, when you said something really important, because there's a big discussion that we're all having about how do we regulate AI? You know, does it need regulation? But, you know, we are in a sort of a conundrum, aren't we? Where on the one end, we really want to foster innovation. We don't want to really, we want to harness the value of this technology. But at the same time, we want to understand what current legislation can do in relation to some of the potential harms, for example. But as you said, absolutely correcting, you know, we can't regulate what we don't know. And I'm going to hand over now to Justin. Justin, I would like you to know how you're actually approaching this in New Zealand, and whether there's one particular question that I have for you. Sorry, it's a surprise, but I really wanted to know. I mean, I have seen a lot of stuff coming from New Zealand around, for example, auditing of algorithms and the element around fairness, which is fantastic. And I just wanted to ask you how you think the business are responding to this, and what do you think is and how do you think industries want to if they feel that some regulation, some degree of regulation is good for them because they feel more safeguarded or if they just prefer things to go a little bit unregulated for longer until we understand a little bit more about this technology.
Yeah, look, great questions and fascinating discussion. So to give you a little bit of background in New Zealand, you know, we've got a long history with artificial intelligence, with one of the founding fathers of the R language, Ross Ihaka, who was an associate professor at Auckland University until recently. Many of our universities have got exceptional lecturers and programs in comp sci and computer engineering, and we're rich with companies developing world-class machine learning AI, like the digital humans company Soul Machines and Robotics Plus, who's utilizing computer vision to sort apples for export. And Narrative, who are building amazing machine learning algorithms to help photographers find the best picture. Our agriculture sector is the biggest contributor to GDP, and it's commonly said that, you know, we should be using artificial intelligence to augment and automate what humans are already very, very good at, so freeing us up to get better at other tasks. So our agri-tech sector has no shortage of AI. You know, Halter has developed AI-powered collars for cows so we can track their vital signs and monitor their health and organise them in fence-free paddocks. So AI is widely adopted across all sectors, from education to retail, utilities, healthcare, banking, agri, and, you know, even sports like the America's Cup. But for the most part, our AI economy has been fueled by international technology and services companies like Microsoft and IBM and Amazon, backed by their substantial partner ecosystems, and a significant government-supported tech and innovation sector investing in research and early stage and high growth businesses. But we do have the same issues as many other nations when it comes to finding talent, attracting investment, and we just need more of it faster. So where New Zealand has fallen behind is really through a lack of national and government strategy and the leadership to really aggressively drive that AI development. And this has resulted in some duplication of services and some lack of funding and focus around resourcing. So one organisation that is doing incredible work is the AI Forum of New Zealand, and they kind of act as an industry organisation. And in 2018, they published a report called Shaping a Future New Zealand, which set out some key goals like the development of a strategy, creating public awareness, assisting AI adoption through the public sector, making trusted data more accessible, growing the talent pool, and the adapting AI effects on law and ethics in society. So we're now starting to think about what is New Zealand's AI brand? What are the things that we want to be known for that underpin this national strategy and the frameworks that we want the government and these industry organisations to lead? This year in May, this year we've had a couple of really pivotal publications put out. So recently we had the Aotearoa Algorithm Charter, which was for how government agencies will use algorithms, the transparency and the accountability and the use of data. In May, a paper was published on the Māori ethics guidelines for AI algorithms, data and IoT, kind of outlining the impact of these technologies on Indigenous people and the regulation required to sort of safeguard bias and the issues related to the organisation, to legislation. And Digital Council is working on policy recommendations around algorithms, automation engines, recommendation engines, which hopefully will shape some of the policy and the legislative changes that we hope to see in the new government after the general election next month. So I founded New Zealand.ai, a private sector organisation designed to showcase the practical applications of AI to the business community. And so I guess, we partnered with the AI Forum to run conferences and run events and to discover the case studies and the use cases that are here in New Zealand to help more people see those applications and what they can actually do with it. And so I guess my answer to the first question, Ivana, was that, what we're starting to see in New Zealand and certainly around the world is that the strength of the relationship between public sector, so government and private sector, is pivotal. A coordinated strategy is essential to bringing those resources together to promote AI in the public discussions and accelerate the adoption of AI across, all sectors. And, I think there is definitely a consensus in New Zealand that technology and artificial intelligence is moving incredibly fast, and regulation is definitely not keeping up with it. So the laws we have that govern our society are definitely not keeping up with the new industrial revolution and the wave of artificial intelligence.
Thank you so much. And I mean, Justin, I think it's really important, your focus on the partnership between public and private sector. And it's actually impossible to do without that. And I think this is where there is a lot of rethinking that needs to happen around that partnership and around, how we move from a more traditional model with a lot of sort of that has been sort of the model that we've seen over the last decades with sort of the largest big companies, but how do we foster a culture of innovation which comes from academia, which comes from a better partnership between different areas in different sectors. And I think that requires a little bit of thinking moving forward. One of the interesting, so I'm also a part of the Global Partnership for AI, which is
another, and one, I'm on the innovation and commercialization working group. And so one of our projects at the moment is to start looking at what are the private sector initiatives that are happening around the world, and what are the frameworks, what are the models that they're using, and what makes them successful to encourage more companies to start developing AI. And so we're looking at what those frameworks might be, and hopefully to be able to present to the plenary in December some commonalities there. So if there is another organization around the world, or perhaps here in New Zealand, if we were going to develop a private sector initiative, what are the keys to success? What's the boilerplate that we need to put forward that's proven models and proven frameworks that we can develop? So there is a lot of outreach going on, and there is lots of great forums like this where we're getting together and discussing and learning from different experiences around the world, which is incredibly fascinating.
Totally, and make sure you report back to us on Nelisha, I'll hand over to you now, and in particular, I am really interested in. I mean, you come from you're an AI strategy lead for the University of Pretoria in South Africa, and you have the academia. So we've heard the sort of the task force, we've been talking a lot about new partnership between different areas, and I was wondering, what is the role that you think in academia and can take and can bring in all this, and how do we really enhance that role, and also what do you think is the role of those working in your profession to really advance artificial intelligence and also participate into the government strategies and the regulatory discussions that we're having?
Thank you, Ivana. Thank you firstly to GPI for organizing this panel. It's an extremely exciting and relevant panel. Also, thank you for inviting me to be part of it, to speak about something I'm really passionate about. Artificial intelligence is something that made me study computer science. And at that time, it wasn't something that people spoke about a lot. It wasn't something that had so much of hype surrounding it. But it's really exciting to now see the impact it can actually make on the quality of life. So I'm very excited to be here, and I'm very, very excited to speak about my experiences and share this with you. And hopefully we can have a nice, robust discussion after our presentations. So Ivana, what I've done is I've broken up my presentations into three parts. What I think should be included in such a policy, how to achieve this, and then I'll speak about your question and the role that I feel academia should play in this. And then it's also to some extent linked to some of the things I'm going to say for the first part. And then the last part is the whole idea of a common framework. How feasible is this? Is this something that we can attain? So those are the three sections I've broken my presentation up into. The first part is the list is by no means exhaustive. So what should be included in a national policy or strategy? This is going to be ongoing, this is going to be growing. But what I've actually highlighted are some of the things that I feel and I've found from my experiences that need to be included in there. And the first one on my list is the whole idea of ethics, and linked to ethics is regulation, which we've been speaking about. And that's a very difficult one. So what happens when something goes wrong? I mean, we've all heard about the Uber car that killed a pedestrian. Who is then responsible for that? So things like that in terms of regulation, there needs to be some national regulation. But if you think about it, how should we do this? Should we do this in a top-down manner, or should we do this in a bottom-up manner, where each person has a feel, maybe from academia, maybe from industry, of what's actually happening on the ground, and from there build up to some type of regulation or strategy. So that's the one aspect that I really feel that needs to be in such a policy. The other's around data. So there's two sides to that. We don't want to encroach on people's privacy, but the AI you use is as good as the data you have to train your AI on. And one of the biggest challenges as a computer scientist and somebody researching in AI is getting access to data and getting access to the right data while at the same time ensuring people's privacy. So something that really needs to be included in such a policy, where there's some rules governing access to people that are going to use this data to allow AI and other emerging technologies to make the impact that they can make. And then also linked to that, ensuring that privacy isn't in any way of anyone is not at risk here. And then also more on an academic side, and this is my passion. So artificial intelligence in education is one of my biggest passions and something I'm very excited about. I'm not sure if people have met Jill Watson. Anybody knows? Her surname is a bit of a giveaway. So Jill Watson is actually an automated teaching assistant at Georgia Tech. And she can actually answer student queries with an accuracy of 97%. So the next thing on my list is the whole idea of education and the idea of lifelong learning and the skill shifts that we need. So at the moment we're speaking AI, and that was very apparent from the fourth industrial revolution. What happens when we go on to the next industrial revolution and there are other emerging technologies? Because that's bringing two things in education that we need to look at: how we train and how do we actually embrace these technologies to contribute to teaching and learning. So the aspects that I've spoken about now, like the automated teaching assistant, intelligent tutoring systems, there's the whole idea of using AI to predict and help students identify learning difficulties. So we're actually embracing these emerging technologies, whether it be AI or whether it be something else. But at the same time, how do we keep up? How do we actually predict what's going to happen? And how do we make sure that within our countries, that we have the right skills and we don't result in there being unemployment? Because one of the big fears resulting from AI and the effect that it's having is what if it results in unemployment? And one way in which we can actually prevent that is by looking at preparing for the skill shift that comes. Also linked to that is the whole idea of lifelong learning. When you finish your university degree, that's not the end of it. And that's something that such a policy should instill. So for example, in Singapore, every member of the population is given an allowance every year to extend themselves in some way or the other, irrespective of what they want to learn. So the whole concept of lifelong learning, how can such a policy include that? And then what's very important is engaging youth. So what we've done at the University of Pretoria is we've established the Artificial Intelligence Student Society. And the main aim behind the society is to actually promote AI literacy. And not only are we getting students involved, majority of the students aren't computer science students. They're actually students from other disciplines. And that's what's so exciting about this. Currently, the society is running a chatbot competition to see how chatbots can be created to help enhance university life, both for academics, for staff, and for students. And they've come up with some really exciting topics as to what they want to now implement as a chatbot. Then linked to that, taking it a little further, young entrepreneurs. So with AI, one of the ways in which you can contribute to the economy is to create this excitement and have startups with younger people coming out of a university that can actually drive these startups. And in South Africa, we've had this in terms of both agriculture and finance, where startups are making a big impact with AI in finance and agriculture. The university has an incubator called Tux Innovation, which also tries to help students to come up with these exciting ideas, which whatever these emerging technologies are, to do, they take it forward. So that's some of the things that I feel need to be in it in terms of taking AI forward and making sure it works well, and irrespective of whether it's AI or any other emerging technology. But some things we need to keep in mind is when we have these emerging technologies coming out, there's a whole concept of inequality. And this is where we're getting now a bit of a challenge, because we want to sustain those sustainable development goals, which the UN has put forward for 2030. But linked to that is equality for everyone. And this we could see this clearly when COVID-19 came up. Different things that are done in different places because of the technologies that are available. Unfortunately, sometimes these technologies and these emerging technologies actually make that gap bigger, that inequality gap gets bigger. And one of the things that need to be in such a strategy is actually seeing how we can try and reduce that gap. And it's something that can't be done overnight. We need to be proactive rather than reactive, because when the technology comes up, it's too late. It's something that governments and countries need to build over time, so that when something does come along, you have actually the infrastructure to make sure that this inequality is not too big. And then linked to that is the whole idea of sustainability and extensibility. Whatever policy that is, I think this is what 4RR has made us realize. It's been very different from all the other industrial revolutions. It's brought a whole lot of exciting things, but how we implement it and how we actually take it forward, and the difference between different parts of the world doing this has been bigger in 4RR, basically because of building of infrastructure wasn't sufficient in some places. And a simple example with COVID-19, for example, US universities are now going back, but they're actually using drones to actually sanitize. They're using AI tools to work out whether keyboards being used. But there's no way we can actually do that in South Africa now. We don't have the current infrastructure to do that. So countries need to make sure they have a sustained building and extensibility of infrastructure, so that when these technologies do come up, you can embrace them and you can actually use them to contribute to your economy and to developing the quality of life for people in the country. And I'm on the last two aspects now, I'm almost done. So the second aspect is, how do we do this? How do we achieve this? And we've heard this from the other speakers today. There has to be collaboration. You have to bring together the different stakeholders. And this is at different levels. So some of the things that we've been doing, so for example, a week ago, we had the Council of Higher Education hold a webinar that brought together industry, academia, and government on how 4IR can enhance higher education. It's forums like this. South Africa has the 4IR Commission, which again brings together different stakeholders to see how something, a policy can be put in place. But even on smaller scales, different forums, even something as simple as this that brings together people that have similar problems or even different problems to find solutions to. And that's one way in which we can actually try and achieve some policy. And there also needs to be maintenance of the policy going forward. So basically, we can look at it in terms of maybe short-term goals, but also long-term goals from what we learned from 4IR that could be taken forward to other industrial revolutions. And then lastly, the concept of a common framework. So one size fits all, can this work? And because of the big digital divide, there'll be certain things that we can do and we can get done that we'll have in common. But at the same time, certain countries have different priorities, and also there needs to be that bridging of the gap in terms of infrastructure if we want something that's very, very common. So maybe we need to define different levels of commonality, or maybe we need to define the granularity of that commonality to see how we can actually put a common framework in place. So once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to share my thoughts and my experiences.
Thank you. And Professor, Nelisha, thank you so much for this. And there are 4 points that you've made that, and one of them I wanted to ask as a question to everybody, picking up on a question that came through the chat as well. So one question is about data. So, and I'm really keen to understand how this is happening in Kenya, how this is happening in New Zealand and in South Africa. So you correctly said, Nelisha, that there is an issue, there's that a balance to be found with privacy. And I mean, as somebody who's been in privacy law for 20 years, one of the things that really, I really want to see changing is this dichotomy between privacy and health, privacy and security, privacy and this. I like, we can have both, we can have privacy and security, privacy and health. We don't have to see this as a dichotomy. And that's the first thing that I wanted to say. The second thing I wanted to say is, isn't this the time, in your view, to rethink the way that data infrastructure is working across countries? So things like, for example, data trust, things like, for example, data, new tools to handle citizens' data through, for example, data fiduciaries, ways where people can safely put their data, knowing that there is a contract between them and the organization, for example, administering this data. And so that there can be more value that we get out of individuals' data. I mean, as people say, there is nothing more collective than the piece of personal information. And therefore, if we really want to be able to harness the value of this data, we've got to do it in a way that people can really feel that they're valued. And it's not like a sort of misuse of information, because sadly, over the last few years across the globe, we have seen some serious misuse of information. And there is a new, I think, across the globe in different ways, of course, but there is a different approach now to trust and transparency, and citizens really wanted to see that their data is being valued. But at the same time, I think we've seen with the COVID-19 very clearly that we're all interdependent and interconnected. And my personal information is very much related to your personal information. And it's very important that we share as much as possible in a transparent and safe way in order to harness the value of the information that we've got. How should states approach this? How should states approach the issues around, harnessing the value of data in a way which is privacy compliant and that really puts ethics at its heart? I'll start with Justin and then I'll move on to Dr. Bitant.
So I think companies generally view data as an asset, something that they own, that's there, that's valuable to them, that's not to be shared. And I think that follows through to people as well. And that, I guess there is the younger generation view data very differently. They're much more fluid and open and accepting that the data that they give out can give them value back. And to start solving that problem, in New Zealand, we need to fix identity. And so we're building infrastructure around national digital identity management for the population to create a trusted framework that personal identifiable information can be stored and can be accessed. And that flows through from, I guess a case in point is we have something like 20 different district health boards that manage the health data for hospitals, and every single one has their own data infrastructure. It's not shared. So if you go to a hospital in one city and then to another, they don't have your records. And so one of the key things underpinning that is understanding digital identity, and there has been a lot of work going into that over the last couple of years.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, that's very. I mean, it's very good, and at the same time, I do think that the identity, or what identity can do in terms of unlocking so many services, access, and with sort of the difference between identification and identity, because identity, the age we live in, is a very complex matter, and I think that we really need to navigate that carefully. But I think it's great to hear that. And Dr. Pitanjimi, what do you think about what's happening in Kenya around this?
Yes, we have also dealt with the issue of identity. Right now, we have a case in court because people say the data will be misused. But this isn't true because we have had identities for a very long time. But right now, because of digitalization, we need a digital identity. I'll give you very simple examples to understand why we need that digital biometric identity. We had elections in 2017, and to run for governorship, for example, you had to prove that you don't have a criminal record, your taxes are paid, you prove that you got a degree and stuff like that. And of course, some of them went and bought papers calling them degree certificates from universities. There was no way the electoral body could prove it. So if we have a biometric digital identity, and then everybody gives permission for the electoral body to check the data from the institutions, such lies will disappear. The lies around the payment of tax, the lies around, there is so many problems we have today than we have had before. So digital identity would bring much more security. And of course, I say, as we learn, we move forward, we need, of course, we have a data protection law, but there is much good to be gained from having that digital identity. If we are talking about the qualities, how we deal with so many of the problems that we have today. And of course, in health, as Justin has said, our hospitals are a tiered system. If you went to the lower hospital and moved to a second level before you go to a referral hospital, if it's a broken leg, each one will do an X-ray because the data from the previous one doesn't move to the other. So the discourse is around how do we create a health wallet so that the individual moves around with their data, not the doctors who keep that data and you never get that data. So it makes a lot of sense that we want to create greater productivity, reduce the costs, and that's how we can afford what we call universal healthcare. So if people understand that, yes.
Thank you.
There are so many other, okay.
Yeah, no, it's really good point. I mean, but both you and Justin, really good points around how important it is, in the digital age, within digital identity, with the right framework around it, it's the privacy, the security, but we do need to move forward with this. Nilisha, what do you think?
For me, I see two aspects. So if we look at South Africa in particular, be very strong on privacy. It's very important. We've just passed the POPI Act now to make sure that people's information is basically secure, but it does add some ramifications for doing research and taking forward things like AI and other emerging technologies. And I think what we need to look at is some type of infrastructure that caters for two things: accessibility, but that accessibility can only come with trust and insurance of not mismanaging data. And the second one, the one thing which I think would help is people get some reassurance that even if people do have access to your data, it's anonymous, especially for research purpose and things that you need to do with AI. You don't actually need to know who the people are. You basically actually need to know what the data is, what the characteristics are. And that helps you. For example, if you wanted to predict COVID, you needed to know what the characteristics are of health concerns, areas that people have been through, but you don't even need to know who the people are. So I think firstly, we need to build that whole idea of people feeling free to make sure that their data is available, because they get the reassurance that it's not going to be misused and it is going to be minimized if it's being used for good. And that's the first aspect of the policy to put in place. Linked to that, there needs to be access. The second part of the policy should be for access. Who's allowed to access, what they're allowed to access. And it should be ensured that when they do access this, there isn't a chance of misuse. And also there is the whole idea of it being anonymous. What was very exciting, being an AI researcher for COVID-19, was in a short period, there were a whole lot of online data sets from Johns Hopkins, from a whole lot of other initiatives, where you could actually get X-rays, you could get data on quantitative data. And actually, I used the international data rather than my own national data, because I couldn't access any national data because of the privacy laws around it. And I'm still waiting for ethical clearance on one of the projects.
Yeah, for sure.
I've actually implemented techniques that are giving me 98 to 99% accuracy on the global data that I was able to access.
Yeah.
That type of framework where it happened so quickly and people could get access so quickly to work on this internationally, because people saw we want a solution, we needed an urgent solution. If we could maybe learn from that and learn some lessons from that and incorporate that into a national strategy, I think it would be fantastic.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I mean, I've seen it as well, you know, with the sometimes, you know, I mean, I'm so passionate about privacy law and I've been in it for a long time, but I never got into privacy law as something that could hinder the responsible sharing of data or the really good use of information. Privacy for me is a collective value. You know, it's like you collect, you want to share the data and you want to do it in a way which is privacy compliant. You know, it's not a matter. So I think this is also something that probably from our part, you know, privacy professionals, that we also need to work on a little bit. I've got a last question for you all. We've got a few minutes left. And there's a question coming from Georgetown, from Richard, saying two questions. Is there a catalogue of successful AI stories with the companies which executed it? And second question, adoption of technology remains an issue in many developing countries. Are there any proven approaches apart from government lobbying and allowing the free market to work? Just feel free to share some thoughts, a couple of minutes each, on either questions. Justin? You're on mute, I think.
I'm on mute, sorry about that. So the whole idea around successful AI strategies, I think is incredibly important, and one that New Zealand.ai has tried to solve here in New Zealand. And that's really about, you know, lots of companies publish use cases and case studies around what they've done, what the business problem was, how they went about solving it with the technology and the people involved, and what was the business outcome. And there's really, they don't have to be super technical, but they need to be really clear and well articulated to help more business people understand what they can do with it. And they're scattered around the internet. They're on company websites all over the show. And so finding them and building a repository, building a library of AI case studies is incredibly important. It's something that we will continue to do. And I see, I haven't got them in front of me, but there are other examples around the world of organizations doing the same thing. And we turn those into webinars and, you know, invite them to come and speak at events. And that's really about building that social proof and understanding the potential, the opportunity to impact with AI. So I just think it's something that we all need to work a lot harder on.
Yeah. Dr. Bitang, you mentioned at the beginning of your first, your first comment remark, you mentioned sandboxes.
Yes.
And I mean, having worked with sort of information commission and regulators on sandboxes, I think there's a fantastic idea to experiment, to understand more the limits, to ensure that when we do produce some regulations fit for purpose, this is not just something coming out of who knows what, but also it's also a way to share things between different organizations. Is there any good practice that you have in there?
Yes, we are under our stock market, for example, we have a legal sandbox. And what we want to do with it is whether we can be able to finance SMEs, leveraging tokens, and also trying to see whether people can begin to understand crypto as a source of finance. So we would continue to do that until everybody is agreeable that this is something that is working. And I would also say there are several things that are held back by the regulators. For example, we have a lot of problems with COVID. I mean, people are being detained, quarantined 2-3 weeks. But I've seen some solutions on just X-ray using AI, and you could actually tell this person has COVID from the X-ray and in minutes. But the regulators are saying no, WHO has to approve it and stuff like that. I think WHO are busy doing other things. And this is something that is not harmful to human beings, but it requires like 2-3 million impressions for AI, for machine learning to capture this and be able to standardize it in every
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks. Yes, I mean, those tensions are present and quite strong. And Nelisha, could you do some final remarks for me? And would you be able us to look at this from an international perspective as well? You know, what do you think about? I mean, you mentioned inequalities, and technology can reduce it, but can also escalate it, can't it? There is a what are your final comments?
So I'm going to link in to some extent to Richard's questions as well. I think one of the things that's missing, and here I'm also going to put my academic hat on a little bit. So one of the things that's missing is international sort of collaboration, international sharing of information on this. There's no one place that you can go to and find everything that you're looking for. And that is actually almost a result of a bit of a silo effect. We are all working in isolation, but are possibly solving the same problem. If you look at the number of studies that have been used to use AI to predict COVID from X-rays, it's unbelievable. Whereas if we did it in one place, we could probably have reused the idea somewhere else. So if you look at academia and the way we share international information from a research perspective, if you're researching in a particular area, there are a number of societies that have been developed, and those societies make sure that they cover people from different parts of the world. And so this can be done at different levels. This can be done at government level, it can be done at academic level, it can be done at industry level, but I actually think we need a society that brings all three together. So I'm involved in a number of IEEE societies, and they link to my research areas. I mean, just a month ago, we discussed what are the hot topics and how should we take the field forward for something like evolutionary computation. And we almost need something similar like that. We almost need maybe a national societies that link to a bigger international society, but we all working in the same area, we all contributing the same thing, and we don't reinvent the wheel, where we can find things that are done. And like Richard has said, whenever I get asked to do a lot of talks, how to do AI in dentistry, AI in finance, AI in agriculture, and I've actually got to go and search for the different case studies. So I think we need some type of platform that brings us all together in the same way this happens in specific disciplines in academia. But this now happens on a larger level where both industry, academia, and government are being brought together.
Thank you. And I think on this note, I think this is a perfect note to close on, because I really believe in what you're saying, and Nelisha, that it's really important. We're doing some excellent things, even just listening to you on this panel, what's happening in Kenya, what's happening in New Zealand, in South Africa. It's we don't want to reinvent the wheel. I mean, it would be great to have access to best practice. It would be great to have so easy way to share data, to use privacy enhancing technology to then share data in an easy way, create new ways of handling data that would enable us to innovate quicker, faster, and at the same time respecting people's privacy, identity, dignity, and identity. So it's really, really important. I really thank you all for being with me, and I really thank you to all who've been listening. And yes, I mean, we need this global fora more than ever. No pressure, Uday. I think we've got a mission coming on. I mean, it's what Nelisha was saying, and maybe we could be the ones delivering this, couldn't we? You're on mute.
I think I unmuted myself twice as usual. So, yeah. So absolutely, Ivana, I agree. So the international cooperation and the framework, that kind of something which is the foundation of AI policy labs, which I initially discussed with Ivana when we were launching all this and exercise. And yes, we could we never know, we could be the one kind of delivering it or at least contributing to it. We've got the right key stakeholders here anyway.
Exactly.
There's another panel that we're discussing tomorrow where we have one of the principal secretaries of a country and then national AI strategy heads for a couple of other countries as well, discussing on international cooperation tomorrow morning. That's yeah, brilliant. So brilliant panel, Ivana, as usual. Your things on AI always keep inspiring us, and to kind of get and I particularly like all the panelists, the different viewpoints that they've brought, and Nelisha's stressing on the common framework as well. That's something that we are also thinking from AI Policy Lab, something that we have in mind. Justin's pointed out everything from the New Zealand perspective seem to be quite advanced in terms of what they're doing. And Dr. Nadimu, excellent information on AI. That's brilliant. Great. So thank you very much to all the panelists and our own Ivana. Brilliant. So we will, I think we have in the next one we have is a global partnership on AI. There's a presentation from Jordan Z, who is one of the directors at ISED. He's doing a presentation on GPAI, what it's about, and then obviously Justin's part of that as well. But I think it's midnight for you now. It's already past midnight for you, I can imagine.
Thank you very much. All fascinating discussion.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye, everyone.
Right. So, so the next one, so the next immediate panel, it's more like a presentation from Global Partnership on AI. So that is in the next 7 minutes. So, so if you want to grab a quick coffee, if you want to grab some water, I mean, there is 5 minutes gap between now and the next panel. So you can utilize the 5 minutes and yeah, and we will see you back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Also, sag jetzt du nochmal etwas.
Hi, Jordan. Great to have you here.
Great to be here. My apologies for being a little bit late. Little bit of connectivity issues, but I think we're in and I can see and hear you. So thanks so much for having me.
Brilliant. That's great. So for our audience, this session, this is a much awaited session that we've all been waiting for. This is on the global partnership on AI. One of the finest things, one of the best things that is happening in the world right now is a partnership on AI. The reason I also say that is the AI Policy Labs, the host organization for this event, an initiative of GPI, is founded on this base of the international governance and international cooperation in a common framework, which is exactly what you guys are doing at GPAI. So I bring to the audience Jordan Zed, who is the director of ISED in Canada, and who's also leading the GPAI implementation along with other directors. So we are absolutely thrilled to have you here. So for the information, so the GPAI is a group of the countries that have formed together for the global partnership on AI, which Jordan will surely go about with his brilliant presentation that he has. This is the kind of the need of the hour. So I wouldn't take much of your time, Jordan. I'll let you do the presentation. I'll let you do the sharing in a sec. Okay, now you should be able to share your screen. And
thank you very much. I really appreciate that kind introduction and the invitation to be here. It's an exciting time for all of us in this space. It's a very active, engaging space. And every time I have conversations with stakeholders across Canada and also around the world, I feel inspired by the possibility of doing important work in the space of really seizing the opportunities, both from an economic and social point of view. And I think it's really incumbent upon all of us in and outside of government to put our heads together to figure out how we can leverage an important transformative technology that really could have important benefits while also mitigating some of the clear risks that we're increasingly aware of in the media and in our work. So what I propose to do is just spend the next 10 minutes going through the presentation that I've prepared about the Global Partnership on AI, and then very happy to take any questions or comments. And also I should say to follow up after the fact, if any of you has any questions or thoughts about how we can do our work or how we might engage in collaborations, inform our work in a better or different way, completely open to hearing your thoughts and proposals and suggestions in that regard. So very happy even after this presentation to try to put you in touch with the right people on our team and hopefully carry some collaboration forward as well. So with that, maybe I'll just turn to the presentation and I will endeavor to share my screen. Let's see how that goes. Here we go. So this should work. Hopefully you can see something on the screen. Do you see the presentation?
yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so essentially what we're doing in this space, and I'll just move quickly to slide 2, is bring together experts. And it was very important for us, and I know we talk a lot about this in the space of bringing together a diversity of stakeholders. So in and outside of government, civil society, private sector, and some fascinating conversations we've undertaken to try to determine what's the right balance, what's the right mix in bringing together, as part of the governance essentially of Global Partnership on AI, a diversity of interests. So right at the outset, and I can talk more about this later, on the steering committee, we have government and non-governmental officials. In many ways, for those of you who might be familiar, similar in terms of structure and governance to the Open Government Partnership, which was started a few years ago. So really trying to give a strong voice to non-governmental representatives to help inform and shape and guide our thinking and our work in this space. Really, at a very high level, what we're trying to do is bridge the gap between theory and practice. We participated, as many countries and stakeholders did, in the OECD principles on AI, the recommendation that contains principles within them that were adopted by ministers last year. And so, you know, with those very important principles in mind, we're looking at how do we actually give effect in a very practical sense to some of those principles. Are there case studies, projects, areas of experimentation that we could pursue and then bring it back to the broader international community and essentially share the fruits of our labor, what we've learned, what's worked, what hasn't, to try to inform and hopefully guide and shape our own policy development in this space. I should say, and there's a little more about this later in the presentation, that we are collaborating with the OECD. So they will essentially act as the secretariat for the Global Partnership on AI. And joined together with that are 2 centers of expertise, one in Montreal and one in Paris, that have recently launched that will support the working groups established, you know, as areas of priority in this space. So 2 in Montreal, 2 in Paris. And the reality is we'll be drawing on expertise well beyond those centers. We're already having some excellent conversations with the UN, with many other civil society organizations and groups about what we're doing, and hopefully getting a sense of what they're doing and understanding where there might be connections, where we can mutually reinforce each other's work. I should say that, you know, this kind of emerged out of an interesting conversation bilaterally between our Prime Minister and the President of France. We were doing back-to-back G7s a couple of years ago. Last year, France was the G7 president, and before that, it was Canada. And I think there was a desire to do something meaningful and long-lasting in this space. It's a priority for both governments. So Canada and France endeavored to launch this initiative, but really we've spent the last year or so essentially translating what was a bilateral initiative into a multilateral one. So we've built ourselves to 15 members, and there's a slide on that a bit later, but are obviously open to new members and obviously experts from around the world as well. So we have really sought to diversify and broaden from the original bilateral conversations that founded this initiative. And I'm really glad that just a couple of months ago, we've been able to announce the list of founding members and are working toward our first series of substantive outputs, which should come out in December of this year. I can talk a bit more about that in a moment as well. So just finishing quickly on this slide, what we're seeking to do here is ensure that what work we're advancing is grounded in the principles that are set out in the OECD recommendation on AI, so that there's a shared sense of values and starting point for the work at hand, that there are clear boundaries for ethical, responsible use and development of AI, and we're using that essentially as our starting point, recognizing that this is new territory. What a lot of that means is still yet to be determined, but that there's a common desire to, in our work, respect and be grounded in human rights. And so with that, maybe I'll turn to slide 3 and quickly move on. We've indicated it here in this slide, couple of things. The shared principles I've referred to in the OECD recommendation. I've referred to the inclusive or the human-centered values and fairness. Others that are set out in that particular set of principles are transparency, explainability, robustness, security, accountability. None of these will be news to most of you, but in the second section, some sense of the national policies and international operation for trustworthy AI. So just kind of reminding ourselves of what we have agreed to, many of us in the OECD context, and frankly, well beyond the OECD context. I was really heartened by how that process took place, in that it really did reach many beyond even the OECD, which I think is extremely important in this work. So just kind of a reminder of those shared values and the work being grounded in them. Next, on slide 4 here, I'm just sharing a little bit about the governance structure, the organizational structure for GPAI. It does look fairly extensive, but it's actually quite simple. What we want to do is give an opportunity at the political level for a touch base to provide strategic guidance, and to do that, say, on an annual basis. So that's really what the GPAI Council at the top of the chart's about. The steering committee really is focused on more the development of the specific work plan and carrying that work forward on a more ongoing kind of day-to-day, week-to-week basis. So that's really the objective of the steering committee, probably at a lower level than ministerial or deputy ministerial level. And then you'll see on the left-hand box there, we've got the GPAI Secretariat, which I've mentioned, being housed at the OECD. The next box underneath is the annual multi-stakeholder experts group plenary. So our first plenary, we're targeting the first week of December. And essentially what that will do is bring together experts from around the world, focusing in priority areas which are listed immediately below. So you'll see the 4 priority areas that were identified by ministers over the last several months. Obviously, these are very broad buckets, and the trick, or the I think challenge for us, is to determine under each of those 4 concrete areas and concrete outputs that can actually carry the conversation forward in meaningful ways. What we don't want to do in year 1 is, seek to boil the ocean. We're not going to be able to, crack all aspects of each of these 4, needless to say. So really the question is, how do we frame and advance the conversation in a way that really importantly informs our thinking and our work? And that's actually the work underway right now. So the Montreal Center that I referred to at the outset will be helping to guide and support work on responsible AI and data governance. And the Paris Center will focus on future of work and innovation and commercialization. Those 2 are in touch on a weekly basis, if not more, to discuss how the work's unfolding. There are co-chairs that have been established for those, and experts from the founding countries. It's year 1, so I think the idea would be to clearly draw on expertise well beyond even that group of initial 15, and really be aware and cognizant of the work that's ongoing in other fora. As we all know, this is a very crowded but rich and fascinating space, and we really want to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts, that we're really adding value to the landscape that's unfolding, the ecosystem. So that's kind of at a glance what the governance is looking like. As I say, we're working toward our first plenary in December, which will likely be a combination, frankly, of virtual and in person, just given the COVID context in which we're all operating. So we'll have to see what form it actually takes. But the idea would be essentially to share the fruits of the labor of those 4 working groups with a broader group, a broader community. Obviously the steering committee, but also others invited who will be able to react essentially to the work. And my own view is I kind of look at this as an opportunity to facilitate the collision of ideas and perspectives so that we can test some of what comes to the fore. For example, what does explainability actually mean? We've agreed that's a principle, but how do we actually give effect to that in the context of the development of algorithms? And what does that actually look like? And how do we get there? And what are the parameters that we might suggest or that we think could be workable? There's many other examples. Obviously, in the context of commercialization, I know in the Canadian context, we've focused over the last 10-15 years on developing the research, and a great deal of work, for example, in machine learning, extraordinary progress on the research side. And the question is, how do we turn that into a commercial uses in thoughtful, meaningful ways? You know, in Canada, we're talking, especially now, and I know many of you as well, in the healthcare context, in the mobility context, how we can move and operate more efficiently, effectively in our cities and our communities, and what that might do, what impact, positive impact that could provide in terms of addressing climate change as well. So obviously the health and environmental aspects are very top of mind for us, and I know for many in the Global Partnership on AI and other areas as well. The next slide just kind of touches on who's in that first tranche of members of the Global Partnership on AI. And I should stress that these are not at all the limit of our membership, but rather just the starting point. And it happened to be that these either approached us or were instrumental in helping to shape our work in the early going, but certainly not the limit of where we will be going. So at a glance, that gives you a sense of who's working together on this at the moment. Okay, so slide 6 here, what I've tried to do is just give a little bit more detail about what the potential deliverables might look like under each of these 4 broad priority areas. So responsible AI, we're looking at tools to mitigate bias, discrimination, and inequality in AI systems. I know many countries have rolled out tools, so it'll be a good chance to see what are they, how can we draw out the best in each of those systems, what can we learn from them. Under that group, we have actually established a dedicated AI and pandemic response team that will look at AI-specific solutions for medical research and disease detection. So that will be a very concrete and interesting area, which I think will emerge in December as well. Data governance, I think we'll be looking at defining data governance for AI. You know, we talk a lot about in that space, data trusts. What does that mean? How can they be set up? What's worked well? Let's look at examples. Future of work, training methods to upskill workers. What's happening in different jurisdictions? What can we learn? How can we draw out the best of that? Innovation commercialization programs to promote investment, innovation, and uptake by SMEs. I think that's the interesting thing is in a Canadian context, lots of research on that side, but much less uptake by SMEs. So how do we actually bridge that gap? There's also a box there that kind of gives you a sense of who the co-chairs are of each of those 4 working groups. In case you did want to reach out or wanted to learn more about the work underway in those 4, we just wanted to include the names of those individuals. Of course, I'm happy to be a conduit as well to any of those working groups. And the centers of expertise in both Montreal and Paris can also help to make those connections and ensure that the work as it unfolds is informed by any of your thinking or contributions as well. Lastly here, it's just kind of a sense of the timeline, the critical path that we're engaged in. The announcement of the first tranche happened earlier this summer of 2020, the inaugural plenary in December. And so essentially we're working now on those substantive deliverables and making connections between external stakeholders and the work of those 4. It's an exciting time. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and very happy to answer any questions you might have.
Brilliant, Jordan. That was a very simple, concise, and but you have covered everything. That's quite a lot of detail there. So that's thank you for that. So for any organizations, we have received many inquiries because as a policy labs, we've been contacted by many smaller organizations who want to work on AI. So how is there a way for the smaller organizations to collaborate and to contribute? Because GPAI is a big initiative of big players on AI, if I could say it, if I say it that way, and it's at an OECD level. So how can these smaller players get to, so, yeah.
Absolutely. So I think the easiest thing to do would be in terms of the centers of expertise in Paris and in Montreal, I would say look at the chart and see what the general area is. Does it fit into kind of a responsible AI or data or innovation or future of work bucket? And then depending on that, you could reach out to the heads of those centers. And I'd be happy to forward those contact details of the heads of those centers. But in the meantime, very happy myself to be that conduit. What I would foresee happening if, once that outreach has taken place is that the connections made with the heads of those centers, and one of their main job is essentially to make connections with external stakeholders, experts, think tanks. So that's exactly what part of their job is to do. So I'm very happy to facilitate that through you or any of your colleagues to do that. But I think that would probably be the path forward in that regard.
Well, one question that there might be hundreds or there might be thousands of organizations across the world, because as you very rightly said, it is a crowded space, and we have to ensure quality. So if we get, like, say, 100 inquiries, we can't be forwarding you all the 100. We'll probably be forwarding you a few. So there should be some kind of a mechanism rather than reaching out to chairs. So I was just looking for like smaller organizations limited to a geography, looking at a certain kind of piece of work, though it might be paid work, it might not be paid work. So that is there like a central portal that they could look at or other things like that?
Yeah, so we're actually working on the external facing, the website and the portal and the 2 centers of expertise. We expect by the end of this month to have an online space that's operational. That'll be very easy for anyone to connect with. But as I say, in the meantime, very happy to do my best to try to connect people with the right centers of expertise. I know it's probably a very high number of experts in a whole host of areas, but in the meantime, I think that's what we're left with until the online presence is up there.
Brilliant. So in terms of collab, as you mentioned that from a GP AI perspective, these chairs and co-chairs would be looking at interacting with collaborating with external partners. What would GP AI be seeking from external partners?
So I think in the short term, part of it is, along the lines of the deliverables that I've set out in the presentation, those are the short term, I think, objectives and outputs that are being worked on for December. So if there were specific projects or ideas that focused on those, I think in the short term, it would make sense to connect with the Center of Expertise focused on supporting those working groups. Because I think what we want to do, and the reality is we're not always aware of what's going on or the work that's happening in different venues. So part of it is just A, being aware of what's out there, and B, seeing whether there are specific tools or ideas that could be integrated into the GPAI outputs, the GPA outputs for December. Now, the reality is in December, we're not going to get all of the way there, but we'll get a pretty good sense of the thinking and the project and the products that emerge. And I think based on that too, we can better hone and define future collaborations.
Okay, so delivery, right? Okay, great. I have one question here that is very generic, but I think I'll slightly tweak it to make it more for GPAI. So the question was how AI is going to help in privacy protection, but then I would slightly tweak it, saying, well, so in terms of privacy protection, and because we all know that data is the new gold or whatever you call it now, and how it's being used, there's a significant risk there. So in terms of GPAI's work, which work area? I think that comes under responsible AI probably. Is there a specific emphasis on privacy protection?
So where that would arise is in the context of the responsible AI working group. And Joshua Bengio, for those who might be familiar and in this field, it will be co-chairing from the Canadian side this work. I don't want to speak for him or the other co-chair, but I would say that this is extremely top of mind. Privacy, security. This is in many ways, at the heart of what those discussions will be. What does it mean to pursue responsible or trustworthy or ethical AI, whichever term you want to use, and how do we navigate those systems? So I know a lot of the projects that have been pursued here domestically, and I expect that Yoshua Bengio will take a very similar approach as co-chair, really are about involving those interests right at the outset. So for example, working with and being informed by privacy commissioners and their thinking and their work. What are they most concerned about? How can the tools that are being developed be informed by those considerations at the outset? So we talk a lot about, privacy by design or open by design, all of these things by design. The idea here would be right at the outset to understand and acknowledge that this is a very important part of the work, and that those interests need to be represented and reflected at the outset. So that's where I think you'll see in December some very interesting thinking and some work really under that bucket.
Brilliant, Jordan. Thank you. There's one interesting question here from Mayank Chowdhury. He's asking, how can I, as a student, contribute to GP AI objectives? So, is there a way for students and young people to answer this question, to contribute?
Yes, I think there will be. And part of our work in getting the external face of this up by the end of the month will be to kind of set out how individuals and organizations can participate. One thing that we intend to do is have at least important portions and outputs actually available online openly, and even potentially some sessions, right? My background before I started in this work was in open government, so understanding how to advance dynamic conversations between governments, stakeholders, people of all levels of expertise in this space will be very important. Short answer is I don't have a specific answer yet, but there will be opportunities for individuals and organizations to contribute, be involved, and observe potentially even some of the sessions. So we'll be happy to come back with more details on that as well.
Brilliant. So I think one last question from me. In terms of the country's participation, I know there are founding members, and you said that's not an exhaustive list. There will be more added. So currently, as I see, US, India, EU, UK, even these are big players in AI already. They are all participants. How about those other countries? Are there initiative? Is there now to reach those countries and bring them part of this framework? What's the strategy with GPI at this point of time?
Excellent question. We actually have had some very interesting conversations. The task force is the GPay task force that is comprised of that membership that's essentially looking at outreach beyond the current membership right now. We expect that the next tranche of members will be announced on the margins of the December plenary that I was referring to. So I think you'll see a larger number joining in December as part of the outreach efforts that are ongoing. I think part of our thinking is countries that are close to the region where there might be other areas of interest are working very hard bilaterally to inform their counterparts in other countries in their region about what we're doing, what our thinking is, what our work plan is looking like, and the outputs in December. So the short answer is it's very top of mind. It's an active item on our agenda, and we recognize the gaps in terms of representation. But as anyone knows who's been involved in a new initiative, you got to start somewhere, and this is kind of where we started. We'll really look forward to growing and benefiting from the rich diversity of ideas and thinking from right around the world.
Right. The reason I asked that question is that the gap could be quite big in terms of if it's on AI. With the drastic scale, with the unprecedented scale and the rapid scale, some countries would completely miss out. And yeah, so that's the reason. Do you have time for one last question, or how are you placed? I know you
Sure, no problem. I'll take one more.
All right, okay, because there's too much demand for you, Jordan, in terms of the work you're doing. There's questions are just coming out. So yeah, so there's so I work. All right, okay. It's just I work in rural Uttar Pradesh, and also I've organized a youth group. How can technology and AI? So the question is, without I mean, this is not a GPAI question, I think, but it's but you're specifically looking at AI specific. But I think this question relates more to infrastructure in terms of without an infrastructure, AI cannot function, or these digital aspects cannot actually function. So I think that's not a question for you. So brilliant, Jordan. Thank you very much. We're absolutely thrilled to have you here, and quite excited about all the work that you're doing at GPAI. It's brilliant.
I'm thrilled to be here. Really appreciate the invitation. And as I say, looking forward to working with you and other colleagues there, and hopefully scoping out some interesting collaboration going forward.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thanks again. Take care.
Yes,
best wishes for the rest of the
Bye.
conference. Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, that was a great session by Jordan from ISCD, who's mentioning about global partnership on AI. So those of you who are interested in any way to contribute, if you are an organization, an NGO, think tank, interested to work on that, you could write to us. We will be reaching out to them anyway, and we can all work together in areas where it's possible. I would want to bring in, we have with us, the next session is at 10 minutes later, but we have with us Dr. Avik Sarkar, who was the national head of AI strategy at Niti Aayog, India, and India is doing quite well in India's AI strategy. And he's currently a professor at International School of Business. And Avik, I'd want to just bring you in for a brief conversation. In between, whenever there is some time. Avik's participating in a panel along with me tomorrow, which looks at the international cooperation on AI. But in the meantime, whilst Avik's here, I will. Hi, Avik.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. And I can see the International School of Business, Indian School of Business.
Indian School of Business, yes.
Indian School of Business there. And I think AI is quite and that kind of motivating to look at ISB there, because that's where all the innovation in AI is happening. That's in Hyderabad,
Yes.
right? Is it in Hyderabad?
We have two campuses, one in Hyderabad, one in Mohali, which is near Chandigarh. I'm near the Chandigarh center.
Chandigarh, right. All right, great.
The policy hub is because we are near to Delhi, like 3 hours, where all the policy stuff happens here.
Yeah, the entire social sciences and policy hub is in Delhi. So if you have the tech and innovation hub nearer to Delhi, what more to it? You can mix both. So yeah, the reason I brought you in, Avik, it's great to have you here today. I know we are discussing international cooperation on AI tomorrow, but whilst we have a brilliant brain with us here today, I might let's pick your brains as much as we can today as well. We should never leave a brilliant brain to watch others, rather than maybe have to pick your brain. So in terms of your experience working at the highest level on AI strategy, so what are some of the experiences, what would you want to start with? Because we will have one or two of these, like a quick round fireside chat sessions today. So I was just wondering if you wanted to bring your experience to the board. We still have like 9 minutes to go for the next panel.
Yes, sure. So I will give you some of the initial discussions, how we came up doing the national AI strategy for India. So I was part of the team who was working under the leadership at Niti Aayog. And Niti Aayog is the Government of India think tank, actually for economic growth, the central Government of India think tank. So we came up with the national strategy for AI in June 2018. And around the late part of 2017, there was quite a bit of chatter around AI. And two other ministries have already taken the lead. One has been doing it traditionally. One was the Department of Science and Technology, because they have been promoting and financing the research part of big data, AI or anything. And that is something that they have been doing for the last 20, 30 years. So they have been doing it. So they were traditionally, they fund everything. They fund physics research, chemistry research, biotechnology research. And one of the areas where they are funding research was also big data and AI. So they had come up with a policy document around that. That's one. The other one was the Department of Industry and Commerce. They were seeing that, that there was a lot of discussion around AI, and a lot of things happening around AI from the industry point of view. So they came up with a document and a committee, the way it starts with the committee on how AI can help India's growth. So these were the two things that were there. Where they were looking at more of the industry aspect, the other one was looking at more of the research aspect. And that is where Niti Aayog came in and felt that we had to come up with a national strategy that will unify all the various efforts coming there. And then we started our journey looking at where India has been. I have done things at a personal level before. I was heading the data analytics cell. Then we got in a few people and started the journey of the AI strategy. So I think you asked a very interesting question in the last session. If a country wants to start, I think that might be a good starting point to see where they are at this point. And from there, they can start. So we first started looking at all the institutes that were there and how much AI research has been produced. That was the first.
Yeah, I think so. So brilliant. So what we will do, because some of the information that you're mentioning to us, it's very valuable. And I don't want that to be discontinued. I think the next panelists are almost ready. So what I want is for that to be taken fully by our attendees. Sure. So what we will do is just after this panel, we can still put in 20-30 minutes straight off your time. We'll squeeze your time there.
Sure.
There, we could share some of your brilliant experiences that you had. Which should be useful for many nations. So thank you, Dr. Sarkar. I mean, do stay tuned in. After this, this is an 1 hour panel. So after this, we will still discuss about some of the initiatives that you have.
Happy to do that. Thank you.
So I can see the lovely panel. This panel is being hosted by Swiss Cognitive, our associate partners in this event, led by Dalit Steger, the co-founder and CEO of Swiss Cognitive, and we have Mark Minovich, who's an AI enthusiast and has many accolades in AI and in other areas. So I would pass it on to Swiss Cognitive to take this over, and to Mike Minovich to take this over and introduce the panel.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We are very much looking forward to this panel. We are excited about this program. We're passionate. This panel is passionate about the youth, the next generation of innovation and technology, which is digitalizing and creating the biggest impressions in this world. And this Commonwealth event, this joint virtual stage that is hosted by Ramphal Institute, Global Policy Insights, UN Women, and AI Policy Labs, all working closely together with the Commonwealth, is an exciting effort to bring this alive. This panel stream that was just discussed is organized specifically now by Swiss Cognitive. We thank the event organizers, the hosts, and Swiss Cognitive for making this possible. Ladies and gentlemen around the world, before the introduction of our distinguished panelists, I will make short remarks, or at least try to make them shorter than usual. We are in the age of AI, or the new electricity, and the driver of the fourth industrial revolution, and most recently, Society 5.0. Science fiction would have us believe that AI will take the form of intelligent creatures, and media show the real job displacement has and will occur as a result of AI adoption. AI is the topic of presidential debates, G20, dinner table conversations. For many, represent the existential threat to humanity. But is it? Digitalization was already unstoppable tool for rapid scaling and increasing profitability before coronavirus pandemic. Now we are during the COVID-19 awful, dreadful pandemic, and it's a wake-up call for all of us to go digital. This is why this panel is so important. Coronavirus pandemic shifted this digital imperative into even higher gear. Eloquently stated in a speech, April 2020, the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, said, "We have seen 2 years worth of digital transformation in 2 months." The World Economic Forum, which is also represented on this panel and in this event, predicted by 2025, humans will make up only 48% of the workforce. The digital workforce accounts for 52%. In addition, 50% of the current S&P 500 companies will fall off the list by 2027. This is the transformation, reestablishing our economic markets, societal networks as we emerge from the current crisis. Let's discuss education. I live in the United States, closer to New York. Only 45% of high schools across the country offer computer science, never mind AI. Unacceptable, because AI education has traditionally only been available in advanced technical degrees, which are often not very diverse. AI practitioners are not representative of the broader population and are not getting through our students, our educators, and others. For example, only 14% of AI researchers around the world are women of any race. In short, an understanding of AI in practice of that traditionally been available to very few. STEM, data science, AI are fields in which women are vastly underrepresented. And the number drops when observing number of women pursuing university degrees. 55% of university graduates are female, but only a little over a third of those degrees are in STEM. This is what we need to change. We know that COVID-19 necessitates shift from classroom to remote. We'll talk a little bit about it today. Recent piece, if you haven't read it, read it. Generals die in bed, op-ed, was disturbing for those who are in the higher education, but it raises some questions. What it said is, even the best designed online experiences cannot compare to the well-designed and executed face-to-face class. That will allow for the best kind of online teaching, where with the technology, we could live synchronously in real time. New York Times summarized it very well. After the spring's on-the-fly experiment in online classes, teachers and school districts across the United States were suffering. Some districts stumbled with classrooms Zoom-bombed, interrupted, many strained to address serious inequalities in access to computers, and students fell behind. We need to go mainstream with digital education. We'll discuss it today. It would require a major reorientation of classroom and university resources and activities. Classrooms will need to be fitted with new technology so the lectures could be simultaneously delivered to the campuses and around the world. Professors need to undergo training on how to effectively teach in a hybrid blended classrooms. Universities would also be well served to build competencies in content production, because it's all content storytelling. This is what we're doing today. By tapping the best rated professors to be the stars of those productions, the equation could be changed. Finally, we will today discuss proactively engaging our kids as our partners in shaping our AI entangled future. Young people and people are involved in AI have the right to participate and make critical choices and decisions as we determine what kind of future and what kind of technological world we want to have. They have unique experiences that contribute to the first generation, as you will see tomorrow. They are growing up surrounded by digitalization, by AI, in education, health, social lives, leisure, career prospects. We must include youth in all of our equations. So with this in mind, I would like to say that everybody must understand that AI and digital challenge will impact everybody. And we must focus on education, mentorship, and create multi-stakeholder dialogue, which we're doing today. And I would now take the time to introduce my distinguished panelists from around the world. They're being represented here today by multiple countries that are coming in because of this initiative. I want to first introduce Reem Alatas. Reem is a techopreneur, inventor, NASA data nut, AI strategist, urban mobility enthusiast. She's an inventor and founder of Rumble Lights. She's the founder of Fitness Transformer, an online marketplace for fitness. She's been educated from University of Bridgeport and focusing on evolutionary modular robots, and has been one of the first female manager executives in Saudi Arabia. Ria Persad is our next panelist, president of European Chamber of Commerce, founder and CEO of Statweather, fellow of Cambridge Commonwealth Society. Ria was born in Trinidad and Tobago, East Indian descent, and moved to the United States as a child. She's both mathematician and a concert pianist. She mentors technology companies and is a climate scientist coordinating research teams globally. Ria was a space physicist at NASA, designed AI trading algorithms for Goldman Sachs, and has been in investment banking sector. She developed state-of-the-art based weather and climate prediction systems and has received citations from U.S. Secretary of Energy and U.S. Senate on scientific achievement, has been recognized by Platts Global Energy Awards as the top 7 global leader, was the International Power Gen and Renewable Energy Woman of the Year, is the president of European Chamber of Digital Commerce. And the next distinguished guest that we have, Monique Marrow. Monique is based out of Zurich, Switzerland, a senior distinguished architect at emerging technologies at Suniverse Technologies, who is focused on social good and governance, on AI ethical usage, on the need for digital Hippocratic oath at the end of the day. She's also the chair of IEEE Ethics in Action Extended Reality Committee. She's in the company Suniverse Technologies. She's providing thought leadership and helping strategic direction and vision of Suniverse's identified emerging technologies. She has been focusing on distributed ledger technology and other emerging components of blockchain. Monique is the president and co-founder of Humanized Internet as a Swiss-based non-for-profit. She's also the president of Vetri Foundation. She's an active member, as I mentioned, in IEEE Ethics Executive Committee and the co-chair. Monique has been recognized for the industry for her tireless effort to focus on social good, holds 11 patents, has co-authored several books. Monique was selected as the top digital shaper 2018 in Switzerland. Forbes magazine listed Monique Marrow as one of the top 50 women globally in technology. One World identified and recognized Monique as the top 100 influencers in identity, and the list goes on. And our organizer and the lady that does it all, Dalif Steiger, co-founder and managing partner, Swiss Cognitive, the global AI hub around the world. Award-winning platform, Swiss Cognitive, that she has co-founded with her partner, Andy. Prior to her entrepreneurial journey, she started 20 years ago. Dalif gained vast experiences in IT operations, banking software, advising management at the senior levels, as well as the board. Driven by her passion for cognitive technologies, Dalif, together with her co-founder, are committed to drive Switzerland towards competitive AI workforce for the future generation. In 2019, they have launched Cognitive Valley, and they also founded in May 2020 NGO Cognitive Valley Foundation. Dalif was named as the top 10 pioneering women in AI and machine learning and enterprise management, 360 London, and was elected as one of the top 100 digital shapers in Switzerland. We are also privileged to have Seth Bergeson, who comes to us from Seattle, representing World Economic Forum. He is the fellow at the World Economic Forum, responsible for AI for children, and EdTech. He's focusing on leading Generation I project, focusing on AI governance and ethics for children. He leads World Economic Forum Generation AI project, which aims to leverage AI to educate and empower our children while protecting them from risks of technology. At PwC, Seth is a strategic consultant. He has worked across education, policy, public, and non-for-profit. Seth has developed global development strategies for the Gates Foundation, has worked at United States House of Representatives, and has been a Fulbright and Watson fellow actually produced significant research education reform in Bosnia-Herzegovina and childhood experiences around the world. Finally, we have an impressive guest, distinguished guest, Roberto Alvarez, Executive Director of Global Federation of Competitiveness Councils based in Washington, D.C. He is currently in Brazil. He's a recognized expert in international development and innovation. And he also is a researcher, scholar at Arizona State University. His group, JFCC, is a global network of 30 organizations around the world devoted to accelerating global competitiveness and prosperity. Roberto was the senior management of analysis and projects at Brazilian Agency for Industrial Development, and he has coordinated bilateral innovations with the United States, Sweden, and Germany, and has co-created C-level summits with the United States and Brazil. He currently sits on the board of Global Urban Development and is an angel investor and columnist in Brazil for different startups and technology. This is what we have to deliver to you today. And with this in mind, very quickly, I'll go to the general question, which I think will address all of the audience that is watching us around the world. What does this AI revolution mean for diverse countries and populations of Commonwealth versus what we're seeing in G20? And I'd like to pose this question first to Ria, please.
I think that AI and technology in general and digitalization actually helps to level the playing field for developing countries. Because really, now that we're all interconnected in this kind of globalized system, people in Africa, people in India, people in the United States, people in Europe can come together, can collaborate, can create solutions. We see entrepreneurship really emerging and actually exploding in areas that have traditionally been either developing or frontier markets. And so it's a wonderful thing for the people of the world. And what we're here to do today, Mark, as you have so eloquently introduced in your presentation just now, is that we're here to see how we can further this process and accelerate this process towards the greater good of humanity, and also to ensure that people in the Commonwealth or in developing nations can be capacitated and empowered in this new technology and in their own gifts and their own potential so that they can realize their own potential in their countries.
Thank you very much, Ria. I want to now go to Monique and ask another general question. The question is emerging technologies, which Ria, you're involved and have been for a lifetime. Advances in AI and developments are relevant, obviously, to Commonwealth and G20. But what are the specific innovations and advances that you think that are going to be the key enablers of this new digital economy in both Commonwealth and G20?
So I think that's a great question, Mark. I think basically what's very, very important in terms of actual development for in these technologies, specifically to artificial intelligence or AI, what I am looking at is a panoply, if you will, of various technologies. So they're not operating, per se, in a silo. Whether they include, for example, you mentioned something that I am involved in, blockchain. If you're talking about also underpinning other technologies such as, I would say, security is one aspect of it. And so what I'm looking at, especially in the engagements I'm involved in, particularly in Africa, is that that the groups are pricing, for example, what should be the areas for regulation, what should be the areas for education, what can be from these countries that could be for these countries and adapted elsewhere, adopted, if you will, elsewhere. So, you know, there are other issues that are very, very important, and that is also the issue around metadata and privacy. As you probably well know, I'm one person who is quite active in the ethical component of this discussion. And so from a general perspective, you have to look at it not just for artificial intelligence, it's also around the digitalization overall. And so countries like to start from their slate, which is very, very important. They don't want to, I think, from my observation, is that there is great opportunity to learn, I would say, learn from what they're doing in terms of innovation, education, and also the youth component of this discussion is very, very key.
Thank you very much, Monique. Both Rhea and Monique touched upon a very interesting point, the youth, the inventions, the entrepreneurship. And with this in mind, I'll jump to Reem, who is listening to this conversation and participating with now. I have a question for you. Reem, you have been a true inventor dedicated to harnessing technology to serve humanity. I opened Google Scholar, and you have offered so many impressive scholarly papers on robotics and mobility. It's not even funny. You are been involved in startups. That you've been involved in many entrepreneurial efforts in the kingdom and around the world. Your story is a story of all of the successful technology entrepreneurs, specifically women entrepreneurs. But what makes you passionate about those entrepreneurial causes? And give us lessons about young entrepreneurs that are getting into this world of technology and AI. How does entrepreneurship and a set of values become so critically important as a stepping block? We discussed it yesterday in the world of technology. So there are multiple questions. Feel free to jump to discuss this, but we're interested in this entrepreneurship as the building block for technology and AI.
Sure, absolutely. So with the rapid deployment of advanced technologies such as 5G, cloud computing, Internet of Things, automation, and AI, a new set of skills is required to enter the workforce. I'm talking here about the youth and young females especially. So next generation technologies are set to play a key role in accelerating digitalization and the impact of technologies such as AI. There is a huge need to include youth in all conversations on AI in sports, AI in arts, AI for space exploration, AI in transportation. So you don't want to focus on education only. You don't want to focus on education solely. You want to include educating AI in every aspect of the real life. In something similar to entrepreneurship, the startup of you, the startup of yourself, you should learn about the smallest skills in our life. So in order to reinforce the values, knowledge, and critical thinking skills among young people that should empower them to ask the right question, critically evaluate society, and thoughtfully lead the way into the future, we need to involve them in all conversations on technology, especially on AI and big data. And coming from a country, Saudi Arabia, where 70% of the population are under the age of 30, it made me, want to do something different. Okay, I worked in corporation, I worked in different startups, but I wanted to start my own business. And because I have a technical background, and everybody around me is talking about different new technologies, but I feel like AI, it's too hot in here and it's hard to focus. But AI has...
You're in an exciting part of the world, very competitive, so please, go ahead.
Okay, cool. So as you just mentioned, AI is called the new electricity. But unfortunately, we have only 14 AI researchers around the world who are females. So in order to bridge this huge gap, I believe that governments, educational institutions, and companies should invest in talent by allowing females and younger generation to play an important role in how technology is used and developed.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I want to jump to Dalif, that is listening to us and participating from Zurich. Dalif, you recently said something very interesting on Twitter, and I follow your Twitter. Thousands and millions of people follow you and Swiss Cognitive. And you said, while Hollywood movies and science fiction novels depict artificial intelligence as human-like robots that take over the world, the current evolution of AI technologies isn't that scary or unquiet, is actually smart. So if we talk about the positive aspect that Monique mentioned and Rhea mentioned and just Reem alluded to, what are some of the interesting relevant case studies, solutions that you are seeing, especially younger population getting involved in the AI and technology that are providing relevant social impact, where you could actually see relevant ROI? And I leave it to you.
Mark. Yeah, there are a lot of use cases, and this is actually what we want to really focus on. We don't want to focus on leaders, on section. It's about how the technology can support the human being, can support us for having a life, and it goes fast. And we just mentioned it times. It's so important for the youth. Every session we're going to take is actually our generation. Yeah. We're looking at where we do have different.
Dalif, I apologize. There's some communication issues. We will come back. But at the meantime, I would like to, we will come back momentarily to Dalif, but I want to now take this opportunity now, as Dalif was addressing the issues of case studies, go to Roberto, who's patiently waiting for us in Brazil, and talk about the opportunities and gaps related to AI that you have been seeing globally. We're having a global conversation, especially at JFCC network, and maybe briefly address that. I know you have a story to tell, and as you do a lot of the programs around the world, but maybe briefly share some of the biggest opportunities and gaps that you're seeing.
Thank you, Mark. This is very exciting. So I think there's an AI conundrum. There are lots of opportunities, but there are also gaps that we need to fulfill. And what can we do with AI? I think that the biggest opportunity is really to accelerate and increase efficiency, not just efficiency of assets or different process, but efficiency of humanity. So we can enhance human capabilities with AI. We all know there are different things that are being done at this very moment as countries are fighting COVID-19. AI is being used to understand like the quality of the virus and the components that could really lead to new types of vaccines. Instead of working or using the whole virus, you can use specific proteins to develop a new vaccine. This is one thing that we can do and become more efficient in a way. But also society-wide and having machines and algorithms working with humans to boost our own productivity. The flip side of that, I think the biggest gap that we have, it's really related to skills. I think this was mentioned earlier today. And there are three aspects that we need to focus on when we think about that, I believe. The first is that we already have a skills gap in the world. You mentioned that, Mark. The second thing is that technology is moving fast. So we need to get up to speed. We need to accelerate the development of skills. And finally, we need to do that at scale. That's a critical thing. Let me just finalize with a short note here, highlighting one opportunity and one, let's say, maybe a missing opportunity. In Germany alone, in 2030, it's clearly understood that if the skills gap is not properly addressed, the country will lose $100 billion per year because of that skills gap that is mostly related to digital technologies, including AI. And the good example, and I think that Ria mentioned that in the beginning, and you work together with us in several GFCC conversations. We have our Universal Research Leadership Forum universal presidents coming from 20 nations, where we were having a conversation about, hey, imagine the time when maybe we will not need to review an essay and grade an essay, and an algorithm would do that. And we had a university president from the UK talking with someone from Australia about that. And then I mentioned to them, hey, I know that solution that's being done now in a country like Brazil. And I think it's what Ria mentioned. In some way, it can also level the field. So big opportunities, the main challenge, skills.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Roberto. I think the situation with Dalif is better. And Dalif, we want to go back to you and so you could finish your response on use cases, what you're seeing. Hello? Okay. So I think that hi, Dalif, can you hear us? Okay. Okay, so I think there's still challenges for, but we will fix them. We, meanwhile, want to now jump to our colleague at World Economic Forum, Seth. As I mentioned, he is the fellow focusing on the work of AI and children. And we're very curious about the issues, the urgent AI cases that require governance, and specifically governance targeting children that are involved in the world of AI and digitalization, like what we're seeing with TikTok and other digitalization immersive experiences. So maybe, Seth, you could talk a little bit about governance and some of the urgent AI use cases that you are seeing that do require governance from your perspective. And maybe you could tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing on the Generation AI project as well at the World Economic Forum. To you, Seth.
Of course. Thank you, Mark. It's a pleasure being here today, and thank you for the kind invitation. I think all the panelists are talking about similar issues, and I would add, to Roberto's point about the skills gap. I think there's a huge governance gap around AI around the world. You have a lot of countries who are developing AI strategies and policies at the national level. But AI obviously transcends borders, transcends regions. It's a global thing. So really, we need global governance standards to really regulate AI and ensure that it's used responsibly for positive social impact. And that's where the work of the World Economic Forum comes in. You have 90 to 100 different AI principles around the world. People generally agree on those principles, but it's very hard to go a level down and actually operationalize those principles where the rubber meets the road. And that's what we're trying to do on the AI ML platform at the World Economic Forum, where I work now as a fellow. And specifically, as you were saying, Mark, I lead the Generation AI project, which looks at children and youth and AI technology. And there are 2 or 3 use cases we really are looking at right now in the Generation AI project. We're starting with smart toys, which are toys that children use and interact with that use AI to actually enhance that interaction. So they use voice recognition sometimes, or image or facial recognition to actually interact with the child. It's really exciting technology, and it's becoming more common and lower cost, so it's proliferating. But it often also has many different ethical concerns, including data privacy, bias and fairness, and behavioral and emotional manipulation. So we're thinking about smart toys, and we're actually working on a smart toy awards program right now. We'll launch early next year, where we will celebrate ethically and responsibly designed smart toys. The second use case we're thinking a lot about is education. And in COVID-19, where 1.6 billion students and learners around the world were not able to attend school, a lot of people who have access to internet and a device, it's definitely not all youth around the world, and there's a huge digital divide that we really need to address, both from the private sector as well as through government and public policy. But you see a lot of children embracing education technology online. So that's the second use case. And the third use case, which is kind of overarching, you alluded to this with TikTok, is content recommendations and algorithms. Because children and youth, especially youth under 7, are really vulnerable to the content that's being pushed at them through TikTok, YouTube Kids. We want to ensure that that content is ethical and responsible, and really enhances childhood and education and doesn't detract from that.
Thank you very much, Seth. This was very powerful work that you're involved in the World Economic Forum, especially giving our youth that global perspective and bringing this data set of knowledge from all the companies and all the policymakers, and making a point that they do matter, and there's a lot of learning that has to be done. So thanks for this. I want to go back now to Aria. Aria, we started discussing, I think that Roberto started focusing on skills and competencies. Maybe you could talk about some of the key competencies and skills that are needed to propel our younger population into the future, especially in leveraging AI and emerging technologies.
There are a set of skills and competencies in terms of leveraging AI and technology and helping that emerging technology to propel forward that are more commonly associated with AI such as mathematics and computer science, and even perhaps experience with engineering for specific applications like robotics and so on. But then there are the skills that we don't necessarily associate with AI, but yet it's absolutely essential for the advancement of technology and also for individuals to be able to advance in the field. And these skills are scientific communication. This is something that is a real lack. We think of kind of the geeky person or the nerdy person sitting there just geek speaking at you, and people don't understand what they're talking about or what the technology is about. So then there's also the entrepreneurial savvy. So how do I actually take a technology to market? And then there would be education in the broader context. How does AI impact our society? What are we actually doing? What kinds of problems are out there that we really need to solve on a societal level where AI can help? So these are things that are outside the scope. Another skill would be innovative thinking. What do we need to do to really channel our own creativity and innovation in these fields? Because it's not just math, but there's a lot of creativity in terms of the applications, in terms of the things we're trying to solve. It's a left brain, right brain type of thing. And so all of this will be completely vital more and more as we go forward into the millennial generation and even beyond.
Thank you very much, Ria. With this in mind, you mentioned creativity. You mentioned that it's about ideas, but they have to be delivered in a way where we're capturing the hearts and minds of people around the world, not only bits and bytes. And with this, I want to go to our colleague in Reem in Saudi Arabia, and just to put this in perspective, the president of Saudi Arabia, Microsoft, recently said that we're moving into a time where the world's economy is powered by ideas and creativity. Exactly what Ria said. Dubbed the creative economy, this era will be based on people's use of their creative imagination to increase the idea of values and creativity. What does digital transformation, the digital creative economy mean to you, to the younger people, Gen Z? What does it mean for Saudi Arabia, especially with the Vision 2030? To you, Reem.
A new and a huge opportunity in front of us. Unfortunately, when you mention Saudi Arabia, people say, oh, oil, but no, we need actually to change this image, and we need people to think about technology aspects, technology startups, technology initiatives that Saudi Arabia has made. So they can remember Saudi Arabia when discussing technology. I believe today, during the pandemic, where everybody is suffering with education and going to school, we need to see more strong applications of AI in the education sector in terms of digital tutors, online platforms that can improve content, reduce costs, and other barriers to education, and enhance educational outcomes. Digital transformation should continue to bring new opportunities for all of us when it comes to education, in terms of enhanced learning, when it comes to transportation, when it comes to access. For example, instead of going to a court to file some legal papers, you can do it on your phone nowadays. So digital transformation is offering us more flexible pathways.
Thank you very much, Reem, for that perspective. Digital transformation is indeed providing us flexibility. And as Ria mentioned, we are a creative species. We have 90 billion neurons we're not using. We're not using probably 5 to 10% of it. How could we now go and scale our potential now in the future? AI allows us to do this across the world, in Commonwealth, the G20 countries, Saudi Arabia, United States, United Kingdom, Africa, and others. And with this in mind, we're talking about this social innovation. We're talking about this good that AI is bringing, where the United Nations has been talking a lot about it, is hosting a number of conferences. In fact, UN is represented very heavily today as people are listening around the world. AI can certainly be a force of good, and it does. As Monique recently said, it allows us to address critical issues more urgently than ever before. But we have to make social impact of AI a core consideration, not a sideshow, not an afterthought. So, Monique, what are some of the advances in social impact and AI that you've been talking for years that are critical for the world now and for people at the United Nations and all of the NGOs and organizations to hear us loud and clear?
Technology has no agency. So when we're talking about social good, and I think this is really important, especially for the generations where we are speaking with, this is going to be around, how do we deal with, for example, the use of AI in issues around climate. I think that's one example that's very, very important. How do we deal with that? Or I was in Hyderabad a year ago, and we were talking about the uses of AI for looking at agriculture and agricultural changes in terms of seeds, etc. So these become sort of a social good aspect of it that we have to build upon. One of the things that we've been talking about throughout this whole discussion is around the issues of governance. And I think that what's very, very critical when we talk about social good, and I know that Dalit has very, very pertinent examples of social good, especially in terms of medicine and so on, pharmaceutical issues and these examples, is the issue around responsible use. And this goes to the topic of governance. This goes to the topic of teaching from the very beginning ethics. What is good? What is for good mean from the beginning when you are either dealing with robotics or you're dealing with quantum computing aspects or whatever the emerging technology of the day is. We have to think about ethics from the beginning. I think it's very interesting that ethics is becoming sort of trendy at this point in time, looking at what cognitive bias may be. But ethics, if you look at it, was really historically with physics. And so we have to challenge ourselves. What is the red line of use here? Anything that crosses that red line, could be potentially harmful. Hence, therefore, why I have been advocating for a digital Hippocratic oath that we should be adhering to in education and what we develop from the very, very, very beginning. This is the call to any of the policymakers that we are speaking to through this program today, Mark.
Thank you very much, Monique. Monique addressed it really succinctly, and she pointed out that ethics it's a good life. It's the way the life should be, but we have to be very careful on how this information coming in from AI platforms is being presented, whether this information is representative of all of us, all inclusive, represents women, men, boys, and girls of all races, of all kinds, all religions, or it is divisive, and it is specifically very parochial. So we have to address the societal good issue from ethical perspective. Very, very important. But with this in mind, I want to go back to Dalit once again in beautiful Zurich. I know that in Zurich and in Switzerland, things work like a clock. Sometimes hiccups occur, but with this in mind, Dalit has an interesting story to tell us about some of the innovations and case studies that she's seeing in social impact, and then she wants to share with the audience. Go ahead, Dalit.
And this is always what I'm laughing about, thinking about robots going to take over the globe was basic issues. And yes, I think the whole discussion, the ethical aspects around AI is essential. And this is one of the things that we're seeing as Russia in new we have the possibility to have how cool the whole discussion.
Thank you, Dalit. Thank you very much for this. Let's go now to Roberto. Roberto is joining our conversation, and we want to take this conversation to education, digital education in the time of COVID-19. So I alluded to this in my opening. So lockdowns and social distances measures have deeply impacted universities. Roberto, you were talking about this and tweeting about this just recently. Education rapidly went online as the sectors adopted. They had no choice. They had to adapt to the changing environment. Sometimes it is a hybrid. Sometimes it is much more than a hybrid. It's direct digital connectivity. What role do you expect AI and advanced technologies to play, and how will it disrupt education for our youth? And what are you seeing in places like Brazil and around JFCC community?
So, as you said, we made a lot of progress recently in terms of using digital technologies and AI. We saw education going online, but also in other fields of life, right? We saw an acceleration of 10 years in 2 months in terms of e-commerce penetration across countries, several countries. I think that in terms of education, we should break that down in different levels, and some of the things were already mentioned here. The first thing is that we need to start early. So working with children and teaching them how to engage, or creating the opportunities for them to engage with technology, is a clear trend that we see around the globe. We just finalized in the GFCC a benchmark of future skills initiatives, or initiatives to develop future skills. And one of the very clear trends that we've seen is this: start early, work with children as early as possible. Second thing, we need to, in some way, address the gaps that we have in society today for people who already are in the workforce. So, and this connects back to, I think, that this very important topic of governance, but also the knowledge that people need to have. We need to empower people to work with AI. So this is something that it's critical, especially as we have more and more systems making decisions. At one level, we need to work on the frameworks and the standards, as Seth mentioned, but we also need to empower people who are on the ground using those technologies to make judgments, to understand what's behind that, and maybe not just to take results for granted, especially as we're in the beginning. And finally, in terms of, we need to really, education is, we have the opportunity to use adaptive learning and to provide education to certain parts and demographics that maybe today do not have access. We're surely seeing a big shift in higher education at this moment in the globe. Actually, one of the initiatives that we have is to create a future vision for University 4.0, or the technology-enabled university. So this is a critical conversation. We need to systematize the learnings and the things that we're seeing that are working and not working. As you said, Mark, it's very clear that we also need, especially in higher education, this human touch, human component. And this is something that I think is an open question going forward.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roberto. Let's stick to education. You have the most at stake because of all of this. It does provide valuable experiences, and it is transformative. And they need to be able to be in control of the digital future. Education will provide this, but now education itself is being reinvented. As Roberta was saying, it's being reinvented by on the classroom level. We're seeing major universities like Harvard, which are changing their curriculum now because of the crisis on what's going on. So AI and digital transformation really has a major say in this crisis. I want to now go back to Seth for some of his perspective on digital education and the impact that it has immersively, not only with AI, but video conferencing and all of the online platforms and technologies that are making it possible for our youth to participate and be educated, be part of the conversation. Could you please share what are some of the greatest positive impact that you have seen on digital education, and maybe some of the AI solutions that you have seen that impact the children and youth?
Of course, Mark. And I mean, COVID has provided a really interesting crisis and also opportunity in in digital education. So as I was saying before, with 1.6 billion people out of school during COVID-19, for those people who were fortunate enough to have access to broadband internet and a device, they were able to go online and use a lot of free resources for free education technology resources. And there are some great smaller niche companies doing amazing work with what other panels have been talking about, adaptive learning and curriculum. So what's really exciting about this step change is people have really been embracing digital education and education technology, is that I don't think we would have seen this kind of level of adoption if it were not for COVID. But at the same time too, a lot of people thought that COVID-19 was going to be a great equalizer, but in fact it is a great divider, where we are seeing a digital divide amongst children who have access to devices and internet and those who do not, and those who have access to higher quality education technology and those who do not. So I think through policy in the private sector, we need to make sure that everyone has access to high quality education technology. But it's really this adaptive learning curriculum that puts within reach a personalized education for everybody on the planet who has internet access and a device, because this is a smart curriculum that can learn from the student, learn about their strengths and shortcomings and areas for improvement. And this is really, really extraordinary. But as Roberto was talking about, we really do need to think about the role of the human in education going forward. We are certainly not at the World Economic Forum advocating an automation of education. We really see, in the future after COVID-19, we see technology being used to augment teaching in the classroom, to assist the teacher, kind of like a smart teaching assistant. And for students who do not have access to traditional classrooms now during COVID or after COVID, education technology really puts a high quality personalized education within reach, which is great. In closing, I just wanted to echo what other panelists are talking about too. It's really important to educate children about AI technology from a young age, but also to start with as Monique was saying, to start with education about responsible use of AI and how the technology can be used safely, and what are some of the strengths and benefits, and what are some of the risks as well. So I think starting there is a really strong basis for students to be successful in their educations and also in their future professional careers.
Thank you, Steph. Steph, if you stay a little bit with me, what are some of the solutions, maybe in your group or other groups at the World Economic Forum, some startups or solutions that you have seen in digital education that is extremely helpful to the kids and possibly even Gen Z and others that are involved in the education process? Can you share some interesting, unique solutions that you came across with our audience?
Oh, of course. I mean, so there's some amazing, free applications out there. There's an education tool called Bedtime Math, which is designed for very young children and helps them go to bed while thinking about math problems. It's really quite fascinating. There's actually a peer-reviewed article about the impact of that technology, which is fascinating. Not every piece of education technology is going to have a peer-reviewed journal article behind it to back it up, but we are really advocating at the World Economic Forum for companies to really be clear and explicit with the data about the impact of their technology. Another company that comes to mind is Century Technology in the UK. It's run by Priya Lakhani, who's a close colleague of ours at the World Economic Forum. And she's doing really wonderful work, but is really focusing on data privacy and ethics, and is being very deliberate with how they protect student data and anonymize it in aggregate, which is really fascinating. So it's great to see people like her really pushing this forward. She's also making an effort too to make the technology very affordable and accessible in developing and middle income countries. So yeah, there's really extraordinary stuff happening. We're probably gonna see a consolidation of these smaller niche players too, as big tech sees this opportunity in education technology, which is both a strength and a challenge to an extent.
Thank you very much, Seth. Seth addressed a lot of the solutions that are appearing in the market, and some of them are early on, but they're shaping or reshaping the younger minds and allowing them to participate and being part of this conversation. And with this, I'm jumping to Ria again for her perspective on next generation. So let's talk about the youth, talking about our kids and how are they being educated. If we talk about the specific skill sets, the specific areas of improvement, and not only skill sets, the ethics, as Seth was mentioning and Reem was talking about, what are the preparations and the roadmap that is necessary for the journey of the future for the younger population on this planet?
Incredible question. about the journey for the future for young people on this planet, I think that the number one skill going forward for young people would be actually in terms of entrepreneurship and being able to take their knowledge and their technological skill set to the public, and what it takes to actually be what we'd say income earning, profitable. Something that we've seen with the European Chamber of Digital Commerce is that we can have great technology, but if it's not meeting the needs of the people, or if the people who are creating that technology for whatever reason cannot monetize on it out there, then that technology can actually kind of go into the shadows. And we see startups with great ideas, having to take a back seat, and it never really materializes because of something on the entrepreneurial side. So I think that just the people skills and also business skills, those kinds of things will be great going forward. And it's also because we see that there are some economic shifts as well, especially in light of COVID-19. And we see that the jobs that used to exist no longer might be there. So people are in this kind of gig or freelance economy, or maybe they're in this type of a mode where, hey, I have a great idea. I have something that can really help people, so I want to get it out there. So I think that those kind of business skills are going to be more and more important for young people, and also that they can have a kind of global awareness of what's needed and the application. So for example, in universities, a question that I often get is, well, what can I use AI for? I'm learning all of this theoretical stuff. I'm learning linear algebra and calculus and blah, blah, blah. But what do I do with all of it? And sometimes in academia, the real world applications are not explicit. They're not necessarily given to them in their university classes. But yet undergraduate and graduate students really want to know, what am I going to do with this when I graduate? And so it's really in the practical realm, I think we need to focus on for the future.
Very great point illustrated to us, Ria. Those points are emphasizing that skills of listening, the business skills early on, entrepreneurship early on, learning how to become an entrepreneur, whether you're building a new game or you're in esports, in the virtual sector, and you're trying to do a lesson or a lecture for somebody. Those skills, the combining the digitalization and entrepreneurship, are so critical, and especially listening and then applying it. In our universities, our great universities around the world, and in the United States, UK, Commonwealth, it's a lot of core research. But what the next generation, the Gen Z, has shown us that you need more applied capabilities very early on, so people could immediately step in and solve a problem. Because, as Roberto is saying, it's all about challenges, and it's all about solving those problems and challenges, not only at the research level, but on our business world, our social world, our political world, whatever kids grow up to be, they have to be able to solve problem, find information very quickly. And with this in mind, we had this conversation just literally yesterday with Monique, and you mentioned several times, Monique, and also in some of the articles that you have distributed, is that STEM has to be more inclusive space, meaning that it has to bring more women into the space, other genders. It has to be more representative, the world of STEM. But it also, as Ria was talking about, entrepreneurship is very early on. So how do you converge the world of STEM of entrepreneurship? But yesterday we discussed mentorship. You brought on mentorship, so important. And mentorship brings you that so strong sense of community, especially for the younger crowd, where you don't necessarily need to be in an Ivy League school in Stanford or Harvard to be part of the Ivy League club. You could develop your own community and your own respective network. So the question that I have for you, and for that the audience around the world would love to hear, is why mentorship early on is so critical for the development and growth of our youth, and especially in the areas which we're discussing today, which is digital and AI. And how do you develop those business networks and that global engagement? in the world of STEM?
Sure, Mark, that's a wonderful question. And as we did discuss yesterday, I do believe that I want to distinguish mentorship and coaching, and I do believe in reverse mentorship, if you will. Let me give you an example. Let's break it down a little bit. We have STEM. You have stellar women, by the way, on this panel. I'm humbled to be with them. So they are wonderful examples of what is possible. But I'll give you concrete examples. I have worked with a 13-year-old girl, a 16-year-old girl, where they have developed their own businesses, and really before they've gone into either high school or college. And I've been sort of their CIO or CIO kind of person representing them. They have really gravitated to trying to look at problems they want to solve with, particularly in the robotics area, which has been quite interesting. They've been working on that. And I have been learning from them. So I think this is really, really important. I'm very, very excited about what I see in youth, and that partnership is really synchronous. It's a synchronous partnership. So while I think it's great to say, look, reach out and say, would you be my mentor, but would you also be sort of a coach? But it is a reverse, it has to be working both ways. And so in my particular case, I believe in that reverse dialogue. So, learning from the 13-year-old girl and the 16-year-old girl who come from various parts of the world and who are so creative, with their own businesses. The other part I want to bring to play here, which was catching some of the conversations, is around problem solving, especially as part of the mentoring and coaching experience. I note that what works very well is if you bind a problem to be solved, whether it's in the form of some kind of hackathon or something that's time bound, you would be surprised, so surprised of the solutions that come forward out of the result of that. I've been part of that kind of experience. And so yes, this is important. Reach out to your network. It's very important to do that early, but bear in mind, I'm going to be one who's going to be learning from that other person. The last thing I will say, because we were talking about the human and skills component of it, the earlier part, is these two girls, one of them, her parents were very concerned that she was really getting too in depth into the technology part and forgetting about her communications aspect. And what we actually said was, there was not a pressure from the parents for her to be so technical. But what I advised this particular, person, because I'm on her board, is to take a theater improvisation course, because that's how you start to think about not forgetting about your essential communications at the end of the day. But anyway, that's very important, is think about reverse mentoring from the very beginning, and think about it in a coaching relationship.
I agree completely with Monique. The relationship, it's a bidirectional relationship, and it's a relationship where we learn from each other. And this is why in the world of digitalization and AI, people tend to learn more from the peers. It's a peer-to-peer community. It's a peer-to-peer networking. It's not a consultant or advisor. It's the peers that actually give you the strength and empower you with knowledge and education. And I also think that problem solving, creativity, again, listening, be able to listen more to the younger voices and then provide solid wisdom advice has to be the way of the future if we're going to solve problems. We see those problems, as Monique alluded to, in climate change, what Greta is doing and how she is evangelizing and invoking the strength of the younger population to solve one of the most difficult challenges in the problem of climate change, when people only are waking up. And so this is the future, and getting more empowerment of women and the young leaders and our Gen Z community. So with this in mind, I want to jump to Reem to talk about what are you seeing in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that could be could be lessons for the youth around the world to do more, to have more younger people to be involved, more female leaders to be involved in STEM and AI? And the follow-up question to you, Reem, is how do we scale the AI skills development, very specifically on AI in younger people? How do we make them excited about this and create new entrepreneurial projects like you did in fitness tracking and health, digital health? What could we do, and how do we encourage them on some illustrative examples? To you, Reem.
Sure. So to address the first part of your question, I believe that role models in tech, role models in AI who are pursuing diverse career paths, not only in technical companies, but also in other companies that relate to sports, to arts, to education, should visit schools, should visit local communities to empower millions of young girls and boys, young people in general worldwide, to find purpose in their life, first of all, and also to make sure that those young children, those young people have access to technology, have access to mentorship, and therefore have a voice and a platform to discuss how technology develops. They can discuss also new ideas, new challenges, things that we see on a daily basis that we did not even think of as a problem, and propose a solution for it. And that's what I did with Rumble. I remember the idea for Rumble came when I was living in Connecticut, and my roommate had an accident because she was riding her bike and the car driver did not see her. So I thought, hey, why not we just add some light signaling system to the helmet so it's going to be on the eye level and people can see it. And here we go. Now we have a company that is called Rumble Helmet. Now it's called Rumble Lights. So I think we should work on establishing a global initiative towards gender inclusive, towards including the youth, in order to arm young people with tools needed to create startups, to solve problems, to make a contribution to the transformation ahead of us. And how do we make things exciting for children? By showing them role models, by using storytelling, by showing them, hey, okay, I use this technical aspect to solve a problem that you guys are facing now. For example, in your classroom, try to use simple language to make it appealing for a young generation. Try to use their language. Try to use also role models from their age group. You don't need to bring an executive from a company, for example. You can bring a teenager who started the company and let that person share his story or her story with their peers in order to give them a motivation to pursue such a career.
Thank you, Reem, for this inspiration to thousands and millions of people that need to pursue similar examples. And I fully agree. Sometimes it's just a challenge. It becomes, how do you solve a puzzle? I remember in early days, growing up in very underprivileged communities, and creating my own programming something and coming up and demonstrating this in the science fair and saying, listen, this is so unique. And people came about and said, Mark, how does this work? And then you become so interested that you start learning on how microprocessors and how the Boolean logic works and all of this. This is very exciting, and I think a great examples for our youth and what they need to do. And I want to jump again. We keep trying, and I'm sure that we will get it right. And now I want to see if we could connect to Dalif again.
Yeah, I hope I'm back again.
Yes, we could hear you, Dalif. You know, you're back, and and it's great to hear your voice, Dalif. As we started this conversation, you started talking about some interesting case studies that you're seeing, initiatives and solutions of your work in Swiss Cognitive and Cognitive Valley. Can you share with us some of those things that are producing social impact?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that we see what is most important is really sharing the knowledge and experience about the real use cases. Where can we really implement cognitive technology how can we scale up our businesses? How can we do our services and our products smarter? And this is one of the things that we see here and that we can share, especially within medical health, where we can see how the cognitive technology can support a human being, make our lives easier, healthier, and especially now the COVID time, we saw how a lot of startups and also enterprises started actually to develop different kind of use cases, how you can actually detect the distance between people, how you can detect where people touches more and where less, how you can actually benefit from this data and evaluate all this different data to make sure that people are aware and are alerted to do or not to do certain things. And I think also a lot of use cases that we see all around the 17 sustainable goals of the UN, what refers to poverty, that, for example, we have use cases seen within sugarcane, the harvest. How can you support those farmers with satellite picture, analyzing the data? When should they actually bring their harvest to the mill? How can we make sure that they don't lose a lot of their production? So there are a lot of different use cases that we can see in health, in agri-tech, not only in the areas of economy. And one of the things that for us it's most important is how can we actually engage between AI for good and AI for economy? How can we make sure that those two sectors are encouraging and empowering each other, especially for the future generations?
Dalif just gave us a glimpse. They have a strong database, but they gave us a glimpse of foundational solutions that exist today for the world of tomorrow. And those solutions are focusing on the AI for good. And we have a big issue that I think Dalif was alluded to. The world of technology, especially in the United States, has focused for a long time on efficiencies and lifestyle improvements. But the shift is occurring. For the people that are listening to us in Commonwealth and other countries across the world, people are focusing on societal problems. Does transportation really work? Can AI be helpful with crowd control? Can we keep our loved ones healthy? Do our emergency systems really work? Does triaging really work? Or we need AI to get in there to triage the patients instead of when you go to areas where somehow the disadvantaged people from a community are not getting through or not getting the treatment that they need. All of those are societal issues that need to be addressed by societal innovation converged with AI. And I don't want to lose you, Dalif. I know that Switzerland is always active like a Swiss clock. But while we have you, I want to ask you another question. And you've been thinking through this. Businesses and industries that you are seeing through Swiss Cognitive and around the world, they find relevance now in digital economy. They find a bigger cause. People are sensing that now this might be a digital first generation, a digital first push like never before. What transformation specifically are you seeing, and where are you seeing those transformations under the COVID-19? Can you talk a little bit about some of those transformations impacting people, impacting youth, impacting healthcare, education, and everything? Where are those transformation happenings, and what could you mention about it?
Thanks a lot. I mean, besides obviously in the subject of healthcare and pharma, where we see a lot of use cases, what I would like to emphasize even more is that through COVID-19, we got a huge push forward. People somehow started to trust into technology where at the start they didn't. Parents were happy that their kids had connectivity, were able to use certain sessions to follow their teachers. So we had discussion about connectivity, about bandwidth, about devices, giving the kids devices, the laptops, being able to connect with the world out there. a lot of companies had to struggle about home offices. So it's not only about using it to the benefit of our health, that obviously was implemented and still is being driven a lot through COVID-19, is a lot about giving trust into technology, realizing that we're talking about iterative process, how we can develop, how we can do things better, that it's not a plug and play, it's not about, okay, we have here an application and I just want to use it, it must work. It doesn't. It is something that, especially between the IT and the business, needs to have a close collaboration, needs to have an open discussion about where we want to go to. And I think that through COVID-19, we have been pushed out of the comfort zone, everyone here, and we also have been obliged to think about the chances that we have. So for me, this is one of the most important things, especially towards the youth again, who are in the center of our discussion today. And I think it's a lot about the old economy, guys and women, as well as myself. We have to rethink what we're doing, that we have really to think in their perspective. How can we use the cognitive technology, the digitalization, the emerging technology towards a better economy and a more healthy life?
Thank you very much, Dalif, for this perspective. I want to go to Roberto for one final question, and then my distinguished panelists will have opportunity to share their final closing thoughts and action items that they want the policymakers and they want people that are listening to our conversation from Commonwealth and around the UN system and around the world. They want that to be implemented so it would be a better digital world for our kids. And they want to make sure that all of us, if we take control of our digital future and we can, under proper circumstances, and respond effectively to the disruptions that it is causing, the disruptions that this awful pandemic has caused to all of us and all of our lives and our people and our families, some of the families who lost their lives. But we want to lay the foundation that technology will bring the better days and lay a foundation for the digital world, which will be promising and address the social agenda for this world. So as our panelists are thinking about this, I'll be asking Roberto one final question, and then we'll go for the closing statements. So Roberto, you recently mentioned that technology is allowing for digitalization of labs and enabling research to assume new forms, becoming globally distributed now. It doesn't matter where you are. You could be sitting in Montana, you could be sitting in Mozambique or Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and all of this is globally distributed. Welcome to the global village age, you said. Can you expand this thinking to our audience?
But before I do that, I just want to highlight one thing that you mentioned and others comment here about the crisis. So the crisis that we're going through is one accelerator. We all talked about that, and we are seeing that, but it also is a highlighter, especially a highlighter of the weaknesses that we have in society, the weaknesses that we have in infrastructures. So addressing that will be critical going forward. Having said that, when we think about digitalization research, the hard part of that is really things that are related to hard sciences that require a lab, a wet lab sometimes, that is being partially digitalized. But here again comes this issue about infrastructures. And I think that Seth mentioned that in the education context. The same thing applies to the research context. In places where you have more access to resources and infrastructures, that's easier to do, and that's being done. So that can be done to a certain level, but we need to be cognizant there's a gap related to infrastructures that we need to address going forward. And if maybe Mark, should I bundle my final comment here, or?
Yeah, please start with the final comment with you. We start the final comments with you as we have you now, and then we'll jump to the rest of our panelists. So please, Roberto. And by the way, it's a pleasure to have you with us joining from Brazil.
Yeah, wonderful to be here, Mark. I think that the second thing it really is we need deliberative forms. And I think they're related to the two things. First is to demystify, translate, and inspire people on AI. At the same time, we need to provide some education on knowledge on what is that, because we need to understand the limits of AI. And at the same time, there is a need to educate governments and organizations around the globe. So really to translate, we just heard from Dell and others about concrete examples. How can we use AI? So demystify, translate, and inspire. The other part of that, we need to address the gap. And I think that if we could frame this in a more general sense, and some of you mentioned that, in some way we need to make a decision if we're putting people around the globe in the asset column or in the liabilities column of our social balance sheet. So, and that will be really related, and I think Monique mentioned that, how we're making this, turning this AI for good in practice. What are the frameworks? And that relates to like this, the gaps that we have. And just to finish, how can we do that? I think the Reen mentioned that, and others about entrepreneurship. And I'll give you one final example. If we compare Italy and Brazil, the scientific research that's being done in those two countries related to AI in terms of peer-reviewed papers, from consider the IP, the knowledge generated in Italy related to AI, most of that is being connected to concrete implementations in the United States. That's great, that's understandable. United States, the largest economy in the world, and Italy comes second in terms of turning knowledge into concrete solutions. When we look at that in Brazil, say what's being generated in terms of research mostly can be tracked and traced to implementations in the United States, but Brazil only ranks 8th in terms of turning knowledge that's being produced in an AI into concrete solution. What is that gap about? Entrepreneurship, business skills, and mindsets. So we need to address also those things to turn knowledge that's being generated into concrete opportunities. I'll finish.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Roberto, for a call to action. And the next call to action, Ria, please. I'm sure you are waiting to share your opportunities that you see. What could be done? What could the UN Secretary General do? And what can governments and policymakers, entrepreneurs, everybody that is listening, what action items that we need to now to further the agenda of digitalization for the youth?
I believe that a main takeaway from this entire panel can be summed up in one word, which is collaboration. We need to see a more integrated ecosystem of policymakers, the technologists, private industry, the startups, the academic sector, the nonprofits, government organizations. We need to be talking to each other. We need to be communicating with each other, because what we see is that if we're all siloed into our individual worlds, and if we're not really communicating and opening that lines, then each of these silos are ignorant about the others, academia, policymakers, the business people. So we need to create more and more mechanisms where we can come together and collaborate and have a more vibrant ecosystem. And that interdisciplinary approach is really what's going to propel us into our future in an ideal manner.
Thank you very much, Ria. I really like this interdisciplinary approach and a collaboration. And with this, to Monique for her closing thoughts and actions that you would like to suggest for our community and policymakers and others. And you have your amazing experience on social innovation and technology, traveling and spending time around the world. We want to hear from you, Monique, and inspiring and taking what is the takeaway that the world needs to hear?
Yeah, so building upon what Ria had stated and Roberto, I think that fundamentally what we want to have, it is multi-stakeholder at the end of the day. We should be building and agreeing as collective nations and countries on a AI governance framework. I think globally that should be something that we should be able to take action on. You know, this gets into defining responsible use of AI, and also this whole notion of a digital Hippocratic oath, if you will. The other component of this is to let's see if we can have AI ethics competency centers that may be dispersed within various continents and countries that where it would involve youth as well as teachers, as well as folks from private industry and so on. I think that would be fantastic. Thinking of also creating a regulatory tech sandbox, if you will, with regard to AI. And the last point I want to state, which is more to be very, I think, inspirational, is for the youth to create this world they wish to have and not the one they wish to avoid, using AI and AI responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monique. Now we're going to Reem for closing thoughts, and maybe if you have also the entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial spirit, DNA that is part of you, how do we instill it, and what's the takeaway for the rest of the world?
Community to attract newcomers, whether in AI, in entrepreneurship, in tech in general, introduce and advance skills, and create a vibrant problem-solving community.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Reem. We're now going to Seth, and your perspective on behalf of World Economic Forum and everything that you have done for the kids immersing in AI and digitalization. What else could be done, and what else would you encourage the world's community to do?
Thank you, Mark, and thank you to all the panelists for this fascinating discussion. Just trying to pull together so many different threads. I think we know that AI is not human, but AI has very human impact, which I think we're seeing. We're also seeing that AI reflects human bias and also a lot of bias in data. So I think we need to address that. I think it's clear that we need to focus fundamentally on human rights, and I would say start with children's rights because they are our most vulnerable. And it also seems like we need to think about a way to really quantify the social impact that AI is having. And I think this really involves, as we would say at the forum, a focus on stakeholder capitalism and a move away from just focusing on shareholder value. We really need to think about the impact that business practices, capitalism, all of our actions have on the broader community. And I think we need to have some kind of framework for how we think about AI. I wanted to echo Monique thinking about a comprehensive AI framework and a digital Hippocratic oath that people can agree to. There's not a lot of unification of all these AI ethics principles around the world, so I think we need to start there. And I would say we also really need to, I think, start with education and really start at a young age with education on responsibly using AI, and also thinking about how we can upskill and reskill youth so they can leverage AI in the future. It's been so great to hear this talk about mentorship and engaging youth. Something we're doing at the World Economic Forum. We're putting together an AI youth council of youth who can really partner with us to help us co-develop our governance frameworks. We think it's absolutely hypocritical to be talking about youth and children without engaging them in the discussion. And lastly, I want to talk about the digital divide. And I think we really need to focus on equity and ensure that AI can lift all young people and adults around the world up, as a unifying force, and not continue to divide. And this involves the private sector making investments, collaborating with the public sector through policies and incentives. And really, it's with a multi-stakeholder approach that we can really move this forward and create a better future. But we really need to do this for our children and youth, because they're going to be leading us out of future crises in the coming years and decades.
Thank you very much, Seth, for this insight and this positive perspective about the multi-stakeholder approach that you are engaging at the World Economic Forum, engaging the youth, engaging the kids, so they are better prepared for the new world that is coming to them, and encouraging the all-inclusive society and strategic frameworks that Ria, Monique, and others have alluded to. And so we finally have the closing statements from our panel organizer, Daleth. and her team. So, Dalif, to you on action items and your takeaways from this call. And meanwhile, we thank everybody that has listened and participated actively, all of our amazing panelists, organizations around the world. It's been an incredible experience for me personally, and very motivating to hear those experiences which are action-oriented, which are thought-provocative, and which include the best of that AI world could bring to us. And with this in mind, to you, Dalif, for the closing statements. Okay, I believe that there are probably, again, technical issues that are happening there again, but I am sure, and speaking on behalf of Swiss Cognitive and Dalif, that they are excited on the issues that came out in terms of sharing use cases, a multi-stakeholder approach, and ability to convey those powerful images and powerful messages to inspire our youth as they will be leading the next generation, and have AI as the force of positive good on social innovation and creation, and giving them the right education, the right opportunities in schooling, and making sure that they're properly immersed with entrepreneurship and ability to be exposed to AI at the early level. So I think that was a fantastic panel. And I'm very excited to have moderated this. And I want to now bring this back to our amazing hosts that are hosting the rest of the Commonwealth program from AI Policy and other organizations. Back to you. We enjoyed it. Thank you for having us.
That's a brilliant panel. Sorry, I think I was on mute. Oh, okay, we lost a few people here. Dalit, are you there? Swiss Cognitive? I think we've lost you.
So I'm listening, and we enjoyed this panel and had a great conversation. Thank you for giving us opportunity. And you are doing some exciting things on behalf of the Commonwealth and the United Nations, and especially the AI policy, the Global Policy Insights, and all of the organizations, the Ramphal Institute that participated. And hope you had were listening, and we're happy to engage the world to make it a better, more digital place.
Brilliant, Mark. Well, thank you very much. What a brilliant panel we had, and superb moderation. Initially started off like an inspirational talk. It did sound like a very, your tone has got some inspiration in it, even before you got to the content. And I particularly like your style as well. It was a brilliant panel. Thank you so much, Mark and Dalit and Swiss Cognitive for these brilliant panelists and the excellent message that has gone out as part of this panel. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you too.
Brilliant. So if you hold on, Dalit, I just wanted to discuss a couple of points for the excellent work that you're doing through Swiss Cognitive. Tomorrow you're bringing together some young people, their participation in AI, very young people, teenagers. It's quite exciting. If you could just let the attendees give a taster of what they want to see tomorrow. And then we also wanted to discuss with you your thoughts on why this exchange. We all talk about there should be collaboration, international collaboration, exchange of communication, and bringing together all the key stakeholders. So what are your thoughts on why that is needed? Why do we need this bringing together all key stakeholders? Why is it paramount?
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think one of the most important thing, and I would like to start with that one, is our panel tomorrow with the kids. And these, as I mentioned before, these are definitely focused for our future. Everything what we're doing is towards
the young generations. And we will have tomorrow 4 great young AI enthusiasts, and you will be able to read about them more on the webpage and listening to them, what they're doing. And in our pre-discussion to prepare the panel, I mean, they're 11 years, 13, 14, and 18. And some of them actually more than some of us ever did.
Losing your voice, Dalit. We are losing your voice. So as you said, I'll repeat what you said. So they are children of 11, 14, and 18, right?
Yes.
Wow, that's brilliant. You know, that's a brilliant panel having, you know, a person of 11 years old in AI. That's brilliant. So please continue.
Yeah. Can you hear me now better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Somehow today it seems that I'm struggling with technology, what is really uncomfortable, but let's try to do the best out of it. Yeah, so I mean, for us, when we discussed the pre-discussion that we had with the youngsters before our panel tomorrow, what we realized that what for them is very, very important is to be responsible, to discuss also the ethical aspects that we have discussed already, but they have their own opinion, they have their own view of that, and I think we can learn a lot. The main objective tomorrow will be to learn what can we, the kind of older generation, the old economy-minded people, do so we can support them. They have great idea. They have a different way to approach problems because they grew up with a certain technology. And there is one nice example that I like to emphasize a little bit is when we started to have those 3D printing, those additive laser sintering, we had the possibility to build objects that are different than in the old days. So that the engineers had to rethink how to build these things. And for the younger we're not stuck in the process.
Yeah, you might have to repeat the list again. We have lost you again.
Okay, I'm so sorry. It's probably a bad thing saying that we somehow have bad connectivity today in Switzerland, or
It's still going back and forth. You know, we're losing you once and it's coming back. Do you want to speak now? I think I get a sense it's
not. Yeah, no. I can try. You know what? I'll try to come back through my mobile.
No, you're better now. You're better now. Let's see if it happens again.
I just have to speak much faster, then perhaps we can get all the things in during the connectivity is stable. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, so one of the things what is really important that we bring our beliefs, that we start to think in a different way, that we see the chances that we have. And this is something where, in my perspective, is only we're only able to do that in a conversation with the youngsters who grew up with the technology that we're using today and that will come in the future, because they don't have any boundaries in their way of thinking based on experience that lasts for 20 or 30 years. They are much more open towards that, and they see solutions we probably will never see. And I think this is what we have to be, that we have to need to have enough courage to do the steps, to try things, although it's different to what we used to do, because this is how we will be able to learn. Thinking out of the box means listening to others, how they approach, and this is what we'll discuss tomorrow with the youngsters. How can we support them? What is important to them? And especially listening into what they were able to build already using emerging technology and AI.
When you talk about an 11-year-old working on AI, have they skipped school or no? How have they managed to? How has an 11-year-old managed to get into AI? Which, you know, people of my age also find it difficult to kind of pick up AI. So how has an 11-year-old managed to do? Are we looking at a child prodigy, an exceptionally brilliant person, or is it more of hard work and getting up to things?
Definitely a prodigy, definitely. And when I tell you that he started with 6, means that he's already coding and in the topic since 5 years. And yes, he is still in school. He is a child. He loves to play. And you will see them tomorrow. It's incredible. It's really incredible. And for them, it's also kind of playing with the algorithms, playing with the possibility out there. They grew up with a lot of devices we never had. The openness that they have is totally different. I don't want to take too much up front because I really want to the audience to see those youngsters tomorrow. Sure. They are amazing, and one of the most important thing to me, and I mentioned that before, it's up to us, the adults, the parents, the older generation, to support them, and whatever we decide, whatever we are going forward, to be aware that it's affected their future and not ours.
Brilliant, excellent. Yeah, that brings us. I mean, yes, I agree. This has to be a taster. We can't. We cannot be taking all. It has to be a taster only. They have to give the actual message tomorrow. It has to be live to all the audience. That's brilliant. So that we can move on to the next question that I asked in terms of partnerships, in terms of exchange of information, collaboration between different stakeholders. Yeah, we all keep saying that, but why is that so important? Why is that paramount, particularly for AI, that at this point of time?
Again, it's about talking with people. It's about having benefit out of their experience. And I think this is one of the things that speeds up the process. The more we discuss about possibilities, not only about best practice, also about and what doesn't work, we can speed up the process of developing towards better solutions. This is, for us, one of the main things that we're doing. We are from each other to scale up, to make sure that the whole society can benefit out of those little steps that we can do together. As I mentioned at the beginning, we're not talking about robots, we're not talking about computers, we're talking about real use cases. What are the small little steps that we can do? Not only the big companies, also the small and the mid-sized companies. What can they do? How can they improve or disrupt their businesses? And I think this is one of the things that we can learn from each other. And therefore, we are engaging with all the stakeholders in the ecosystem through different kind of events, workshops, and unlock the potential of AI.
Brilliant. And how does that help the ethics side of it? Ethics, when we talk about ethics, responsible AI, and those areas that are not covered by the if I may say, the corporate world. These are more the social good, social aspects of AI. How can the collaboration help in addressing these issues?
I think, first of all, we need to discuss to decide what does it mean ethics. What are the ethical aspects? And coming out from a country like Switzerland, a neutral country, we have a great chance to be a strong part to define these things, because as we know, we have different countries with different cultures, with different ideas, what is right and what is wrong. So I think this is definitely a point where we need to find a common way how we want to approach the aspects. And this will be very, very difficult. And there, I think also the kids can help a lot, because the ethical way of thinking that we adults have is based on our mentality, on our culture, how we have been raised. And the children, they're getting it through us. So I think also, and you mentioned that before, it's so important to discuss how to build collaboration. The more we discuss, the more we can learn from other culture, to see other point of views. We may be able really to get into the direction where we find a common sense for ethics.
Brilliant.
And perhaps the second thing is, I mean, the ethical aspects, what is in the responsibility of governments, of the UN, of the different enterprises, but it's also going with that, the trust in the technology. And I think this is also something that we have to build together. And I know it's probably a very naive point of view from myself. I would love to have this subject, a subject that brings the globe closer together, that brings the people closer together, to be open to different cultures, different religion, and different way of thinking, and realizing that at the end of the day, we're all living in the same world, and we need to be together instead of fighting against each others.
This did, in terms of living together and not fighting against each other, this came up in the morning when we were discussing with the Mauritius Minister of Foreign Affairs, where we were also discussing, even international relations could have a digital aspect to it very soon. So IR could also talk about having peace on a digital space, not only on ground. That's one thing that has brought us. On that note, thank you, Dalit. Thank you very much. It was nice having you and the brilliant panel that you have put together today. And we're looking forward to the panel tomorrow. It was absolutely thrilled to have you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
So the next panel we have is at 5:15, which discusses about AI and innovation. So we can continue in the meantime our conversation with Dr. Avik Sarkar, who was the national AI strategy head for India. India is doing very well on AI, and Dr. Sarkar could be given a part of credit to that as well in terms of his work that he has done at Niti Aayog, and also currently the work he's doing at the Indian School of Business. So thank you, Avik. Thank you for coming back. I'll also loop in a couple of my colleagues as well who could who would also be interested to ask some questions. I'm bringing in Neha Diwan, Political Affairs Officer, and also the Commonwealth Project Lead. And I'm also bringing in Swati Agarwal, who's our Program and Research Manager. So Avik, please, we were listening to the lessons you've learned from not only the lessons but the experience you had.
Yes, for the journey
strategy. So I'd leave the floor to you to begin.
Yes, sure. Hi, Neha and Swati, how are you doing?
Very well, Professor Sarkar. Thank you so much for joining us. It's absolutely fantastic to have you here.
Yes, I've been listening to the other speakers since the start of the sessions. Really a good lineup of speakers and really exciting discussions to bring in the aspect of youth and its relevance. When I got the invite for the session, I was wondering what is the role of youth, but I think halfway into the session, I'm very sure that I think youth has a very important role to play with the way technologies are evolving. I think the lady was just speaking now to a very good overview also of the thing.
So one point there, Dr. Sarkar, in terms of rather than the role of youth in AI, we brought the role of AI for youth. I mean, that's the angle we brought. So AI should have a role for youth. Like youth is paramount, youth empowerment. So you're bringing role of AI to the youth. Please.
Yes, true. That's very interesting. So yes, as I was talking about, like we first tried to some other ministries which were working on various aspects of AI, some from the research angle, so another ministry was looking at it only from the industry and commerce angle. So at that point in time, the central policy think tank, which is Niti Aayog, started looking into the picture. The first thing that we looked into was that how many startups in the AI space we are doing. This was like comparison of the global picture that we're looking at. We saw that we were maybe around 5th in the world in terms of global AI startups. And then we wanted to see like where are we on the research front. We found that on the research front also, I think at this time, I'm talking of like the research done around 2017, 2018 timeframe, there were less than 50 top-notch AI researchers in India who are publishing in the top journals or publishing paper in the top journals and top conferences. And we actually found out that there was a real gap that is there from the research that has been done and taking that to the innovation and productizing it. I think since morning we have heard the name of collaboration several times. I think that was the aspect, that collaboration where we are missing. I heard in the initial thing that you are from India, so you will know the aspect how our university systems are made. We have specialized institute for technologies, the IITs, what people know about. We have specialized institute for healthcare, specialized institute for law, specialized institute for management. So the very aspects of cross mingling with other faculty members or other boards was not happening in an organic manner in India. That was one of the biggest thing that we all knew about this, but then that was a big barrier and hindrance to the innovation of the country, is something that we also found out. While we are also starting on the agenda of AI, we also had the big mission on innovation that was also being handled by Niti Aayog, and we had the Atal Innovation Mission, a whole mission to start and look into innovation as a whole aspect. AI is one aspect of it, but innovation as a whole aspect was also something that we are looking into, because innovation was something that we found the root learning method of education in the school was killing innovation to some sense. And what we are looking for, like startups to come and innovate things as we are thinking about the youth to do it today, I think the education system was killing innovation. So now we have introduced a lot of those things. We have Atal Tinkering Labs where innovation, the people start tinkering with things, various science experiments, robotic experiments from standard 5 level, and then there are different things for college and university levels also. So I feel we felt that looking into the innovation was very important thing. And then the other thing was that because the universities and other institutes were not already co-located together, so that organic collaboration was not happening. So we had to bring in policies so that they come in together. So we had some focus areas on core areas of AI research, like so this can be either on computer vision or the language technologies or video technologies or anything, like the base technologies. But then we talked about some transformational centers of AI, which will then take these technologies and then apply them to healthcare. And that can be one domain. Apply them to education. That can be one domain. Apply them to finance. That can be another domain. So these were then collaborations that we felt that, okay, they can come up with some proposals and then government will fund some part of it. They can have some funding so that to promote the collaboration because it was not already happening. So we felt that there are a lot of top-notch companies there, research labs there, the academic institutes are there. But then if these people can come together, the magic will happen. So that is the thing that we have been promoting since then. So that was one of the aspects. Then the other aspect that we had to take care of the country was that the access of the compute. I'll come to the data part at the end because data is an important thing that we all know. The compute was very important because if you leave out the IITs and the top-notch institutes in India, other institutes, if we are all left up to the students to do the compute on their own laptop, which would be maybe 4 GB or 8 GB RAM, which was not enough for high processing bandwidth. So to come up with a platform where this compute can happen was the next priority. So coming out with Arabat, a platform of say cloud computing, which will be available to these universities at a much discounted rate was the next thing that we looked into. Data is something that we had started upon, and we have been working on various aspects to make data available. There is a couple of bills that has been under discussion. One is a personal data protection bill, other is a non-personal data, and how they can be made available to public for the social good and for both the commercial good aspect. The other thing that we wanted to look into was the aspect of the government adoption, because government adoption will also drive a lot of interest on this space. So that was something that government has been doing, and a lot of the state governments have been looking into this aspect. And again, I think a very important aspect about AI is the aspect of skilling. We have a huge workforce which is skilled in IT, but how can we then reskill them into AI is the next thing. And then the Ministry of IT, which is the METI, Ministry of IT and Electronics, has come up with a huge program there where they have come up with a future skills platform, which is to equip the people on the various job roles of AI and data science to promote two things there. So, so as you can see, like we came up with the core strategy paper, but we have several partners with whom we are working along to enable this whole ecosystem together.
So this partnership, Avik, is that partnership on the private-public sector partnership? Is a combination of all of these? Academia, private sector, corporates, and is it a combination of all these sectors?
Yes, it is a combination of all this sector, but then we have laid down some common rules that, okay, you can come and collaborate. Now we are expecting that one academia will collaborate with a private party, and then they come up with some funding so that they have their skin in the game, and then they approach the government for the additional funding requirement. Because if, say, someone comes up and they want to start something afresh, that's something that they possibly cannot do. There is some amount of skill that we required already. So, say, Intel is one of the examples. Intel, you might know, like self-driving car is a big thing worldwide, but there is not enough self-driving data set for the Indian scenario. So Intel had worked with the ministries to come up with a data set on self-driving cars for the Indian condition. So that was a data set that they have made available, and now they have made it open for research. So they have then collaborated with some of the IITs to then now take this forward, IITs and IISCs, to take this forward going forward. So the company also should have a commercial interest, otherwise that thing will not go on. If we just think that this is only for the research and academic purpose, I think that is what India has done for the last 30 years. But then after that academic paper is published, how do we productize it? How do we monetize it? How do we innovate from there? I think that last mile is the focus now coming forward.
That's great. So India is quite, if we have to say, India is quite forward in terms of AI on par with, bigger with other countries like UK, US. But from Indian perspective, is there any help being offered to other nations across the Commonwealth or other countries like smaller states? Has there been any either in form of an aid or in forms of technology exchange?
You asked that question, and that is also in our roadmap that we want to do that. So when we came up with the AI strategy for India, we called it the AI for all. And what we meant by all is that, say, India is a multiple states. We have like close to 30 states in the country. Some of the states on the southern side, like say Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, they are on the cutting edge of technology. They are today implementing technologies which some of the European nations are implementing. But then there are a lot of other states which have possibly not even digitized their work, their process flow. So there is a huge gap there in India itself that we have to cover. So our intention is that as we cover some of the states which are on the lower end of technology adoption, we will have robust technologies built in. And we are also hoping that the startup community will come in there and come up with cost-effective solution, which can then be taken at a very, very low cost to places in, say, Africa or say Latin America, which also is a very price-sensitive market, and there are similar problems that lies. Say access of healthcare, access to advisory services for agriculture, the access to education. These are some of the things that are like common problems that lies in a lot of the areas. So we can then look into those problems there. I think our startups are doing some bit of it, but I think the journey has just started in 2018, 2019 timeframe. So we will possibly take another 1 or 2 years to go to the level. First, let us do some bit in India, and then maybe we can think about going abroad.
I asked because in a recent article I wrote that India could help smaller states in the Commonwealth, just like UK is probably getting into.
The intention is there. Intention is there, but I think for a startup to go and market their solutions in a foreign country, they need a big platform to do that. I think they have to grow to that level to that. Today, a Microsoft or IBM can do that, but a small startup based in India who is just a year old cannot do that. that maturity is required.
Sure. I think we still have 3-4 minutes for the next panel to begin. Neha and Swati, you have any last questions? You should have asked you before.
No, I think it was such a wonderful flowing conversation, Uday, that there was no way we should have interrupted Professor Sarkar. But just out of curiosity, before we go into the panel, I wanted to ask you from a business perspective, that is, because you do present a unique interface, having come from a government outlet in that sense, working for AI and the public good, and also focusing on the private aspect of things. Where do these present a challenge to each other? Because at the end of the day, the kind of models or objectives that businesses work for and incorporate AI into may be very different for the version for public good that governments have. And how can these be collaborated with each other then?
I think yes. I think that that answer to that would be the regulatory environment that we create in the country. So we want the AI companies to flourish in India. They come here and they flourish in India, but they shouldn't only be looking at their capitalistic gains and the concerns of citizens. Their aspect, like the citizens can be a student if it's for the education, it can be a patient, it is for healthcare. So their interest needs to be taken into consideration because they are the primary aspect. So that regulatory framework is something that we are trying to figure out. The next thing is that we also try to think a lot about data, and data is a very important aspect. And we also know there are some of the European countries where there is consent-based data sharing, but as you know, there is a large section in India who do not understand what is consent and how to give consent, and they possibly don't even have a smartphone. How do we enable this consent and take their consent to share their data? I think those are some of the things which are the big challenges for India. Like, how can you explain to a poor farmer? How can you explain them the concept of consent? That based on your consent, your data will be collected for some commercial or social good, and in the process, can they get some benefit also? Because we are also thinking that people whose data is used get paid for some of it. I know these are utopian concept. Actually true or not, we don't know, but I think they will be interested to think more about it if they know they have some gain in it. A farmer might not be so much interested about social good because he's already toiling the whole day in the sun to create food for the rest of the country. He is already doing his part of the social good. So I don't think he needs to do anything more than that.
That's a very interesting perspective, and we'll probably take it up in the panel with you. So I'll hand that over through to Uday or the brilliant moderators that we have for the next session, Arunima and Swati.
Brilliant. Thank you, Neha. So the next panel we have is on the role of AI in innovation and transformation across sectors. We have with us a colleague and also a friend, Darren Jones, who I work very closely with. Darren is a member of parliament here, and he's also the vice chair of APPG on AI and the chair of BEIS, in the UK, and has got many roles in AI and technology. I follow him regularly on Twitter and quite impressed the kind of sessions he does and the knowledge he has. So who else other than Darren from UK? Then we have Banu Gantasala, a friend of mine who went to school together with. He topped the state. He was one of the top 10 in the state out of 1 million students at that point of time. So he's always someone we look up to, and is on an AI. He's the one who brought me to AI, to be honest, a year and a half ago. And since then, this progress we have seen to AI Policy Labs. Dr. Avik Sarkar. So we have Dr. Avik Sarkar. Well, Arunima is an associate from UNDP. We've been working closely for the last year and a half in terms of partnering with governments and those initiatives. Swati is a program and research manager at GPI and AI Policy Labs. So I'll hand it over to Arunima and Swati to take this up. I cannot see. She hasn't logged in yet. So she's the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization. So maybe by the time you do introductions, hopefully we'll hopefully do. So we'll hopefully see her. So if you can send me her number, Swati, then I'll try to pick her up.
I'm just forwarding it.
Well, innovation is key now, and AI itself kind of suggests innovation. And you ready, Swati? Okay, please take over.
Thank you very much, Uday, for this brilliant introduction, and thank you, Dr. Sarkar, for being with us since the beginning for the fire chat as well. But I would like to take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to all the members of our panel and audience from across the time zones who have joined us today. At the outset, I hope you're all keeping well and safe. I'm Swati, as Uday already introduced. I'm the Programs and Research Manager at Global Policy Insights. Just to give a little bit of background, I'm a development policy expert. I was formerly working with on strategic advisory for Ministry of Finance in India for their multilateral development bank engagements. It is my honor to welcome you all today to our panel discussion on role of AI in innovation and transformation across sectors. So this discussion is very key to our hearts because it was conceptualized under GPI's AI Policy Labs, which was launched globally this year, with an underlying impetus to advance AI for social good and governance. With this, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our panelists for today. We have with us Dr. Avik Sarkar, as most of our attendees would have already met him during the fireside chat. Dr. Sarkar is former head of the data analytics cell at Niti Aayog, Government of India. Currently, Dr. Sarkar is a faculty at Indian School of Business in India and a TEDx speaker as well. Dr. Sarkar was nominated amongst the top 10 data scientists in India in 2017 by Analytics India magazine. Welcome, Dr. Sarkar. We also are joined today by Mr. Darren Jones. He's an MP for UK and is the chair of House of Commons for the Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy Committee. Mr. Jones is also the chair of the Institute of Artificial Intelligence. We are very delighted to have you with us, Mr. Jones. We also have Mr. Bhanu Khantasala. He's an innovative technology leader and entrepreneur serving telecom, a vast range of sectors, in fact, serving telecom, digital health, and smart city markets with about 17 years of experience working with the blue chip technology companies. And he also owns his own AI and IoT powered medical device venture. He's designed operational organizations to leading telecom operators in the APAC region, and he's enabling organizational structure and business processes for them as well. We are also expected to be joined very soon by Ms. Futai Purcell. She is the Acting Secretary General of the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization. Prior to this, Ms. Futai was the regional advisor to the South Pacific countries on the ICT development, which is one of the very critical developments that we are hoping to have a discussion around today. And last but not the least, I'm very delighted to introduce my co-chair for this panel, Ms. Arunima Sen. Arunima is an officer with Strategic Planning Unit at UNDP India. She has extensively worked with government, multilaterals, and private sector on reform initiatives for improving pro-disadvantaged public service delivery, especially for women and most marginalized. I would request Arunima to kindly introduce the theme of this session and invite discussions from our panelists. Arunima.
Thank you so much, Swati. Very warm welcome to the panelists and to everyone here. Am I audible? Is it clear and loud?
Yes.
Can you hear me? All right, wonderful. It has been a wonderful day, such wonderful insights, and just starting the whole subject and the relevance and application. So we have seen artificial intelligence is a wide-ranging tool that enables people to rethink how we interpret information, analyze data, and use the resulting insights to improve decision-making. And already it is transforming every walk of life. This evening, we look forward to hearing from the panel on AI's application across the variety of sectors, discuss issues and recommendations in the development and application, as we discussed, and for getting the most out of AI while ensuring sustainable development and still protecting important human values. We have touched upon various dimensions of it, and we would be really keen to understand deeper depths of it from the panel. I would quickly move to the members. Dr. Sarkar, I would first go to you. I would be really keen to understand from your experience, what do you think is the potential of AI in transforming the various sectors? We have touched a multitude of sectors in the discussions in some way or the other, but I would really request you to please share. What do you think are the sectors that have exhibited the greatest potential till now of leveraging AI? Also, please do share your thoughts on, in the process of this transformation, how do we tackle the critical issues around ethics and governance of AI? So if I may please request you, Dr. Sarkar, to please start. Thank you.
Thanks, Arunima, for the nice introduction and for setting that tone. So as I think there have been several reports by McKinsey and PwC and of those nature, BCG, where they have taken a very detailed look at sectors and how the impact on AI on different sectors have been there. And it has been quite evident through these reports where you have a process where you are doing your business that starts from, say, some raw materials to delivering some value. The more aspects of this process that are already in digital mode, the greater the impact is. So this is something that is known across sectors. So information sectors like, say, media and telecommunications or finance are more impact. You can have more impact on those sectors as compared to, say, maybe the construction industry, where you have to just go and build houses and there's nothing much that you can apply AI on. But there are a lot of sectors that you can apply AI on. But for us, when we are looking at sectors and when we are coming up with a national AI strategy, we are looking at like close to 30 sectors, and we are thinking as the national body whose role is economic growth and the development of the country and India, what is our focus areas? So our focus areas that we wanted to have was primarily on the main things of interest to us, and they were primarily around agriculture. Agriculture is a very important thing for India because we have close to 45 to 50% of our population engaged in that, and food security for 1.3 billion people is very, very important. Agriculture was something very important. The second one was healthcare, because we have a much lesser number of doctors per population, as lower than what the WHO recommends. So, and there are places where, say, in the tribal areas, remote villages, where we do not have the adequate number of doctors. So can AI play a role in bringing this in bridging this gap? And the third one was on education. There is again because of the rural nature of places, we do not have adequate teachers in some of those areas. So these were the three primary sectors. And then the other big thing that is also interest to India and also to any other country in the world is the rapid urbanization. As cities are getting urban, how can we use AI to improve the governance aspect of cities, monitor various aspects of the cities, monitor the crowd, monitor traffic, and those aspects. So these were the four major aspects that when we were looking into and seeing that impact. And we have been promoting these aspects also from the government end. And there is a numerous startups that has come up in India over the last 2-3 years, primarily in these sectors, more on agri-tech and health tech. Edutech, we have not made that much advancement as we should have, because education technologies, the type that we have is primarily because you expect a kid to have a tab or a personal device. That is far from the reality in the rural areas, where we do not even have a computer in the school as a whole. So expecting the kid to have a smartphone or a tablet is like a very far from what is required for a personalized education. But I think there is a lot that has been done, like on crop advisory, what is the best time to sow your crop, what is the best time to harvest the crop. Things around that have made huge impact. And there are a lot of the state governments which have taken up these initiatives and have been running these initiatives across the state. So there's a huge impact on agriculture. And agriculture, since it impacts on so many people, it can increase it can decrease the chances of crop failure and the farmers getting the due money that they are working for. So that and healthcare are the two aspects that we have been working on a lot, and primarily once. I think that the aspect you touched upon, as we see a large number of startups coming into the space, and also big companies like, say, Intel, Huawei, Microsoft, IBM, and all the big names coming with these solutions, similar solutions that I mentioned about entering this space, including Google, Facebook, all of them. It is very important to set the regulations and standards. So we have a Bureau of Indian Standards, which works in collaboration with the ISO, the Indian International Standards Organization, to set the standards for AI in the country, and based on that, the regulation has to be developed. This is something that we are still working upon. We have not worked on, we have not got a full picture on that, but that is something that our next aim is to resolve that as soon as possible.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarkar. That's really insightful. And I think after the discussion we have, I already am thinking of a couple of questions for you, if time permits. Sure. Over to you, Swati, please.
Couldn't hear you, Swati.
And we'll come back to you with some cross questions towards the end of the session. Now, I would like to move on to Mr. Jones. So, Mr. Jones, given that you are from the House of Commons, how far do we think are we in utilizing AI in policy making and governance? And what is the broader route you think will be able to pick if we have to really utilize AI in policy making? And where should, in that perspective, where should the government focus and investments be? So if you could bring some examples from UK or from the Commonwealth to deal with these issues.
Well, Swati, thank you for the question, and thank you to Uday and all the team at GPI for organising the conference today. And I think happy birthday to Uday for yesterday, if he's listening in the background. Look, I'm a Commonwealth champion in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and also have the pleasure of co-chairing Labour Friends of India. And I spend a lot of work working on AI. So today has brought together lots of my favourite things into one topic. So I'm particularly delighted to be with you. In my role as the chair of the Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy Committee here in the UK, the question you just asked me fits broadly into our research spending and innovation spending. So we have an organisation in the UK called UK Research and Industry, UKRI, and we spend billions of pounds every year on research and industrial innovation. And AI has been one of our grand challenges in our industrial strategy over the past few years. And we've set up a few organizations, for example, the AI Council, to work with private sector partners around adoption and use of AI in the UK economy, but also organizations like the Centre for Data AI, whether it's about bias in data or its application in different sectors, or indeed the gender and background of people producing AI systems. And so we've started an early stage route here about adoption into the economy. The benefits for us, I think, are broadly around productivity. The British economy hasn't been particularly productive for a long time now. And we recognize that AI is a general purpose technology in terms of speeding up processes, perhaps doing things that human workers no longer need to do, can improve the productivity and the economic outputs that we're able to kind of push through the economy. And as a public servant, that's also relevant to the modernization of our public services, how we deliver the National Health Service or targeted education, or how we deal with policing or crime. But these do pose big ethical questions. And so one of the things that I'm very passionate about is how we therefore collaborate not just within the UK, but also with partners around the world to try to agree global standards or the kind of boundaries in which we're willing to use these technologies. And that's why I think today's conference in the context of the Commonwealth is really very important. The Institute of AI, which I chair, which I know was mentioned in the biography at the beginning, brings together legislators from different countries around the world to talk about this issue of global regulatory standards. We have some meetings coming up on the 21st of September, where we have legislators from the United States, House of Representatives and the Senate, Canada, from the UK, Ireland, from the European Parliament, Spain, not space, not yet anyway, Germany, some of the Nordic countries, and in Asia Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and I'm hoping we're going to get some colleagues from India to join us too, because we've recognized that on these types of issues, it will have a global effect in terms of our economy and in terms of the way countries interact with each other, and we want to try to set the standards for that. But these are very challenging times, and we've seen the impact of geopolitics having a very significant impact on our approach to regulation. You know, in the UK, we've had a bit of a challenge in terms of government decisions around, for example, Huawei and the role of Chinese technologies in critical infrastructure. I know that in India, those debates are happening too. And so the conversations that we will be having through my institute and through Commonwealth organizations too, I'm sure, is how can we continue to work together based on values and ethics and fundamental principles, even if there are disagreements between different countries, to try to set those standards so that these technologies allow us to gain the opportunities that come with them, but also protect those people who may not benefit from those transitions, whether in terms of lost work or unfair decision-making or impacts on the economy. And I certainly look forward to hearing from the rest of the panelists today and any output that you have at GPI with some suggestions about how best that we can do that. Thanks so much.
Cooperation amongst Commonwealth. Am I audible? Okay.
Now you are.
Just about cooperation within the Commonwealth, that, you know, how do we prevent the risk of falling behind by some of the countries, you know, and which may as well exacerbate the global divide amongst them. But we'll come back to you on that. First, let me hand over to Arunima for her question for Mr. Ghantashala.
Thank you so much, Swati, and thanks a lot, Mr. Jones. That was quite the parallels between the countries, the situation, and while understanding the underlying similarities is something AI as a tool is an equalizer, I think, to a large extent. Mr. Ghantashala, it's a pleasure to be forwarding the next question to you. And we would be really keen to understand your views on what do you think is the way forward. How do we identify the entry points that are coming up for the industry, the private sector, and for entrepreneurial leadership to leverage AI towards achieving sustainable and inclusive growth, and also take decisive steps in closing the gaps in digital skills, infrastructure, research, and development? It will be really good to hear from you on this. Over to you, please.
First of all, thank you very much, Arunima and Swati. It's my pleasure to be here today. I've been in the industry for almost 20 years now. I started with Cisco Systems, and my encounter with AI was really in 1999. I happened to be in R&D. We developed something called genetic algorithms to improve image compressions over low bandwidth internet, like 64 kbps in 1999. So over time, I worked with smart cities and launched a medical device in 2014 to essentially predict lung failures caused by the condition called COPD, which is apparently the third leading cause of death worldwide. So over time, I worked with large corporates, led large transformation programs, and now I run a startup in London, and I also advise a few AI startups. With that background, I'd like to share my perspectives on what are the entry points for innovation and how do large companies approach transformation programs, and what I think are the next steps. I've spent quite a bit in healthcare. I'd like to share my perspectives on what I've seen and how the public sector and academia could help with the next steps. So to start with, most of the recommendations around innovation and entrepreneurship do not really change with AI. AI is the technology. Of course, it's fundamentally transformational, but then I've seen a few startups pitching, essentially saying they do AI for solving a problem, but they do it in a flipped way. They actually have to start with a problem and then see how AI fits in. So over a period of time, the framework I've developed is essentially figure out our own value system as an organization or as an entrepreneur and see what are the problems that excite us or that we value, and then figure out our own, what are the resources that we're getting, and what is the problems we're facing when we're actually trying to meet those values or motivations or our ability to do certain tasks. So the white space between the values, motivations, our abilities, skills, and resources, this is where the opportunities are. Like, for example, Cisco itself was founded when in Stanford, two Stanford researchers were not able to communicate with each other over email. That was a problem they started with, and it started the whole internet revolution with the product it started. Now, it was not an AI startup. AI wasn't very prevalent then, but then that's how the problems started. I mean, that's how Airbnb was started, because it's a personal problem. So I think the first skill that all the innovators should look for is empathy. That's the foundation of this framework called design thinking. And empathy for their own selves, empathy for what the problems they're facing, where are the friction points of what are they trying to do every single day, and empathy with their own family. And that's something I'm seeing missing a bit in these days, because people want to jump onto the bandwagon of AI and they want to use the jazzy terms of blockchain, AI, IoT. Yes, they're great. I don't question that. But then start with the problem. Start with the solution. Does it really solve the problem? And that's, I think, is missing in a lot of business plans, a lot of pitches that I see. And if I come from a large corporate perspective or even established company perspective, yes, AI transformation is about technology, no question about it, but it's more about the strategy, more about the culture of the company for it to be essentially embrace this technology. And they should really start with the customer needs. And are they actually serving their customers really well in today's world with the technologies that they have today? Most of the situations, the companies are really not doing that. And they want to jump onto the AI bandwagon without really digitizing their own processes. That doesn't work that way. You need to have, AI will work with data, and you need to have digitization to be in place for data to be generated and for capturing. And for example, Amazon is always talking about customer all the time. They don't really care about competitors. And the first thing they did in the early in the story was they automated the whole customer service. And with that was an entry point to automation. And Amazon did not even start as an AI company. Now it's a huge player in AI. And it got into a marketplace where it's also AWS cloud provider, and AWS itself hosts a lot of AI libraries. The point I'm making really is start with the customer, see what can you actually solve today with digital technologies, and that will be your first step towards your AI transformation. And the strategic perspective that companies also need to do is, yes, today we're taking care for today, but then how does the customer needs change over 10 years, 15 years, and how does the industry structure change? For example, in healthcare, the regulation in US is very different from the regulation in India and China and UK. So the industry structure is very, very important when we are trying to address and think about the customer problems. And if we should have an informed judgment about how these things change over the next 10, 15 years. And this is how companies figure out how do they grow and scale fast in the future, and how do they survive in the future. And this is exactly what Andy Grove says, for example, as always be paranoid. Or Amazon says, always day one. They're essentially saying, do not be complacent, do not get complacent. This is something that is not AI, this is not technology, but this is a fundamentally top-down thinking process about strategy, about culture. And a lot of the companies are really not fully digitally ready in terms of not just the product, or the value chain that Dr. Avik is talking about, but also in terms of how they work, right? The whole culture in digital companies is very different from legacy industries like construction, for example, or real estate, for example. Now, they have to transform that working culture. They have to transform the internal processes and systems to generate data from all these processes. That will open up opportunities to automate the internal business processes. If they cannot do that and then just plug in a chatbot or build a website, that does not make them a digital company, or that does not make them an AI-ready company. And this is not an exercise that they should do once in a while. And now, because there's a huge AI wave going on, this is something that they should be doing periodically. And this is exactly what Blockbuster missed out when Netflix took over. And Netflix did not start as a digital company, and Netflix did not start as an AI company. Now they're just pushing out movies to us, movie after movie, by recommendations. Yes, they transform it into a company, but then the mindset and the culture of these founders was forward-looking. And that's something I think is missing. Even if someone is not a disruptor or an innovator in this space, they could actually be a fast follower. Did Blockbuster do that? No, it went out of business because they did not even fail. They even failed being a fast forward company. And it's really about copying a business plan. It's really about executing it well. And what we can see from outside as a competitor is just what the company is doing. But then what we cannot do, and what is invisible, is how the company is operating internally. How is the company's culture, and how do they run the day-to-day operations? That's something that people miss out, and that's what makes copying difficult, right? And AI and transformation is not really about pure technology and product. As I said before, force-feeding a product or technology does not really serve anybody well, and that's what actually puts off a lot of investors. That's what actually puts off even me as an advisor when I talk to these startups. A good way to be a digitally savvy business model without even having AI is there are a lot of companies that are being platforms, for example, right? I saw a pitch recently from an Indian company. I think it's actually acquired by Byju's. That's a platform for educators, right? There was potentially no AI there yet, but I'm sure it will, because it's a digital startup, and they use this concept called gamification to engage kids more, right? And it's a kids education company for coding, essentially. And there's a very recent fintech company that got into Y Combinator, and it's a Shopify for India, right? So these guys are digital natives, and they're ready to transform whenever they have enough data. They're ready to transform. And AI is just not having an AI product. Like not all startups can build a self-driving car. Not all startups can build an NLP engine from scratch. As in the Amazon example before, it can transform a customer support. And the customer support automation gave Amazon the scalability, the cost savings, and improved the customer satisfaction. So essentially, it improved its own business model, it improved scalability, and it also improved customer satisfaction. That's the kind of transformations that companies should look for. It should start from the customer and should also make the business more scalable and more viable. And Salesforce, for example, is doing a lot of automation and a lot of AI in marketing and sales. Companies can start with that. That's a good starting point if they're not digitally fully ready. And internal processes is a huge opportunity. And I heard of this company that actually listens. There's an app that actually listens to machine noise and then figure out if the machine is going to be defective in the next few weeks. That's something humans used to do earlier. And this is essentially an audio AI. And there are transformations like this happening, and we just have to have a good look at what the technology is available, and then what will move the needle most in our value chain. And AI is actually even driving product innovation. I think there is this company, Autodesk in Bay Area, so AI actually generates a lot of designs and puts in front of their creative head. So these designs are based out of their previous designs, and all the creative head has to do is select out of the 10 potential designs that this customer will like. Out of 100 or 1,000 potential designs, based on what the customer liked before, AI is generating some designs. It's doing creative work. I mean, are we really ready to do creative work? No, we're not. And there's this company called Effectiva that was incubated at MIT that AI can detect emotions based on your camera and what it sees. So there are actually opportunities, just that we need to see what the foundation and the objectives of the business is. A lot of AI companies that are purely research focused because they started by engineers. Engineers, on the other hand, like to start with problems that are technically very heavy, R&D focused, but they miss out the important point about the customer need. and outsiders from who are not digitally native, they start with a customer problem, they pick up AI without understanding, is it really feasible to get that piece of AI into the story or not? So a partnership between the technology, I mean, we should always have a partnership between the industry expert and technology expert for these AI startups to really work. And otherwise, it's going to be very one-sided. Even with all these problems that we talk about innovation and that we can actually do, there are actually problems that are very hard to solve, even with AI. Like there are brilliant examples that Dr. Avik has shared before. A surprising and shocking statistic last year from a study from Johns Hopkins. There are 250,000 deaths in the US were due to medical errors. And that's actually more than the deaths by COVID this year. So that's a huge problem. Were people really looking at it very deeply? I don't think so. And is it really easy to transform? No, it's not. It's a very difficult problem because these deaths are coming across medical errors from across the whole patient journey. It could have been a triage problem. It could have been a diagnosis problem. It could have been a medical administration problem. It could have been a home care problem. And it could have been across multiple specializations. It could have been across multiple hospitals this patient has visited. Can they all have this data? Can one single entity have all this data? It's difficult. It's extremely difficult. So no, it's not ready. It's not just with AI. It's not just with technology. There are partnerships that we need, and I think it needs for something what I call shared prosperity. Hospitals need to think about I mean, these are the biggest problems. Who should I partner with? And it should dedicate an amount of budget to really go into that initiative. Should it partner with a research organization? Should it partner with the big tech? Should it partner with another hospital? That's something you need to figure out. But people are really not willing to share data because they think that's where the competitive advantage is. But then if they do not share data and they hope for a competitive advantage for a problem that they cannot solve, that innovation will never happen. And there is a lot of resistance in sharing data, even with small startups, because they think they can do something with data. No, they cannot. I mean, I think they should be very realistic about what they can do with data immediately. And there's this company called Open Data Initiative. I think it's somewhere in the UK. And these guys are actually trying to build a data bank. And those are the kind of initiatives that we should welcome. And of course, there should be a lot of regulation around access to data for these companies, whoever is accessing this data. For example, in fact, I'd actually like to point out that UK has been really, really good in terms of adopting AI and encouraging startups. Last year, I was glad to be part of a workshop run by NHS Mercy Care Trust in Liverpool. And the Mercy Care Trust, of course, with all its regulation and constraints, opened up, we have this data, longitudinal data from mental health. And there were amazing ideas discussed, and the Mercy Care Trust was willing to support, given within the budget constraints, of course. And there were ideas like, can we predict a suicide risk? And can we actually stop it? And they have this initiative called Zero Suicide that was operational for almost 3 years by now. And they've even without AI being in the story, just launching that initiative and having that focus, it reduced their suicides by 1/3 already. And I'm sure there is a lot more to be done. But then I think UK as a system, as Innovate UK, which is part of UKRI that Darren is talking about, and ERDF, which is across UK and Europe. And I'm glad to say my startup is actually funded by ERDF. So I'm one of the beneficiaries of that. And so I think UK is really doing a lot in terms of giving support to startups and also helping startups and giving them access to data. Now, going back to the problem of medical errors, even if companies innovate within US, for example, for 250K deaths, can that learning really scale to UK? I don't think so, because this is hospital operational data. This is really not clinical data or life science data where a heart risk research study will be applicable across the globe with slight variations in demographics. The hospital operation data in a private company will be very different from a public company, and that in a UK is fully supported by NHS, almost. I think if the US is spending almost 16% or 20% of its GDP on healthcare, half of it is from public and half of it is from private care. In the UK, on the contrary, it's almost 75-80% is from public care and about 20% is from private care. So there is a lot of dissimilarities from country to country, even if they want to share data, even if they're willing to share data. It's hard. These are hard problems that AI is not ready to solve yet. right? And the recommendations really from what I think is, of course, call for shared prosperity. And if an organization decides to transform internal their business model or the culture or into business operations, they need to align metrics for the new initiatives. A lot of times, the new initiative will never have metrics that'll be consistent with their sustaining business, which is the profit generating business, because they're actually starting an experimental mode. And experiments will never have the same metrics like a profit-generating business. And they need to identify the kind of data they need. Like, for example, TikTok generates a lot of data. It's completely AI-driven, but that data is very different from a heart failure risk data. And it's very differently regulated. And the kind of evidence we need for these products to come out and kind of regulation that needs to come out is very different. They need to understand what kind of data they need and the challenges and the barriers that to actually see that product come out. And there is an opportunity, yes. I think the startups should and must fully understand what kind of data they need and what kind of access barriers they need and what kind of go-to-market barriers they need to worry about before it comes out. And I think the way forward is, of course, beyond sharing data, is share the skill set. I think skill set is a huge gap right now. Skill set is a huge gap right now.
To the recommendations in the second round.
Sure.
Thank you for all of your very interesting remarks on entrepreneurship and industrial structure. And I'm very glad to welcome Ms. Fitai Purcell on board with us. As I introduced Ms. Purcell, she is the Acting Secretary General of the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization. Ms. Purcell, welcome to this panel. We are very delighted to have you on board. Before Ms. Purcell, I go on to you, may I please request Mr. Darren for his last remarks, because I'm afraid he has to leave for another meeting in next 3 minutes.
Well, thank you for that, and I'm sorry that I can't stay for the presentation from Ms. Purcell. I'm in a couple of weeks' time. I'm pleased that we have the Deputy Secretary General from the ITU speaking to us in our global conversation about global regulation. But I think I can watch this back on YouTube later, so forgive me for having to leave. But I will come back to listen to the presentation and questions. I just wanted to say thank you for the invitation today, and I could have carried on listening to that last presentation because there was so much useful information that you were sharing, and I'm pleased that it looks like our funding is being spent wisely with your project. So thank you for the work that you're doing on our behalf here in the United Kingdom. So just thank you so much for the invitation to be with you today, and I'm sorry that I need to leave a bit early.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones, for being with us today. We are very delighted to have you on board for this interesting discussion. Okay, so welcome, Ms. Purcell. Very delighted to have you, ma'am, here because you bring years of experience from the IoT sector. We were just talking in the previous presentation, how industrial structure between different sectors, they vary. So it'll be good to understand from you, given your work in the Pacific, and would be very interested to learn what are those key challenges and inhibitors to the introduction of emerging technologies or innovation in the ICT sector particularly.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay,
yes,
that's great. Thank you very much for the invitation. And yes, this is a really very important topic to be discussed. Now, in the Pacific, the challenges are those of really looking at the capacity building. That's very important, and those were some of the challenges when we developed the Samoa's national ICT policy. Those were the issues with emerging technologies. We found that there's a huge range of skills that needed to be had. And then we also looked after the implementation of a lot of the projects or the goals for the national ICT policy, which included liberalization of the mobile sector. We found that the key issues of the emerging technologies really the digital divide, because they must be accessible, they must be secure, and they must be affordable, and more importantly, it must be inclusive. Because it was very, very new to small islands, we needed experts to make sure that alongside the local people, we have experts or educated people to come and help our countries. So now the progress is really amazing, and almost every island now has that access. But when it comes to emerging technologies and AI is really, really important, because it deals or it assists small islands with transformation of the public services they provide. I know previous speakers would have touched on that, but public services like health, education, environment, you name it, AI becomes very, very important when we look at the emergency telecom emerging technologies. And because of the fact that right now there are still some countries where everything is done manually. In Samoa, for example, while we have some systems, for example, we have spectrum management systems, it doesn't talk to the accounting system. So these are some of the issues right now of emerging technologies. You do the management of spectrum in one system, and then to be able to invoice the providers, you have to somehow connect or deliver the data from one system to the other. Whereas with AI, when we use AI, it performs it performs high volume computerized tasks that can be done without fatigue. And for this automation, human intervention is still very essential to set up the systems, ask the right questions as everybody moves forward with embracing emerging technologies. Right now, of course, it's great because before Samoa implemented its national ICT policy, there were no phones. The only way you were allowed to use a phone is when you have to go and hire a phone, a mobile. I'm talking about mobile. So you have to go and hire a mobile. And then the cost of using the mobile back then was very, very expensive, almost over $10 US per minute. So this liberalization of the mobile market allowed mobile companies to enter the market. So it was like start from scratch. So there was already a company, telecommunication company, but they didn't deal with mobiles. There was only one company that issued mobiles. So then when other companies come in, competition was established. And so now the cost of voice has dropped to like 15 cents per minute. The side where there is a need of AI is to really look at automation of processes. That is not happening right now. For example, health records. Everybody has to go to the hospital, and still you have to go, and then you're given a number, you go to another department to get your records and things like that before you see the doctor. And these are services that can be automated, that can be where we can use AI because it adapts through progressive learning algorithms, and let the data to the programming, so that when you go and see your doctor, just like here in London, they just press of the button and your records come up in the on the computer, and then everything can be done from there. So it's really, really important. While you implement a national ICT policy, you also need to look at regulations and legislation. And the other thing that's really important is there's a whole lot of other areas, development areas that come up. For example, your cybersecurity systems, your cyber emergency response teams, and all these issues that needs to be looked at and developed. So while Samoa and other Pacific Island countries and other small island countries around the world have cybersecurity policies, in terms of implementation, I can't think of one country that has a fully fledged computer emergency or computer incidents response team. They are still in the process, and these things have happened or have been implemented in developed countries. So therefore, in terms of least developed countries, small island developing states and landlocked countries, there is still a long way to go. There is still the need to look at policies and to look at regulation and legislation in order to move forward and make sure that that AI is utilized to achieve one of the key things that AI results is the accuracy, because instead of doing everything manually, AI achieves incredible accuracy, and this is through using neural networks. And then when it comes to disaster, which happen very often in small islands, the use of AI is really, really important as well. And right now with this pandemic, of course, had we focused on AI previously, there would have been a huge difference. And I know in some countries like Ghana and Rwanda, they've been using they've been using technology to transport the tests. Then they will have those I forgot the names of the technology, but they transported those things over to the testing stations. So these are the things that really, those are the things that are really important when it comes to implementing a national ICT policies. And also, in particular, we need to look at emerging technologies. We need to make sure that we keep getting more and more accurate, because the more we get the AIs built into our systems, the more accurate of the information that we need. Because at the end of the day, we need accurate and reliable information so that our leaders can make informed decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Prasad. It was a wonderful insight, definitely. But when you close in saying on those opportunity of making informed decisions and decisions that are responsive to the actual needs, exactly what Mr. Ghantasala mentioned. And I was so amazed when he started with saying empathy is the basis. Before technology, what should come is empathy. And there are just so many questions right now in my mind. I'm sure Swati is having, and there are already some questions that have been shared with us, but time is absolutely not allowing us to go into it. Dr. Sarkar had mentioned about food security and those requirements of the masses on the ground. And putting all of these together, we had so many questions on how, keeping in mind SDGs, keeping in mind the inclusion, looking at the most marginalized, but we are so limited on time. And I would actually request GPI to give us more such platforms, because we need to have these exchanges much more and more in depth. So thanks a lot from my side to each of the panel members, and over to you, Swati, please.
I would also like to thank all our panelists. I think now with this discussion, it's very much clear that AI transformation is nothing to be seen in the future, but it is something which has already arrived and is being deployed in most of our sectors. So very thrilled to have this discussion today, and look forward to having more such intelligent and brilliant discussions in the future with you all. Thank you for joining this panel, and look forward to having you with us again.
Thank you, Swati, for hosting.
Excellent.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot to
Moderation
everyone.
from both of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Bringing in Uday.
Thank you,
Uday, mic is mute.
That was a brilliant panel. Thank you, Arunima. Thank you, Swati, for putting this together. Madam Secretary General, it was very informative, the information you gave in terms of how emerging technologies are working across the Commonwealth. Glad you could make it in spite of the technical difficulties. Thank you very much. Thank you, Banu. We will now move on to the closing ceremony. You can stay on, Madam Secretary General.
Oh, sorry.
You can stay on if you're available. You can stay on and witness the closing ceremony as well.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'm just adding Karthik's video. Hi, Karthik. We're not able to see your full face. If you might probably just yeah, that's perfect now. That's perfect.
Great. Awesome.
That's great. What a day it has been. Brilliant panels. We started off first thing in the morning today as part of the two-day conference. Madam Secretary General, for all the attendees, we started off as a one-day conference, which has been extended to 2 days, just because of the huge response and unexpected response that we got. So it's the first day, a conclave curtain raiser has almost come to an end. Now, as part of the closing ceremony, we have Karthik Sawhney, the co-founder of iSTEM, a huge inspiration to me personally, a disability advocate who has changed, and his contribution, I'm sure, will have a huge impact on the world moving forwards. That is Karthik Sawhney will be speaking shortly. Then I have my partner in crime, co-founder of Global Policy Insights, and also the CEO, Arpit Chaturvedi, who will also be giving the closing remarks. Then another partner in crime as part of the Commonwealth Project, Neha Diwan, who leads the Commonwealth Project. She's going to continue with her closing remarks finally. First, about Karthik. Karthik, like I said, is an immense inspiration to me individually. He is a disability advocate. He's a Queen's Young Leader, and he's also part of the cohort of United Nations Secretary General's Envoys Young Leaders of 2018. Karthik is the first blind student. In spite of the disability, he had pursued school education. Post that, he has convinced governments to include students, differently abled students, to pursue science and technology. And post that, Indian government was convinced, and there are, I think, up to 15 universities which are now taking in differently abled students. That's huge inspiration. I know what disability is, and I understand there are different forms of disability. Karthik, I'm sure in 10-20 years time, this effect will triple. It'll go 10 times, and impact will be seen in terms of what you're doing. Now Karthik runs iSTEM Access, which talks about education across the platform for everyone. So Karthik, I would want you to speak on the closing ceremony. You are our special guest today, and please.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. It's such a pleasure to join all of you today and be able to share my perspective. So yeah, as I mentioned, I'm Karthik, one of the co-founders at iSTEM, where our vision really is to empower people with disabilities using the latest advancements in AI. There's been such tremendous progress that has been made in AI, and it's just, it has so much potential to try and level the playing field for all of us. And so that's kind of what we're trying to do at iSTEM. So what I'm going to do over the next few minutes is basically briefly talk about my learnings over the years working at the intersection of technology and social impact, the opportunities that I see for the youth, for our generation, and also how technology and AI in particular has shaped my own life, not just in terms of giving me the opportunity to live my dream of becoming a computer scientist, but also helping me define the vision of my own life, the vision of a more equitable world realized using technology and AI. So before I get too further along, I really want to talk a little bit about my journey. I was born blind in Delhi, which at that time was a very difficult situation for my parents because they had absolutely no exposure to this. They had no idea how to go about it. Fortunately, they were able to get some guidance early on and find some mentors. And they were able to enroll me in a mainstream education system so that I could access the same opportunities that were available to my peers, that were available to my siblings. And that, I think, was key, because the idea then was that, there's something more than my disability. I had to basically be a part of the same education system, go through the same curriculum, and have the same ambition and the same dreams, the same goals in life that anyone else would have had. From a very young age, I was intrigued by technology. When I would see my siblings work and play games on a computer, and I would often think to myself, would I ever be able to use a computer being blind? Will there be something that would allow me to use the internet? They would talk about going and searching anything and playing and watching movies and stuff like that. And here was me, who had to be dependent on even the most basic of things like reading and writing and education and stuff like that on my parents or on my teachers and stuff like that. But that was the time, and the very first time that technology for me was such a big enabler. That was a time when text-to-speech was coming about, and screen readers, which essentially are software that read out whatever is there on the computer screen, which is how a blind student works on a computer, they came about. And that was a turning point, because now someone who had to depend on others, I could do everything that I wanted by myself. I could read, I could write, I could play games, could watch movies, I could do whatever I want and much more. And so it wasn't so much just about, me having equal access to education. It was a lot about, living my life with dignity, having that access, having that freedom, having that confidence in myself to be able to do anything at all. And soon I got fascinated even more by technology and started participating in computer quizzes and programming contests. But again, I hit a roadblock when I was in the 10th grade in India and had to select an educational track for the rest of my high school. So the way it works in India is you're given 3 choices. Commonly, you have sciences, commerce, humanities, and you need to pick one of these in 11th and 12th grades to continue your education. And if you couldn't guess, I was pretty confident about my choice. It had to be sciences, given my interest and passion in technology from a very young age. But at that time, the authorities in the country, unfortunately, thought that it was not possible for someone who was blind to pursue sciences. And that was a standstill for me. Here I was working hard. Here I was dreaming of becoming a computer scientist and doing all the amazing things that my friends were planning on doing as well. At that time, I was so passionate about cybersecurity. I was passionate about accessibility, and I wanted to go and develop software that would help me to develop kind of these useful tools for the community, so that what I was able to do back then was okay, but what else could a blind person do independently, and how could technology and AI help the person do so? And so that was a challenge where I all of a sudden was told that you've been doing well, and there's so much that you can do, but just because we think that you're blind and you won't be able to pursue these highly technical courses, we're not going to give you the permission to be able to do so. And the worst part was there were actually mentors, some of my closest mentors, who were like, yeah, maybe you should think about alternate classes and you shouldn't take risks, and just take a more do a safer sort of subject or a class. But after thinking for a while, I decided to challenge the status quo. And after several letters to the chairman of the educational board and several meetings showing him how technology again could facilitate me to do all that he thought was impossible for someone who was blind to do, I was able to convince them of the abilities of people who are blind and visually impaired. And they issued this circular that now allows all blind students across India to pursue sciences in 11th and 12th grades. But that was actually the beginning of my challenges, not so much the end. There were no accessible textbooks, no ways to access visual information such as graphs and charts, no easy way to manage labs, etc. And so I had to figure out my own ways to work around these challenges. In particular, I remember this one instance where I was in a calculus class and the teacher drew this curve on a board and I was like, there's no way I can understand this curve. I then turned to my two passions or interests that I have, one being computer science and coding, and the other one being music. And I thought to myself, how can I combine possibly these two passions of mine and understand this visual content? And so I developed what I call the audio graph describer, which basically uses 21 musical notes or 21 frequencies, and it uses the variation of these frequencies to denote the progression of a curve to someone who cannot see the curve. Similarly, I had to work with my teachers to develop alternate conventions that would help me and other blind students represent scientific content without drawing any such diagram on a computer because I couldn't use a mouse. And all of this was possible only because of technology, only because of the advancements that were coming about in technology that gave me an equal access to really learn and pursue education just like anyone else. And also, these were obviously very stressful at that time. But really thinking about this in hindsight now, this was precisely what really drove me now and drives me now to think about it, think about innovation under various constraints. Because, when you have a bunch of constraints and you need to innovate and you need to get things done within those constraints, that's kind of when I think you can innovate the most. And so something that has happened to me because of this is precisely this, where I can now kind of dream big, and I can now think about the various ways in which I can go about and develop these novel technologies for others as well. But there was another roadblock when the engineering schools in the country, unfortunately, did not think that I could pursue sciences and engineering. And unfortunately, this time I failed at that time. Of course, I was able to convince them later. But that again, I was able to apply to a few universities in the US, and I was fortunate to be accepted to Stanford, where I graduated with a degree in computer science. And of course, that was a very different experience. But the whole point here that I want to drive across and I want to share is these experiences, this inequality that I faced, this changed my life. And this gave me a purpose, a direction to my education and the work that I would do in the future. And this is the broader message that I wanted to share today, where we live in a world with significant challenges. There are all types of inequalities and injustice around that we see. And COVID-19 has only exacerbated these challenges that we see today. And our generation, the youth in particular, has a unique advantage that we can challenge the status quo. We can think differently. We can redefine the norms. And technology in particular is such a powerful enabler that we have that generations in the past did not have, that can actually help us do that. The technology help us realize the vision that we might have of the world, that can help us create the world that we want to see. And so I'm super optimistic and excited about what our generation in particular, what we can do with technology and how in particular we can use that to bring about like the social equality and justice and sort of bridge the gap that we see in the society today. And so I'm super excited to do that myself. And I'm sure we all would kind of resonate on this and can actually make so much the injustice that we see around us go away thanks to the latest advancements in technology and AI. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity to share my views and my journey and what I think about the opportunities that we have for youth thanks to technology. And yeah, I would like to end on that positive note. Thank you again.
Wonderful.
Brilliant message, Karthik, brilliant message and very inspiring. One thing particularly what I like is inequality you said inequality gave you a purpose. I kind of echo with your words. Inequality, disability, all these are the things that can only be experienced by people who that can only be felt by people who experience. People on the other side, it'll almost be next to impossible to understand, to feel what it is like. So I fully echo with your words, and your the work you've been doing is phenomenal, and I wish very good success in what you're doing. That's exceptionally good work. It just in terms of wrapping up today's activity, so I'll just go through briefly what has been covered today in my remarks, and then I'll pass it over to Arpit, our co-founder. So we started off today with the initial inaugural, which was attended by the Minister of External Affairs, Mauritius, who has outlined Mauritius' national strategy and national strategy on AI, their interest in building a data technology park, and also some initiatives that they're carrying forward. The same panel, there was Banu Prakash Jonalagada, the fastest human calculator, current fastest human calculator, young lad of 20 years old, who has explained about mathematics, the phobia of mathematics, and how it can be dealt with. He also runs an organization that deals with education and how people can overcome phobia of maths. It is also Mete Coben, who has increased the participation of young people in democracy in the UK. He runs a charity of My Life, My Say, who has also explained about the disabilities and some kind of and the equality that needs to be addressed. Followed by Shoko Noda, the UNDP representative in India, who has highlighted India's activity in terms of development and also the UNDP's role in terms of how they have been carrying out. In terms of Banu Prakash's words, he said, math phobia is a social problem. Issues like culture, language, and experiences can create math phobia. That's what he has referred to. Coming to the next panel, the discussion was on the national there was a conversation with the UN young leaders, United Nations young leaders, who the cohort of 2018, brilliantly moderated by our Vice President of Americas and Councillor Telly Tawal of My Life, My Say, who have discussed about the empowerment of young people in the current context, which was again a brilliant discussion, bringing together exceptionally young achievers of the globe. Which was followed by national strategies and a common framework for AI by Ivana Bartoletti. We had experts from across the world who lead national strategies on AI. There was Nelisha Pillai, there was Justin Fletter from New Zealand, Nelisha Pillai from South Africa, Bitangi Nademo from Kenya, who have discussed about an international cooperation and also certain things on the national cooperation of AI. So that was again, that kind of resonates with AI Policy Labs and the kind of work we are doing at GPI. In terms of Ivana specified that we need to understand AI, the tools and techniques, but not operate in isolation. Ivana emphasized on the socio-technical political artifacts and that we should bring the social element when we're talking about the technology. Nelisha talked about being proactive than reactive. The governments need to work together to make the infrastructure systemic inequality and to make the systemic equality to a minimal level. Bitange from Kenya talked about adaptive learning in equalizing education, which was also from the Kenyan perspective. We then moved on to the next panel, which was the future of global partnerships on AI, which is one of the very all the panels are excellent. So this was particularly on global partnership on AI, which is hosted by OECD, where Jordan Zed, the director of ISET, has gone through the GPAI's priorities, the areas, the focus areas, and how partnerships are possible. The interesting thing is December seems to be a plenary for GPAI, which I suppose should be a very big moment for the AI's future in terms of partnerships. That was followed by another brilliant panel, which was hosted by Swiss Cognitive. It is emerging with technology, the Commonwealth in the AI revolution. Mark Minovich, Dalit Stagger, and exceptional. There was representation from World Economic Forum, tech entrepreneurs, and a fellow from Cambridge Commonwealth Society, where the discussion was on overall arching areas within the Commonwealth of the AI revolution. One or two quotes from there. Dalit has mentioned that it's important to engage AI for good and also AI for economy, where both these should converge together. Economy and goodness should converge together. Followed by this, there was this panel, the brilliant panel on which Madam Kutai Purcell has participated, which talked about AI's role in innovation across sectors, where they have discussed about what role AI can play in different sectors. And the UK perspective was also taken, considering a couple of panelists from the UK. This was followed by Karthik Sani's impressive talk. So that's brilliant. So that's the overall. The day has some very good panels. There is a lot of content that we have to go through together, which we'll be putting together in report. So brilliant panels, and that's excellent. And thank you all for the moderations and the panelists. So is Arpit? I think we just lost Arpit. So I'll just give a minute. Yeah, Arpit is back now. So that's so I would now request co-founder and CEO of Global Policy Insights, Arpit Chaturvedi, to give his closing remarks, please.
Thank you so much, Uday. It's so nice to see Ms. Purcell over here with us. So nice to see great friends. Yourself were there, Neha. I saw Avik was here speaking to us a while back, and since the past few days, I've been seeing such great discussions happening around this, perhaps one of the most important capacities or capabilities that humankind has now outside of themselves is artificial intelligence. Now, I remember back in 2016, when I was the editor-in-chief of the Cornell Policy Review. During that time, I received an article from somebody who was with then the ex-president Barack Obama's Council on AI. And they sent me an article arguing about why public policy institutions should have a specific department or a specialization teaching public policy and technology. And at that point of time, we were quick to realize that this is something that is big, and how come nobody has been thinking about it? What shocked us the most was an experiment that he talked about in this article, and this person is called Matt Chesson. You can look him up. He said that there have been a number of applications of artificial intelligence in judiciary in judging how case decisions should be made in the court. And in some of the initial trials, what they realized was that the judicial decisions that were coming out of the AI were all racially biased. And that was quite a shocker for them, because they realized that AI is as good as the data that you feed into it. And now, after hearing Karthik speak, and after following a lot of these conversations that have been happening since the past few panels, I realized that AI is a lot more than that. It brings in all of the good things that human beings have to offer to the world, and it brings in all of the darker sides of human beings. It's just an amplification of our capabilities. And it is upon us to realize how we are going to use this great technology that we ourselves have created. If we use it well, we can do amazing things. And I've been hearing so many great things today about what AI can do for us. If we don't use it well, then it could be our own undoing, unmaking. It could be our own doom. But I'm pretty sure with the kind of conversations that we are having right now, and I must congratulate my partner Uday for realizing that this is something that needs dialogue. This is something that needs leaders from all across the world to come together and to cogitate in looking at the long future on as to how do we use this capability that we have developed by ourselves. So I would really like to thank all of the speakers who graciously took out the time to join in. We may not realize right now, but then we are laying the foundation stones for humanity and for how human experience is going to shape, how human fate is going to be decided for centuries to come. So I thank all of our speakers. I thank everyone in the audience who participated so enthusiastically in all of our panels. And I thank the team of GPI and especially Uday and Neha for taking a lead on this because we are probably not appreciating the importance of these dialogues because once we speak about it, we create common mental models about the opportunities and the challenges that we have in the future. And that is what that allows us to cooperate. And cooperation, as we know, cooperation is the key to our survival. Human beings have been surviving so well because we cooperate better and more flexibly than a lot of other species. So I congratulate the team and I thank everyone for being part of this stepping stone. So thank you.
Brilliant, Arpit. I think you've raised valid points. One is in terms of the exceptional capability that AI has, then again the challenges. So just as with everything in the world, everything in the world which has got exceptional capability, come challenges. So that applies to AI as well. But the unprecedented scale, magnitude, the unprecedented pace, and the scale kind of make it too complicated. I personally feel that AI could determine, with the kind of changes that we are seeing across the globe in terms of the socio-political changes, and AI coinciding with that, the current times will redefine a new world, and that is where that's where we are in, that's where. You would remember 2-3 months ago we were discussing about a global partnership, how AI should be there. There should be international governance. And suddenly we saw that on news that there is a global partnership. So which kind of reinforced that what we were thinking is in lines of what people who are working experts across the world are thinking. So appreciate what you're saying there. I think, and we are at the right time making the right amount of work. So brilliant. Thank you, Arpit. Thanks for your inputs there. And now I move to Neha, the project lead of Commonwealth Project, and who's also a fellow and political affairs officer at GPI. And she has been, since the inception of Commonwealth Project, she's been instrumental. She has been instrumental and will be instrumental moving forward for the Commonwealth Project. She's also the academic coordinator for the project, looking at the academic stuff. And the entire team she's part of the core team for the conference, along with Swati, Shahana, Stephen, Jasmine, and Vasi. Neha is overseeing the entire academic part, and she has defined the themes and is coordinating on these themes as well. So over to you, Neha.
Thank you so much. At the outset, thank you to all our attendees for joining a whole day of very insightful, very engaging, and very meaningful, actionable discussions. And it's great to be speaking at this closing ceremony first because as academic coordinator, it's great to see how a concept proposal, our ideas and our interests have translated into something so substantial. And I'm very privileged to be joined by thought leaders at GPI and AI Policy Labs, Arpit and Uday in this closing ceremony, and also, of course, Secretary General Purcell. It's truly a privilege. That being said, in terms of the conference, the first day has, of course, been absolutely spectacular, I think, for many reasons. AI, of course, has been a game changer for the last few decades, and the way of its interaction with multiple actors, agencies, has also changed. And I think while AI has permeated sectors at an individual level, we talk about AI in education, in businesses, in the private sector, in NGOs, with CSOs. I think this conference has truly brought together all of these aspects. We brought thought leaders in dialogues with action and decision makers and policy makers. We brought civil society agents in conversation with governmental actors. And I think that's the purpose that this conference serves, which truly sets it apart from many others that discuss AI. Additionally, with the fact that, of course, this conference is dedicated to the Commonwealth, where there is even a greater need to discuss emerging technologies and AI, given the wide variety of states that make up the Commonwealth, given the fact that it shares the largest part of the youth around the world. And I think the other essential element, which reminds me of Ivana's, one of the starting panels from the day, is that, of course, emerging technologies and AI do not exist in isolation. They are a part of a complex web of social relations, of political structures, of other aspects related to technology, and that really amalgamates itself together when it comes to policy making and deciding what individuals should do, what governments should do, what the society at large should do in their interactions with AI. So this conference and the series of discussions that we've had have truly served at that interface. And additionally, we've also had discussions about cross-sectional themes, about intersectionality, and especially having Karthik speak at the closing really makes it truly remarkable, because we're really trying to bring in all perspectives. We're trying to bring in perspectives of individuals with different experiences as well. We had a remarkable set of UN young leaders start off discussions, bringing the perspective from youth, from innovations, from technology, moving on to thought leaders, and then, of course, even hearing from Karthik, who himself is a young leader, but also sharing with us and telling us how all leadership experiences are also not the same, and making us realize that this conference is, if anything, a start into the multiple conferences that we can have on every single one of these aspects. And we really hope we do have a phenomenal set of speakers again for all of these new initiatives that we're planning, and that all our audience will join us for our upcoming ventures, as well as we discuss and try our best to at least address inequalities around the world, social injustices, systemic inequalities, and all through an interface of technology as well. And I remember Uday mentioning that there's a new aspect where AI is emerging and entering the field of international security. And as an IR specialist, I think it even catches my eye, because there was a time when we spoke of technology with armed drones or UAVs, and that was the ambit of discussion. Again, very niche, very technical in that sense, but it's permeated into everyone's life, because it defines human rights and fundamental rights and how they work in tandem as well. So really, just to summarize the whole day, for I think everyone attending, everyone listening in on YouTube or wherever, I think the takeaway message really is that AI and technologies affect every one of us, no matter what our backgrounds are, what our differences or similarities are, and that we should, if anything, look towards more platforms like this conference that we've put together to really understand where it is that we as individuals can make a difference, and who it is that we can partner with or associate with to bring about actionable change. So thank you very much, and thank you, Uday, as well, for being a phenomenal chair and convener for this conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, Neha. Thank you. You've covered some points that I've missed as well. So that's as a backup, that's a great thing. And so when I was referring to Ayar, this was the Mauritius Minister of Foreign Affairs being interested in the AI conclave rather than the Leaders Summit tomorrow. So I was at first I was surprised, but then listening to his expertise in AI and the technology, I did say to him, one point was that you can get off saying that you are a technology minister than a foreign minister. The second aspect, because of foreign affairs, as he's a foreign minister, where I was talking to was IR there could be a new element of the digital element coming into international relations, where the peace could not only be on the ground, but peace could be on the on the digital side as well, which I think you guys are already working on and already talking about. So that's pretty great to know. Ms. Purcell, do you want to give any closing remarks as you're
Yes,
here?
of course. First, I would like to thank you and thank all the organizers for this excellent webinar. But I just want to say one thing, that the development of AI in emerging technologies must be inclusive. And I'm so happy to listen to, I'm sorry I didn't get his name, our blind colleague today. That is really, really important. And also it must be gender-based. And this is why the Commonwealth Telecommunication Organization has worked collaboratively with the Commonwealth Business Women Network, because they are advocates of advancing digital technology for trade through and supporting women entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Brilliant, Ms. Purcell. Thank you very much. So it was Karthik Sani who was talking about the disability, blindness, etc. So one thing that fascinates, just before I finish, is that these certain elements are, world is not fully known to any person, however scientists and how much ever we are. Things evolve over time. Just as an example for that, slightly related to disability, not exactly, I just bring example of mental health, for instance. Mental health, we know, I mean, after fraud psychology, we have known it for years. But you would be amazed to know that something that Buddha has done 5,000 years ago has now transformed into a study into mainstream psychology, has developed into something called mindfulness-based stress reduction, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy by Professor Mark Williams of Oxford.
Wow.
It's used in mainstream psychology now. It's very fashionable. It's not fashionable, but it's the up thing. It kind of resolves certain things that that medication and those are the kind of advances. But this was defined 5,000 years ago by a man who was sitting under a tree, which is completely transforming. It's more known in the Western world, very much unknown in India and other areas where Buddha actually developed this concept, for instance. So the more the discussions we have around these areas, the more we'll get to know. And it's the science is kind of never impossible. So that's where I bring that element to where Karthik has done. That could bring along new elements that we don't know about. So what a day! It's been a brilliant day. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Arpit, for joining us here. Thank you, Secretary General. And tomorrow's session will start at 8:30. I will be hosting this inaugural again with the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, followed by the ministers of Cyprus, the Deputy Minister to President, who's going to give a presentation on the digital technologies in Cyprus. Then there are keynote sessions. After that, there are further discussions on the Leaders Summit. And tomorrow's closing will be me and our partners, Ramphal Institute. We will be doing the closing ceremony tomorrow. Thank you very much. And special thanks to our audience from morning to evening. And it's phenomenal. I mean, you have stayed on. I'm quite surprised at this time of the night in India and some countries. And that's great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.